replies from your staff. Why don't you respond?
Ma'am?
I guess you don't know why you didn't respond. Secretary Bessent, you worked in finance before, right? You will find bipartisan support on this committee for small businesses and the institutions that finance them. I worked with Trump's first Treasury Secretary to pass $12 billion in support for community development, financial institutions, and minority banks and credit unions. So I was surprised when Trump first tried to eliminate the CDFIs, but it caught you by surprise also. You said that the CDFI fund plays an important role in expanding financial access. Unfortunately, you were not very persuasive last week. Trump proposed to basically cut all CDFI funding. Now, let's discuss your job before becoming secretary. Your hedge fund had a secret sauce for how you would make money for investors, a proprietary trading strategy. As CEO, you guarded that strategy. You never allowed unrelated persons to access your firm's computer records, data, personnel files, and algorithms, right? And I'm sure you wouldn't have allowed just anyone unfettered access to copy, change, or to use those records, right? I suspect not. And that makes good sense. What doesn't make good sense is why, as Treasury Secretary and acting CFPB Director, you would allow DOJ unfettered access to the government system that handles trillions of dollars in payments to the proprietary business records of entities regulated by the CFPB, or most alarmingly, to the tax records of hundreds of millions of Americans. But you still threw up the gates of our finance system open to Elon Musk and his band of 22-year-olds. Yes or no? Do you know the level, type, or nature of the clearances and security training required for individuals to access the information held in the computers of Treasury, IRS, or CFPB?
Yes, I do, and I think we would have a disagreement over the definition of the word unfettered.
Mr. Secretary, did all the individuals working with DOJ who were given access to Treasuries and CFPB's computer databases receive all of the required clearances and security training before they were granted access?
Again, they were granted read-only access at Treasury. There were two.
So let me just say,
DOJ employees.
please, you can't filibuster here. This is not the filibuster playground. And so what you did was you let these strangers into our Treasury with access to all of the data, all of the personnel information, and you just opened the door. Why'd you do that?
No, ma'am. They were Treasury employees.
Oh, are you saying today in front of this committee that all of them were Treasury employees, that the 25-year-old who's being identified, who worked for Elon Musk, was allowed into the Treasury? Was that person there?
He was a Treasury employee, as was Tom Kraus, the senior person on the DOJ team. There were only two people.
There were DOJ employees also.
Sorry?
Do you know, were you aware that there were DOJ employees coming into our Treasury getting all of our personal information?
Well, ma'am, there is no such thing as a DOJ employee. There were Treasury employees.
I tend to disagree with you based on the information I have. Has any information been downloaded by anyone working with DOJ from any of Treasury's or CFPB's computers? Answer yes or no.
Not to my knowledge.
You better learn.
Gentlewoman yields
Yield
back. The gentleman from Michigan, the vice chairman of our committee, Mr. Heisga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. And I just have to note that it's ironic that this has been declared a no filibuster zone by the same people who walked out of a hearing yesterday in filibuster. So, and just to give you one quick brief moment, are you saying that there was no unauthorized or unsanctioned persons that had access to the systems that you are in control of?
Again, there were two employees.
Yep.
There were very strict guardrails, and they were there for an ERP function.
Yeah, so they were authorized and they were sanctioned.
Yes.
So not unknown, and Elon Musk wasn't one of those two people?
No, to my knowledge,
Okay.
Mr. Musk has never been in the Treasury building.
Okay, all right. I have to hit on Burma and a little crypto, and if we have time, China. So I want to thank you for your actions that Treasury took this past Monday regarding Burma. The KNA, the Karen National Army, has become a haven for transnational criminal organizations that run illicit operations such as human trafficking and smuggling. The group has strong ties to the Burmese army, which has targeted religious and ethnic minorities such as the Rohingya since the civil war broke out in 2021. While the U.S. and our allies continue to impose sanctions against the military junta, unfortunately, the atrocities continue. My district, the 4th District of Michigan, is home to approximately 5,000 of these ethnic Burmese. And I'm just asking you, we need to do more to protect the people of Burma and to stop the genocide. Yesterday, I reintroduced the Brave Burma Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation that would require the president to determine on an annual basis whether to impose stronger blocking sanctions against the Myanmar oil and gas enterprise, the Myanmar Economic Bank, and foreign persons operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy, which has been a tremendous amount of their revenue. And it further limits the junta's ability to borrow at the IMF, which I think is one of the issues that the chairman was touching on. So these actions would target the heart of the military junta's revenue. So can I get your commitment that you're going to continue to work with my staff and us on a bipartisan basis as we try to address these issues in Burma?
Congressman, we're happy to work with your staff on this legislation, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. I share your concern about imposing consequences on persons who threaten the peace, security, and stability of Burma. Treasury has the tools to continue to take action for the people of Burma, and working with you, we will continue to do so.
That's great. And what's frustrating is while some of these sanctions have been put in place, a sanction's only as good as the willingness to enforce it. And we have seen them receiving financial support, the junta, from around the world, especially, frankly, as they ramped up production during the last administration. So I'll note it's not just Burma, it's places like Iran, that this illicit activity that has gone around the sanctions has been allowed. In some cases, Treasury has granted these licenses. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well, and we see this all the time. I want to touch on crypto. Yesterday, as I had mentioned, the committee held a hearing with House Agriculture, or attempted to hold a hearing with the House Agriculture Committee. Turned into a very important roundtable as well regarding digital asset market structure reform. So can you quickly explain how important it is for America to take the lead here, especially as we see China leaping ahead?
Yes, sir. We believe that the United States should be the premier destination for digital assets. And as members of this committee and the Senate are attempting to do, create good market structure around that, so that U.S. best practices are used around the world.
And that's really the point, right, is having American U.S. best practices to sort of set the pace for others to follow, rather than us trying to fill in the holes that others that may be created as others set that pace.
Yes, sir. And also that digital assets are an important source of innovation that will drive that can drive usage of the U.S. dollar around the world, as with stablecoin legislation. There is speculation that there may be up to $2 trillion of demand over the next few years for U.S. government securities from digital assets.
My time has expired, but I'll send you my question regarding Chinese debt trap diplomacy. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to raise a point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
but I don't want the clock to be eating my time.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I would like for the witness to be swearing in before I ask my questions.
Chair doesn't see a need for that. You may ask your question. Your time can start the gentlewoman's time over at 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, you were on CNBC earlier this week making claims saying we are very close and maybe we will see some deals this week on tariff. So tell us, tell the American people, tell small businesses and consumers, tell retirees, specifically, which countries are you close to striking deals with?
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, but that would not benefit the United States.
No, I'm asking you a question based on the statement that you made on CNBC.
And I am telling you that it would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
Because as the negotiations may still be in process as we speak, as we are not at the end of the week yet, I am sure that you through your question, would not want to compromise the U.S. negotiating.
Reclaiming my time.
Would you?
Secretary Bessent, the president goes into a press conference and claims that there are negotiations going on. And then the next day, there's no negotiations going on. So why would you not answer my question? And that will be considered detrimental to the American people, to the American economy. I do not understand. Despite your claim...
I'm happy to say there are negotiations going on. I'm not going to reveal the details.
No filibuster. No filibuster here.
So how long do you think those negotiations will take before they are concluded? And
There are numerous countries, as I have said, if you saw my CNBC interview, which you referenced, that there are 18 important trading partners, and we are moving forward at all deliberate speed with those.
do you consider these negotiations advanced negotiations?
Some of them are quite advanced.
So you expect this deal to be more than memorandums of understanding? You expect them to be full negotiated trade deals?
I believe that they will be the agreements in principle, and then we will paper them over in the coming months. But once we reach an agreement, then I am sure that the other countries will live up to it.
Okay. In congressional testimony yesterday, you said the U.S. has not started negotiating with China on tariff reductions. Does that continue to be your position, yes or no?
As you may have read,
Yes or no, sir?
As you may have read in the press, I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Okay, so the president told you that that will be your answer today. So can you tell who from the Trump administration is engaged in those discussions
Which discussions?
with China?
Trade discussions?
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Trade discussions, yes, sir.
Well, the trade negotiations will be led by myself and Ambassador Jameson Greer,
And,
USTR.
and what about Pete Navarro?
Sorry?
Peter Navarro.
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
Thank God for that. Are those negotiations considered advanced?
Pardon?
Are those negotiations considered advanced?
As I said, on Saturday we will begin, which I believe is the opposite of advance.
Secretary Bessent, as Treasury Secretary and a senior member of President Trump's economic team, has President Trump given you the authority to finalize any trade agreement with China or any other trading partner?
As President Trump has stated, he will have the final decision on any trade agreement.
So you're telling me all of these increased prices, the stock market losses, the production delays are all based on the whims of Donald Trump, that you could strike the best deal with Canada, Mexico, or even China, that is completely in our favor, giving us everything the
The
administration
gentlewoman's
is
time has
seeking.
expired.
And if President Trump decides at any certain
The
moment,
gentlewoman's time has
for whatever reason, not to take the deal, that will be it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who is chair of our Task Force on Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as the dust has continued to settle after last month's episode of Treasury market volatility, can you give an updated assessment of those events, and how would you characterize the functioning of the market during that period? During the dust up in Treasury
The
markets?
how the market was very well functioning. It was volatile, but the underlying infrastructure worked quite smoothly, sir.
Does the Treasury Department have the tools necessary to address market volatility? You've said you may increase the use of the buyback program. Are there other authorities that might be helpful to address the challenges of the market?
Yes, sir. We have a very large toolkit that we can deploy, as does the Federal Reserve.
Taking a step back, Mr. Secretary, can you provide us with a sense of what regulations the administration is working on to bolster resilience in the Treasury market and the timelines when you would expect those changes to be announced? This is a core issue on the task force I and a number of my colleagues are working on.
Sir, the auction sizes, the current issuance sizes leave us well positioned to address potential changes in borrowing needs. I can tell you that investor participation in auctions, there's been broad investor support. Our weighted average maturity is about 61.2 months, which is quite fulsome. And we have implemented a buyback program with two objectives: liquidity support and cash management.
One last question along that line. I've long said that the administration should look at reforming regulations like the supplemental leverage ratio to relieve some of the constraints that market participants are facing in the Treasury market. I hope you'll consider looking at that.
Sir, Treasury does not look at that, but I believe that it is a high priority for the three regulators, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. And as the SEC continues to implement their clearing rule, a number of firms, including those outside the United States, are looking to provide clearing services for U.S. Treasuries and their derivatives. How are you working with the SEC and the CFTC to ensure the integrity of the Treasury markets as these firms look to intermediate?
Sir, the Treasury market is a global market, and we welcome new participants, and we want to make sure that best practices employed in the U.S. are also employed globally.
And the reason I ask that is, and if you could specifically comment on the clearing of U.S. sovereign debt outside of the United States, what risk could that potentially present? And I come at that from the perspective, if there's a challenge in the market, if it's a U.S.-based entity, then the regulators who would make the difficult decisions are here. If it's outside of the United States, they might have a different perspective.
We are constantly studying that, sir. As of now, we do not believe that it presents a risk, but I will, as we continue our studies, I will have my staff interact with your team.
Absolutely, Mr. Secretary. And one final question. Primary dealerships ships has become an expensive proposition for firms, which in one explanation for participants leaving the market, it's one of the many explanations. Should we be looking at ways to make the environment friendlier to investors wanting to become primary dealers?
Sir, we saw at the recent auctions very low participation by the primary dealers, which tells me that there may be the regulatory function there that is preventing them from using their balance sheet for the benefit of the U.S. Treasury.
So clearly, the task force that Chairman Hill was kind enough to set up and yourself, we have work to do. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Would you yield?
I would yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, and I can get my China question in, so I appreciate my colleague doing that. I want to talk a little bit about the international financial institutions, the IFIs, such as IMF, World Bank, and they're falling short of addressing key challenges. So China, whether it's in Africa or Burma, has really engaged in a debt trap diplomacy. How should the IMF really help borrowers take the fund's advice when it keeps giving China a free pass?
Well, Congressman, as I said in a public interview after one of my IMF speeches, it is time for China to graduate from developing country status. It is the second largest economy in the world. They are a large, important economy, and they should no longer be granted the status of a developing economy.
I'd like to invite you, Ms. Secretary, to continue that answer in writing, and I thank the Vice Chairman and Mr. Lucas. Let me call on the gentleman from California, the ranking member for our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman.
First, a parliamentary inquiry. Since the last speaker had an extra 30 seconds, can I have an extra 30 seconds?
Right. Mr. Chairman already insists that you give the extra 30 seconds to the next.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that special drawing rights should be increased only with congressional input, and I agree with Mr. Huizinga that we have to focus on Burma, Myanmar. I ask unanimous consent to put in the record a chart showing how the value of the dollar compared to other currencies has declined precipitously since Trump's so-called Liberation Day, and to also put into the record a CBO report issued just an hour ago that shows that Republican proposals to change Medicaid would in one case take 1.5 million people would lose their Medicaid benefits, and in another proposal would cost 3.9 million Americans their Medicaid benefits.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to put in the record a letter I sent to the Secretary, responded to by his Assistant Secretary, dealing with direct file, which means you don't have to pay TurboTax because the IRS has the software. And the response that I got, an absurd response, was basically, well, as long as, we just want to make sure TurboTax makes a lot of money, so we're not going to do that.
Wait just a second.
And I would point out that the IRS could send every American, for their voluntary use, a proposed first draft of the tax return, since you already have the W-2, you already have the 1099, and you don't have all the input errors that come from people doing their own returns. But that is something that your administration is stopping. I would ask you, Mr.
Without objection.
Yes. I ask you, Mr. Secretary, to provide for the record within 1 week your best estimate of when the U.S. will hit the debt ceiling and exhaust our borrowing capacity. Can I count on you to provide that for the record?
Sir, the so-called X date is a moving target.
I'd like your best shot.
As I stated yesterday, we are moving on to the warning track, and we don't want to be on the warning track. And
I would ask you to provide the Congress the best information you can, but I'm going to go on to another question. I represent one of the two areas devastated by the Los Angeles fires. I spoke directly and on camera to President Trump and asked him to exempt building materials from these tariffs. The National Association of Home Builders says that these tariffs will add $11,000 to the cost of these fire victims rebuilding their homes. Can you assure us that in a country where we have a devastating housing shortage in general, but we have thousands of people in Los Angeles have to rebuild their homes in particular, that these fire victims are not going to face this additional cost to rebuild their home?
I will look into that matter, and I was...
That is exactly what the president said in January.
I was in Los
so
Angeles
far
this weekend, and I toured the devastation.
Thank you. I hope you saw the devastation of the Palisades, and I hope you won't be imposing another $11,000 cost on every home builder. Now, as to capital markets, where I devote most of my time, all of us on the subcommittee agree that we're trying to get people to invest in American stocks and build the American economy. And in fact, our tax code has hundreds of billions of dollars of incentives to get people to invest in America. China also has incentives to get the Chinese people to invest in Chinese stocks. But there's a difference. China only provides those incentives to Chinese people if they invest in Chinese stocks. American billionaires like investing in China, making tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. Can you think of a reason why the American tax code should provide enormous tax benefits like the capital gains allowance to American billionaires who invest in Chinese stocks? Why is that in our national interest?
Sir, it's not just available to billionaires. If you were to buy...
Right, so why do we want to encourage...
buy a Chinese ETF, a very...
Why would we be neutral on whether I buy an American ETF or a China ETF? Don't we prefer American capital to be invested in America, or are we just fine with encouraging Americans to invest abroad?
Well, sir, we don't want to close the capital account, and we do want investors to be able to maximize their judgment where they should invest.
Let me go on to one more thing.
I have said I wouldn't bet against the U.S., but
please,
it's a free
next
country and
question.
people can.
Next question. Abu Dhabi and United Arab Emirates just announced that they were going to give $2 billion to a stable coin put forward by World Liberty Financial. This stable coin pays no interest. So you and I are both finance people, just want to check my math. Assuming a 4% rate of return, is this interest-free loan of $2 billion worth $80 million every year to World Liberty Financial and its Trump owners?
Sir, I haven't seen that. I don't know the expense ratio, and as far as I know, no stable coins pay interest.
So the New York Times is wrong. Please read the article. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Secretary, welcome. We're delighted that you're here. Part of the challenge against you this morning, and I'm sure some days, is the explanation of the tariff matter that President Trump has initiated and sticking by. I'd like to provide just my input on that, if I could, that I think that President Trump sees the relationship with China by what it really is, and that is an unfair relationship, one in which needs to be not only looked at, but really something done about it. And I know that while we have PNTR, it should mean that we treat them the same way they treat us, but that is not happening. President Trump, as part of these changes, has changed the de minimis rule, and that de minimis rule was the amount of money that a package, when it comes into our country under this circumstance, whether it was looked at or not, whether a tariff was paid upon it. And I believe that there were Chinese companies taking advantage of that. Some 4 million packages a day were coming to the United States. And I say were coming because I do not believe that that rate is still occurring. As a result of that, what happened is it contributed to the fentanyl issue that we had because we did not look at these packages with the same viewpoint that others did. My point in bringing this up is that I believe that with the new numbers of 177,000 net new American jobs being created in the private sector, that there's an understanding by people who want to invest in America that this president is finally taking on the Chinese, who undermined not just intellectual property, but undermined with their government, the Chinese government, undercutting the price and manufacture of many products that were American-made. Many of them, or some of them, might be power tools. And of course, we know Craftsman is an American-made product. But it is not uncommon, was not uncommon for their tools to be on the internet at $400 or $500 and for a Chinese product to be brought in for $40 or $50. That undermined not just our intellectual property, but actually undermined the manufacturing that takes place in this country. And I am delighted that you and the president are engaged in balancing that out, and I think that's what this 177,000 new American jobs net provided for us, because it's people who want to invest in the United States, knowing that finally we have a president that will protect that onslaught of Chinese goods undercutting American, not just jobs and intellectual property, but the events that take place therein. And I think this president has done a great job, and I want to offer my support for that, because I think that part of what the president has done is set a new challenge and mark for Americans now to pick up that part that was before challenged by China. Mr. Secretary, Russia still earns over $700 million a day in fossil fuel revenue that helps its war against Ukraine. And I think that most of us here would like to see Russia held accountable. Can you talk to me about sanctions that are or are being considered against Russia energy firms as it relates to selling their products to China?
Yes, sir. And I will tell you that the Biden administration exercised, with regards to Russia and Ukraine support, a big dichotomy. On one hand, they were giving aid to government of Ukraine. On the other hand, their sanctions against the Russian Federation were very, very weak. The sanctions were just against some of the lower-level oil companies. There was a price cap that has never worked. On his way out the door, in a fit of bravery, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, raised the sanctions because the Biden administration had been worried about upsetting the oil price, pushing up oil prices during an election year. The Trump administration, through our energy abundance and signaling to the energy markets, crude oil is down about 20% thus far this year. And I read with great interest this morning that Russian Federation revenues were down 12% last month, which will put a dent in the Russian war machine, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll find today
Thank you, Mr.
valuable for us and yourself, and I hope you'll know that we want
Gentleman
you to come.
from
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bessent, I'm just a plain, simple man, the average, everyday American is looking at this hearing today. So can you tell me first, does trade deficits constitute a national emergency?
The hollowing out of the U.S.
No, just yes or no.
class.
Yes or no? Yes or no,
It's a
sir?
national emergency, sir.
It does. You're telling me trade deficits equals a national, or creates?
Persistent and prolonged.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know also, sir, that for the last 4 decades, we've had trade deficits in the United States of America, and nobody said it was an emergency? Democratic and Republican presidents? You know what that says to me? That it's not an emergency because it hasn't been for 4 decades. It says to me that we should bring tariffs back to the United States Congress so that we can make that determination as the Constitution has said and not try to go around Congress. That's just unbelievable to me. Let me ask this question. Maybe they missed it. Who was the president, and who has been the president since January 20th, 2025?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And who was the president in 2024?
One believes President Biden.
One believes? You one of those non-believers that the election, the American people didn't vote?
I am not.
You're not? You said one believes? Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided by?
I believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. But do you know that a president has said He may or may not. He don't know. Let me ask this question. I couldn't believe my ears. Sunday, during NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump credited himself for the strong economy in 2024 when Joe Biden was president, but then he blamed President Biden for a weak economy in 2025 when he was president. Now, I'm not so sure how the American people puts that together. In 2024, strong economy, he tries to take the credit. In 2025, when he's the president, he blames Joe Biden. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it makes sense to most Americans. And I hope, Mr. Secretary, you're a businessman, it doesn't make sense to you either. It can't possibly make sense to you. Let me ask this question. If a government, say, look, Argentina, I remember when I came here, and Argentina kept failing to pay its debt. Not once or twice or three times. And we were all upset about it, and we said that they needed a host, somebody needed to take over their government, you know, somebody should help the president of Argentina. If the United States or didn't pay his debt or something like that, we'd be very upset about that if we couldn't pay our debt. I mean, that's one of our focuses. Is that not correct?
Sir, the United States will always meet its debt obligations.
Always. Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump, the deal maker, and you didn't answer Ms. Velasquez's questions, no deals, although he said 3 weeks ago that there would be deals. But Donald Trump, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times failed to pay his debts on his business and went bankrupt. And you're going to call that a good businessman?
The gentleman's
I wouldn't
time has
invest in that
expired.
company.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our subcommittee on capital markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to keep my tone down. And I thank Secretary Bessent for your testimony. I, sir, am going to try to stick to the actual title of this hearing and why we're supposed to be here today, which is the state of the international financial system. So here we go. Mr. Secretary, under the Biden administration, Congress required Treasury to determine whether any Chinese financial institutions were engaged in oil purchases from Iran, no matter how small or how large the transaction. This determination would subject these Chinese entities to secondary sanctions, sir. And just last week, the president himself ordered such sanctions for any purchase of Iranian oil, which helps, obviously, the Ayatollah finance terrorism around the world. Mr. Secretary, can you describe how, well, I think we all know how Iran uses oil sales to fund its proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, to the extent that there's any Yemen left. Treasury is now over half a year late with its statutory determination on Chinese buyers of Iranian oil. And I have 3 questions, sir, related to missing this deadline. The first is, why has it not been submitted to Congress? Had the previous administration done anything to prepare this determination? And third, when can Congress expect to receive it?
To all 3 of those, I will have my staff get back to you on that. And the Representative Wagner, what I will tell you is that since I become Treasury Secretary, the Treasury has repeatedly sanctioned so-called Chinese teapot refiners who are very large buyers of Iranian oil. These are independent refiners away from the state-owned enterprises. We have begun that program over the past few weeks, and we will continue as needed.
Good. Well, and I know that you're in negotiations with, I'll say, that 18th country, which is China. We are thrilled to hear of your trip there, and I hope that this is something that you will discuss with them in terms of their purchasing of Iranian oil that does nothing but lift up a regime that is funding terrorism throughout our world, I'll say. What actions has Treasury taken to combat cooperation between Iran and China on illicit finance and money laundering?
Well, again, the secondary sanctions on these teapot refiners has been a very fulsome effort, and we will continue that. When President Trump left office, Iranian oil exports were between 100 and 300,000 barrels per day. Now they are 1.6 million barrels per day, which allows the regime to finance its terror proxies, not just in the Middle East, but all around the world.
Correct. Yes, and we've seen it, and we've lived it, and it has caused unbelievable death, devastation, and grief, and resources, and loss of life throughout our world. And I am proud that the president himself endorsed sanctions just last week for any purchase, not just from China, of Iranian oil. So I hope that we can get a report on what's been happening with China. Switching gears, in February, several members of this committee and the Senate, including myself and the chairman, and the Senate Banking Committee sent you a letter voicing concerns about the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. This directive, which was finalized by the EU last year, will require many American companies to evaluate their supply chains and end certain business activities not based on U.S. law, but due to UN principles. This directive not only hurts our economic competitiveness, but also undermines our jurisdictional sovereignty, sir. It would force both public and private companies to comply with regulations that have not been approved by Congress, while also exposing them to increased litigation and risk in the EU. I am running out of time, Mr. Chairman, but this is something I feel very strongly about. It is in with the international realm here, and I have two questions regarding this
Gentlewoman's
that
time
I
has
will
expired.
submit for the record. Thank you.
They will be submitted for the record. Recognize Mr. Scott, the gentleman from Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Bessent, let me ask you this. Do you agree that the FDIC plays a very essential role in safeguarding our depositors, ensuring prudent bank supervisors, and maintaining the safety and soundness of our financial system?
Congressman, I agree that a well-functioning FDIC is essential to the U.S. financial system.
And on Monday, you said this, and I quote, you said this, that the president tasked you with helping him choose the leader of the financial regulators so that we are all aligned, all regulators, to be safe, sound, and smart. And you went on to list the key positions that you've done that, including a new vice chairman for supervision of the Fed, a new head of the OCC, and Paul Atkins of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and a new CFTC commission. But as of this morning, we have no FDIC chairman full-time. It is now under temporary leadership of an acting chair named Travis Hill, with the president having no current plans to either formally nominate him or find a replacement. The nation is watching us. Why we don't have the head of the FDIC. So my question is, have you not helped President Trump in selecting a chairman to lead the FDIC?
Congressman, I would point out that under the previous administration, there was only an acting chair of the OCC for 5 years. 5 years. That Mr. Hill is the acting, and as a matter of fact, the head of the OCC, the head of the CFTC have not been confirmed, so those are in fact acting also. Mr. Hill is a very capable regulator, having been on the board of the FDIC.
Yeah, I'm not. You're filibustering here.
We are pursuing personnel decisions
questioning
with
that.
all deliberate speed.
Have you been instructed by President Trump to refrain from offering a list of viable candidates to lead the FDIC?
No, sir. I am constantly reviewing the list and thinking who is best to lead that important institution.
Well, I want you to know that I wrote a letter to the Trump administration, here it is, expressing grave concern with the erosion of financial regulatory agency independence. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And we remain highly alarmed by this growing perception that our financial regulators have acquiesced to political pressure from this administration, perhaps even from the President of the United States. If I were president, I wouldn't have this vacancy at a time when we're running tariffs all over the country, when our economy is in these kinds of difficulties. The nation is watching us. Russia is operating us. As the president is going around the country dealing with upsetting Canada, places around the world. So I just want to know that where are we going? When are we going to have a chairman? Are we going to have it? And answer me truthfully. Has President Trump asked you to delay this appointment, and if so, why?
Sir, that statement is incorrect. He has not asked me to delay that appointment, and I believe that your question is, when are we going to have an FDIC nominee? And we have OCC nominees, we have a CFTC nominee, we have a vice chair
Gentleman's
for
time has
supervision
expired.
nominee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
And
a financial
I would ask
student.
you to urge your Senate colleagues to, on the Democratic side, to vote for them.
Thanks,
Well, when
Secretary.
is he gonna
Ms.
do
Scott,
it?
your time's expired.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent discussion.
Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, thank you and President Trump for, in February, issuing the National Security Memorandum entitled America First Investment Policy, directing federal agencies to address outbound investments in China. In March, as you know, Senator Cornyn and I reintroduced my bill to restrict outbound investment into China, specifically into Chinese military-industrial complex entities, primarily through OFAC sanctions. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, what do you think about that legislation in the context of the President's National Security Memorandum?
Good. Congressman, I want to thank you for your leadership on this matter. My team and I appreciate your input and molding this important issue, one of the most important financial issues of our time. It is a new national security tool that we restrict the PRC from exploiting the benefits, and we appreciate that Congress wants to move forward legislation that is important and helpful. And we would like a bit more time for our process, including the work mandated by the President to inform the legislation so that it is durable because of the importance of this.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and the President to align our legislation with the President's policy on this, and I want to give you and President Trump another tool of economic statecraft to increase President Trump's leverage in his negotiations with General Secretary Xi. This is a very important issue, and as you probably noticed, there was recently a $75 million venture investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Is Manus AI on the CMIC Treasury entity list?
I will have my staff get back to you on that, sir.
And I think the answer is no, and that's why we need this legislation so that our outbound restrictions look not just at entities, but also technologies of national security concern like militarized artificial intelligence that this entity, Manus AI, is doing. I would also note that the waiver authority that I embed in this legislation with Senator Cornyn would give you, as Treasury Secretary, the ability to authorize BlackRock or other U.S. firms to invest in Panama to displace the Chinese. So thank you for your collaboration with us on that. Secretary, you've said that with President Trump, we're going to reprivatize the American economy. That is music to my ears. That's music to the American people's ears. When federal bank regulators are talking about reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal, they have been saying now for a long time we should do it in a capital neutral way, abandoning former Vice Chair Barr's approach of a huge gold plating of bank capital. Since the Federal Reserve started to use the term capital neutrality in 2019, however, capital has increased by 10 to 20%, making the concept of capital neutrality really arbitrary. Large banks are now subject to stress tests, CCAR, GSIB surcharge, and a number of liquidity and resolution requirements. When looking at our bank capital regulations in the context of an America First agenda, Mr. Secretary, should we be aiming for capital neutrality, or should we be instead looking at capital levels that actually promote American competitiveness?
Congressman, as you know, I've been very concerned about our community banks, our small regional banks, and the growth of private credit outside the regulated system tells me that many of the regulations may be too tight and that the business is pulled into the so-called shadow market. I think we want to safely and soundly expand the regulated financial system and get them on equal footing. And I think that these capital levels that are predictable are very important for that.
Last question about China investment in Venezuela. Last week, Venezuelan Vice President Rodriguez asked Chinese officials to increase oil purchases as the country is feeling the squeeze on its energy sales. Tell me what you think about OFAC licenses for U.S. Companies operating in Venezuela when those American firms could displace China to enhance American energy dominance.
It is a very acute balancing act there between displacing China, but U.S. entities providing hard currency for the Maduro regime, and we are constantly
Gentleman's time has
weighing
expired.
that.
I look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank
I
you.
yield back.
Recognize the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, our ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before this committee and helping us with our work. Mr. Secretary, between March 11th and March 15th, 2025, you and more than a dozen senior officials, including of the Trump administration, including Secretary Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, used a commercially available, non-governmental, encrypted, non-secure app to discuss and coordinate imminent U.S. military strikes in Yemen in a group chat entitled Houthi PC Small Group. Particularly Defense Secretary Hegseth shared actionable intelligence, including sensitive and classified details of an imminent military operation against Houthi rebels and other military plans. These included precise launch times for U.S. jet fighter assets, targeting locations for those Houthi rebels who were, by the way, equipped with anti-aircraft systems. Mr. Hegseth shared the targeting sequencing against Houthi rebels and described the weapon systems, the U.S. weapon systems involved. National Security Council has confirmed that this signal chat was authentic and that you had participated. You realize that for you, Mr. Secretary, because of the responsibilities you have, even outside the Principals Committee, that group, you have a target on your back from our adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and others. Can I ask you, have you been briefed on the proper protocols for discussing information such as active military plans?
I have by my general counsel.
Very
and
good.
If you will look,
I got a bunch of questions. So I'm just trying to narrow this down because this is really a concern. Just reclaiming my time.
To that chat
so
was
let me ask you.
My chief of staff's name, which was widely available.
Let me ask the questions and you provide the answers. Okay? How about that?
Waiting for the
Are
question.
you preserving records, Mr. Secretary, of these communications as required by the Public Records Act?
Yes, sir. My
Good.
general
Okay.
counsel has
Are
photographed.
you still discussing sensitive military intelligence on a non-secure line?
I have never done that.
Okay. The National Security Council says you were on a chat that discussed those details. Are you saying that wasn't the case?
I have said that I have never discussed them.
Someone discussed it with you. You were on a non-secure line for a meeting with other secretaries, right? Those people I just mentioned, you weren't on that chat?
I was, but
You
were
okay?
discussing
That's what
things-
I'm talking about. So you could have
I am providing
intervened.
an answer
You
for
could have
you.
brought it up. You could have said this is an insecure line. We shouldn't be doing this. We're putting our sons and daughters in uniform at risk. Pre-attack. You could have done all that. Mr. Hegseth, this is not involving you, but Mr. Hegseth afterwards did the same thing with a family chat. His wife, his brother, his sister, family attorney. You do understand the troublesome nature of that, right? Are you dismissing that and calling this a roaring success, as others have done, as the White House has done? This is troubling, and I just want the reassurances for this committee and for other members of Congress, other committees, and for, most importantly, for the families of Americans who send their sons and daughters, into harm's way, that put on that uniform. I just want the reassurances that we're not doing, this buffoonery has to stop, right? At some point, there are serious consequences to not complying with security protocols. Mr. Secretary, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. You didn't create this situation. You were drawn into it. I'm just trying to reassure the committee that this stuff is not happening anymore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Allow the gentleman to answer. Be a yes or no.
I think the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to say that because of my age, I pick up the phone and call people.
There you go.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Loudermilk, recognized for 5 minutes.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. I think you and I are both aware of the paradox of the U.S. Reserve currency status, the so-called Triffin dilemma. says that to maintain the benefits of a global reserve currency status, we may always run a concurrent account deficit, which in turn risks undermining global confidence in the dollar. The U.S. enjoys an exorbitant privilege from the dollar's reserve status. This means that among other benefits, there is a high demand for dollar-dominated assets worldwide, substantially lowering borrowing costs. It also allows us to run sustained trade deficits and drives capital investment into the United States. So my first question is, how is our current reserve status different from what it was under the Bretton Woods system when the dollar was convertible to a fixed amount of gold rather than floating?
Well, sir, it's now based on the full faith and credit of the United States rather than backed by gold.
Okay. Does the demand for dollars and the U.S. debt worldwide and the reduced borrowing costs that come with it contribute in a meaningful way to some of our failings as fiscal stewards?
Well, I would say that the unfettered ability to borrow has made us more prolific as there is very little potential for market discipline to date.
Right.
But there is the potential that the market may discipline the United States government one day. And I am, along with the administration, President Trump, trying to set the country on a path to avoid that.
And we appreciate that. I've long said that I don't feel that there is the political will within Congress anymore to restrict spending and balance the budget. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing there. Is there a world where we can have our cake and eat it too? In other words, is there a policy configuration where the U.S. can maintain the best elements of its exorbitant privilege while also having a balanced export economy?
Yes, sir, there is. And I would point out that the exorbitant privilege, as I believe it was a French politician called it, does not always result in the lowest interest rates. Japan's interest rates are lower than ours. China's interest rates are lower than ours. Most of the EU interest rates are lower than ours.
Okay. I want to shift gears just slightly. For several years, I've called for FinCEN to raise the threshold for currency transaction reports from $10,000 to some higher value. Working on legislation, have been for the last several years, and I do have legislation again this year on that. If adjusted for inflation from the 1970s, this threshold would be somewhere between $74,000 and $80,000. But we haven't. We're still stuck at that $10,000 limit. In your opinion, what threshold value best balances privacy and compliance costs against the utility that these reports have for law enforcement?
Congressman, I am not sure what the equilibrium level is. What we have discovered, so you were talking about the threshold for a suspicious activity report.
Or the currency transaction report, yes, which is in a segment.
So we are now examining that, and we are finding that sometimes higher is better, sometimes lower is better. We have discovered that there are approximately 40 counties on the U.S.-Mexico border that account for a substantial amount of nefarious behavior by the cartels. So we have lowered that to $200, and we are finding great efficacy there in pushing the cartels back into Mexico and not allowing them to deal in the United States. So I would say, sir, it's a moving target.
Okay, and I can understand and appreciate that. One of the issues that we have from a nationwide status is the compliance cost that goes to small financial institutions, and even from law enforcement, the complaint is trying to find illicit financing currently is like looking for a needle in the haystack because of the pure volume of reports that are being made. And so my argument has been in a nationwide status, and I'm sure we can work on something to make exemptions during times like you're talking about now in locations, but is not to increase the size of the haystack, but reduce the haystack so it becomes more prevalent, the illicit financing.
And look, Congressman, I am the hypersensitive to the needs of the small and community banks and the undue burden that much compliance is placing on them. and we are working across a variety of ways to lower those costs.
All right, look forward to working with you on these things. Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member, and I thank the witness for appearing. Mr. Treasurer, when you testified before the Senate, you indicated that the CDFI fund is a very important program. It's very important to us. Is this correct?
I did, sir.
And is it true that you would not agree that it is a woke program, it has cultural Marxism associated with it, and that it is abused? You wouldn't agree with that, would you?
Sorry, I think the CDFI fund is performing its statutory functions as required.
So you would not agree then that it's woke? Is it statutory function to be woke?
I've never seen that in the statute, sir.
Okay. What about Marxism? Is that associated with it in the statute?
Again, sir, I've never seen that.
Okay, now given that the president desires to cut into this program, you're the Secretary of the Treasury, what are you going to do about it to protect it?
Sir, the skinny budget does propose a new $100 million award program that will provide access to affordable financing.
Does that take care of the many billions that we put in, $12 billion to support the CDFIs? That's a lot. It's quite a distance from the $12 billion, sir. What are you going to do about it?
Look, I understand.
Do you advise the president?
Sorry?
Do you advise the president?
I advise the president on a wide range of matters.
Is this considered a part of a wide range of matters? Would you advise the president that he shouldn't cut these funds?
I look forward to working with you and the committee to ensure these programs operate efficiently for taxpayers.
What about efficiently for taxpayers and efficiently as a result of them being in place to do so? If you don't have the money, they can't be efficient. They can't serve taxpayers if you don't have the money. 61% of these programs are in Republican districts.
Is there a question?
Yes, it is a question in the sense that I'm asking you to suggest to the president that this is important and that you not cut it.
So the skinny, as I said.
100 million is quite a distance from 12 billion.
Well, that's not the annual appropriation. 12 billion is not the annual appropriation.
No, but 12 billion is what we, a bipartisan group of folk, put into the CDFIs as well as into the minority depository institutions. We don't want to see that cut. Let's go to another area. Do you agree that when a tariff is imposed upon a product that's coming into this country, that the tariff is collected at the border?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that that money that's collected goes into the Treasury's coffer?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree also that if the person that is importing this product is of the opinion that it is something that his clientele, his customers desire, that he will pay that tariff?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that when he pays that tariff, he's likely to pass it on to his customers, his consumers?
Sir, the laws of economics would say that they're very elastic.
I understand, but do you agree that he is likely to do that? Do you agree that he does it sometime? Do you agree that he does it sometime?
Again,
do you agree that he ever do it? Does he ever do it?
Sure.
So your position is, as the great treasurer you are, that this is not passed on to the taxpayers?
It could
the
be.
Consumers. It could be. Well, is it ever? It's hard to say yes, isn't it? It really is.
It's not hard to say.
Don't listen, sir. You don't have to fear. Don't listen. Don't fear the president, sir. Is it ever passed on? Have you ever heard of this tax money being collected and passed on to the consumer to pay? Have you ever heard of that?
Well, the most recent studies from...
Okay, let's go on to this point. I have a better point to make. Excuse me, I'm reclaiming my time. I have a better point. Listen just a second. I only have a little bit of time. And when it goes into the coffers, that money is then going to be a part of the tax dollars that can be accorded to persons in terms of a tax cut. Is this true?
It's part of the overall...
Yes, it is true, which means that the consumer, the person who pays that tax, this tariff tax, when he makes that purchase, is going to put his money in your coffer, our coffer, and then the president later on can say, you got a tax cut, but it's really the money that the consumer has put into your coffer. That is true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I applaud your eloquent message at the Millikan Institute clarifying the Trump administration's coherent and effective strategy, and thank you for helping lead that. My Committee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions aligns completely with your efforts on illicit finance, on trade with the pending reauthorization of the Defense Production Act, the national interest with outbound investment laws and clarity, and on focused international financial institutions. I remain highly concerned about the future of money and frankly probably the most important policy debate we're having. I'll save that part for future hearings, but on illicit finance, I applaud your FinCEN final interim rule removing beneficial ownership reporting requirements for U.S. companies and citizens. The prior approach was collecting information on millions of Americans and companies, even homeowners associations, under the guise of illicit finance. Lots of noise and very little signal. By narrowing the scope of the rule, you are focusing on the signal. Given the shift in focus, millions of Americans have shared sensitive, personally identifiable information. Mr. Secretary, as the committee moves forward clarifying the rule, and would you commit to supporting the deletion of data already collected under the previous rule?
Sir, my staff is working on what will happen to that data, and we will get back to you on that.
Appreciate it. We work with you, and certainly hope you safeguard it always, but it'd be especially safe if it was deleted. Speaking of legislation, my bill, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2025, it would require the Secretary, you in this case, to instruct the United States Governor of the United States Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to oppose any increase in the weight of the Chinese RMB in the basket of currencies used to determine the value of special drawing rights. This bill has passed the House on a bipartisan basis, most recently in February, and it still awaits Senate action. Mr. Secretary, far more effective than waiting for the Senate is your leadership on this issue. Will you advocate for opposing an increase in the RMB until China straightens itself out?
I look forward to working with Congress on this issue, on whether additional legislation is needed to address the Chinese practices or whether it could be done through trade negotiations.
Wish you great success in your pending negotiations, and certainly if you look at the IFIs, things like Argentina's recent restructuring under the IMF basically bailed out the Belt and Road. They'd never really have to worry about default at the Belt and Road. They're using their influence in the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank to frankly cover risk at the Belt and Road. So hopefully that'll be restructured. You've already covered Outbound, and I really appreciate the dialogue on that. But I'd like to turn to the Defense Production Act. I mean, when you look at how you've organized and communicated the president's approach there and the administration's approach, national security is of course paramount to that. And as we organize and update and reauthorize the Defense Production Act, of course it deals with the Department of Defense, it deals with Commerce, who does a lot of these things, but it's been structured under the authority of the Department of Treasury. Would you commit to working with our Committee on National Security and Finance to gather the input and get a final reauthorization across the finish line this year?
I think that is an important piece of legislation. We look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then lastly, you've spoken eloquently about the kind of mission creep that comes in to some of our international financial institutions. And as you know, the IMF set up a climate fund in 2022 known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Given concerns about IMF mission creep, will you work with to eliminate RST so that the IMF can get back to its core mission?
Congressman, at my speech during IMF week, I stressed the need to get back to basics at all of the multilateral development banks, especially the IMF.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, the World Bank's spending a massive amount on that. And as Chairman Hill and I met with the Inter-American Development Bank, they highlighted things that they were doing to deal with natural disasters, that are important for tourism for them. So some of this is characterizing things that are really infrastructure for those countries as climate change, maybe to appease the previous administration. I'm confident you'll get it right to the extent we can be helpful in that as we reauthorize these programs, and we consider doing it. I thank you for your clarity talking about American leadership there so that America's interests are focused with the use of Americans' resources. I thank you for your steadfast work and your testimony today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member on the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Dr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Bessent, for your appearance here today, as well as your very nice courtesy call where we were able to identify areas of common interest like digital citizenship. I'd like to speak today about the strength of the U.S. dollar and the decline of U.S. manufacturing, which, as you know, I'm very concerned about. I started this company back when I was 19 years old that now provides over 1,500 manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. And it's not been easy. We started our company in the beginning of the Reagan inflation. Then we had to live through all of the Bush policies and the China shock that occurred on his watch. We lived through just all the ups and downs of this, and it's not an easy thing. And now, in terms of the strength of the dollar, it's affected by many things. It's including central bank policies, interest rates, tariffs, and the balance of trade. But in the long run, I believe that the strength of the dollar reflects the world's confidence in the U.S. economy, in the competence of U.S. leadership, in the value of products made by American workers, and our reputation as a fair place to do business and the rule of law in America. Now, Secretary Bessent, earlier this week, you ran an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal echoing many of the points you made in your testimony. And in that op-ed, you promised, inter alia, more jobs, more manufacturing, more deregulation, lower taxes, less national debt, all while maintaining a strong dollar. On the other hand, Stephen Mirren, Trump's choice for the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, wrote a paper last year arguing for weakening the dollar through something he called the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which you have reportedly been placed in charge of negotiating. The president himself has just been all over the map on almost a daily basis on whether a strong dollar or a weak dollar will make America great again. So my question is, what is it? Does the administration support a strong dollar or a weak dollar?
Sir, I'll work a little backwards. C. Head Myron paper was when he was in the private sector, and I think it related to a range of outcomes. Two, that I believe that the conditions for a strong dollar, they are important for international confidence. And again, when we think of strong dollar, what is a strong dollar? Is it the composite on the Bloomberg of all currencies? Is it a trade-weighted dollar? And then we can also look at bilateral relationships, because much of that could be not so much a strong dollar, but other countries manipulating and suppressing their currencies, which would...
We lived through that in the Bush administration and his non-reaction to what China was doing. I know all about that. But I think it's interesting to look at the historical record here. And I think, I have behind me, a plot of the strength of the U.S. dollar under recent presidents. And I believe your staff has a copy of a one-page handout that could be given to you if it's easier to read. And what it says is remarkable, that it says that under every president, from every Republican president, Reagan, Bush Jr., Trump 1, or now Trump 2, the dollar has weakened. Under every Democratic president, without exception, Clinton, Obama, Biden, the dollar has gone up significantly. And I don't think that's an accident. I think it's because of all the factors, including predominantly the confidence that the U.S. will maintain a well-regulated and well-governed economy and a fair place to do business. Now, and also on that handout, which I think has that actually been given, do you have the copy of the handout with the graphs on it? It's a double-sided single page. We can get you another copy if you want. It also has, the argument in favor of a weak dollar, it should make manufacturing easier in the United States, make our, that's one of the arguments for it. But if you look at the historical record here, if you just look at, for example, change in manufacturing employment under Democratic and Republican presidents, it's remarkable. For longer than you or I have been alive, Democratic presidents have increased manufacturing employment, and Republican presidents have decreased manufacturing employment. You know, from FDR, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter, Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all increased manufacturing employment. Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Bush, Bush II, it all dropped. Okay, I don't think this is an accident, but the thing I want to ask you about is how did the Republicans manage to weaken the dollar and weaken manufacturing employment at the same time? Because it seems like that's completely crossways to the narrative that we're hearing from this administration.
Well, sir,
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The Secretary can answer in writing. The gentleman from Tennessee, the Vice Chairman on Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, and I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for holding this important hearing, and Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here with us today and answering our questions. Secretary Bessent, given that the Mint, the U.S. Mint's own fiscal year 24 report shows that the nickel, the U.S. nickel now costs 13.78 cents to produce, and that experience in other countries suggests that our nickel production or demand would double, triple, maybe even multiple times beyond that if we eliminate the penny. Is Treasury analyzing the risk that stopping penny production alone could actually worsen our coinage losses or seniorage losses by pushing annual nickel losses well past $200 million?
Congressman Rose, that we have looked at this and we believe that it is possible by changing the composition of the nickel to bring down the cost to 5 cents or less.
Absolutely. That was going to be my next follow-up question to you.
So I will point out that the dime is very profitable.
Yes, and you know, it'll sound like a little self-interest, but a Tennessee company is one of the folks that could lower the cost of the nickel and has made a proposal that I know
We're investigating that with them and are very intent on maintaining those jobs, sir.
And I would just say from my deep dive into both penny and nickel production, it seems to me that there are significant savings beyond just saving on composition of the nickel. So I would encourage Treasury and the Mint to take a look at refocusing how we produce those coins to make them actually positive for the balance in terms of producing seniorage for the United States. So I'm glad to hear that you're moving in that direction. Secretary Bessent, the President has recently made budget requests that propose significant cuts to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, or the CDFI fund, and suggests to end core CDFI programs. I know you've recently made public comments about the statutory basis for the CDFI programs. What is your position on the future of the CDFI fund, and do you believe it should continue to play a role in supporting access to capital in underserved communities across the country?
Well, the Congressman, as I told the Congressman on the other side of the aisle, we are creating a new $100 billion award program that would provide access to affordable financing, and this will be mostly in rural America.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, and I understand we always need to be addressing how these programs work and whether they're efficient and cost-effective and produce the outcomes we want. But I am glad to hear that you're making moves in that direction. And I just want to pause at this point and say broadly, it is refreshing to have competent, aggressive, energetic leadership. And so I commend you for that, and I'm very excited about the things that you're doing at Treasury. Secretary, can you discuss the significance of confirming President Trump's regulatory appointees in advancing his America First agenda? Specifically, how do these appointments impact the implementation of these important policies to move America forward?
Yes, sir. I believe that we need to get them appointed as soon as possible. We have some very good acting the chairs or directors of these, but the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can get down to the business of making these institutions work better for the American people and making sure that Main Street can prosper, because I've been very concerned. As I mentioned today, I've met, I think, the personal meetings with over 50 community bankers. I spoke to more than 300. And I think it's very important to get these regulators in place so that community banks, small regional banks can make sure that Main Street participates with the rest of the country.
Thank you. I completely agree, and that's what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the regulated entities in my district and across Tennessee. Secretary, given the IMF's limited success in pushing China on transparency and debt restructuring, how can Treasury justify supporting the IMF's current leadership?
We are in constant discussions. It is leadership that I inherited. Thus far, they seem very open to the Trump agenda, America First, and advancing the issues that most affect the United States and working Americans, so we will keep pushing them on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member on the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Institutions Subcommittee, Ms. Beatty is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Secretary Bessent. The Trump administration has alleged that detecting and deterring transnational criminal organizations such as Iranian terrorist groups and their proxies is a priority for national security. But on March 2nd of 2025, your department announced that it would not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the BOI reporting rule, nor will it enforce the CTA against U.S. citizens, domestic reporting companies, or their beneficial owners. So I'm a little confused of how you square those two things. So my question is, can you explain to, or would you explain to the American public how you undermine the bipartisan CTA and expect law enforcement and national security agencies to quickly and effectively know the true owners behind shell companies registered in the United States now that foreigners, including a drug cartel, gang members, could register a company in the United States with no state or any federal ownership reporting requirements? And I remind you, in your testimony, you talked about illicit actors. Well, these are some of our illicit actors.
The Congresswoman, an overwhelming majority of the domestic entities that you're describing are hardworking Americans with small businesses. We bifurcated the bill, and any foreign entities must still file.
So are you saying to me it's not true that they must file and the foreign entities must file the BOI?
Yes. We bifurcated the CTA program that domestics do not have to.
So maybe I'm asking it the wrong way. So it appears that they are doing it registering to avoid the transparency of who the companies are.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'd be happy to answer it.
So I guess I'm looking at it as, and if you're saying it is not true and that they now are complying and completing the BOI, so let's take it one step at a time. So you're saying everybody is completing the BOI. You're enforcing it.
No, ma'am. I am saying that we have bifurcated it, that U.S. nationals do not have to file, and that foreign nationals do.
Okay, so I guess when we look at this, if we're limiting enforcements of the rule just to the foreign entities, that creates a giant loophole whereby any foreign entity can register in the United States and evade or not do the BOI reporting requirements.
Well, they would be subject to they would have to come through a U.S. financial institution, so they would be subject to all U.S. institutions.
Including the BOI.
The AML.
Including the BOI. including the BOI, yes or no? Because the answer is no. I mean, you can say it however you want to, but the answer is no. And this makes it easier, and this is what I want the American folks to know. It makes it easier for human and drug traffickers, cartels, terrorists, organizations, and other criminals to do business in the United States. And when you're limiting the enforcement just to foreign entities, it exempts 99% of the entities that Congress intended the law to cover when it was passed into law. So I think I do have my answer. We're just not agreeing on it, and we know why. So let me go to my second. It's my time. Let me go to my second question. The clock is running. It's my time. It is my time. You will not do this on my time. Now, I'm going to ask for a few more seconds since he refused to comply with my time, not his time. In 2016, former Secretary Jack Lew announced that Harriet Tubman was to be the new face of the $20 bill. Can you tell me what's the current status of this project?
No, ma'am, I can't, but my staff will get back to you.
No, I want you to get back to me. Because, see, there seems to be an issue when it comes to things that affect people of color or people who live in poverty, whether it is what you're doing with Social Security, what you are doing with restricting funds
The gentlewoman's
to
time is
I
expired.
want you,
The gentlewoman's
will
time
you
is
respond
expired.
to me?
The gentleman
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Texas,
I need
the
him to
gentlewoman's
answer
time-
if he will. I'm not a
the
staff
gentlewoman can
person.
submit
I'm not
questions for
asking
the
him
record.
to have his staff report to
The
me.
gentlewoman
So,
can
Mr.
submit-
Chairman, I'm addressing it to you to
The gentlewoman's
ask him
time is
to respect
expired.
me. Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman's
I'm talking
time
to
has
you.
expired.
I need him to address if he
gentlewoman's
will
time
answer
has
me.
expired.
As a,
Thank you,
no,
Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
not going
The
to
gentlewoman's
yield.
time
I'm
has
not going
expired.
to stop until you
The
direct
gentlewoman's
him
time
to
has
answer to
expired.
me as a member of Congress.
The gentlewoman's
Mr.
time has
Chairman, point
expired.
of
The
order
gentlewoman
to
has
you.
offered that she can
Mr.
submit questions
Chairman,
for the
point
record.
of order to you. I will not stop. I will not be silent.
The gentlewoman is
until
not
you
offering
direct
an
him
appropriate
to
parliamentary inquiry. Does the
Will
gentlewoman have a parliamentary
Yes,
inquiry?
I do.
Please state the parliamentary inquiry.
As a member of the United States Congress addressing the Secretary, I am asking you to rule on asking this hostile witness to direct his response to me versus having him tell me that his staff will respond to me. My staff person didn't ask them the question. I did.
The gentlewoman does not state a parliamentary inquiry.
So let me ask the
gentlewoman's
point of
time-
privilege to you, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not going to stop this morning until you respond to me then, if you will direct the Secretary to respond to me as a member of Congress. Or let me ask him.
It is not a
Then
point of
let me
privilege. The
ask
gentlewoman's
him
time, the
if
gentlewoman's
he will
time has
respond
expired.
to
The
me.
gentlewoman will
Will he
suspend.
respond to me?
The gentlewoman
Will
will
he
The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman
It can
will
be simple
suspend.
if he responds.
The gentlewoman will suspend.
If he responds
The gentlewoman
to me,
will
if
suspend.
he will
The
respond to me,
gentlewoman makes a legitimate request, a personal privilege.
you can simply ask him to
Grant
respond.
personal privilege.
Just
Personal
ask him to
privilege.
respond if he'll respond to a member of Congress versus saying a staffer. It's simple as that.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's hearing.
I am being
Members,
cordial
the
to
gentlewoman
you,
will
Mr.
suspend.
Chairman.
The chair has the time.
Mr. Chairman,
the
will you
chair has the
answer the
time. The
question?
gentlewoman will suspend.
The gentlewoman
the
makes
gentlewoman
a
will
legitimate
suspend.
request.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's
I am
hearing.
being cordial. I resent your statement to imply that I am not. I am a member of the U.S. Congress. I am asking this
The
secretary
gentlewoman
to
may
respond
submit
to me.
QFRs for the record, which will be responded to by the secretary.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. This may be a little easier on you here. I'll try to move it fast forward. The Chinese Communist Party has enabled their economy to serve as a central hub for money laundering, human trafficking, and the export of chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl. Increasingly, Chinese nationals and financial works have informed operational alliances with Mexican drug cartels, providing laundering services, digital payment platforms, and chemical shipments that fuel the trafficking of fentanyl across our southern border. These criminal partnerships exploit the international financial system and pose a direct threat to U.S. national security, public health, and financial integrity. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is can you elaborate on the steps Treasury is taking to disrupt the flow of illicit financing, money laundering, and drug trafficking between Chinese entities and Mexican drug cartels?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question, and note that they are interlinked, that the Chinese provide precursor drugs that are then converted into fentanyl by the Mexican cartels. And just today, I signed an order that will be made public within the next few days, identifying Chinese entities who are engaged in the fentanyl trade.
Great. Far too long, China has taken advantage of the international financial system and has become the world's largest creditor. The IMF and World Bank's focus on climate and social initiatives has resulted in a lack of accountability for the Chinese unreliable economic data, currency manipulation, and opaque predatory lending practices. In addition to the lack of accountability, this shift in focus to climate has forced many developing countries to turn to Chinese financing. The United States must leverage its leadership of the world stage to counter China's growing influence as a global lender and put an end to the deceptive economic practices. So, Secretary, how is Treasury working to prevent IMF and the World Bank resources from indirectly legitimizing China's debt trap diplomacy and economic oppression?
Well, Congressman, in various ways. One, as you would have noticed, I will have said that when this horrible Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that no country or person who financed the Russian war machine will be eligible for any rebuild in Ukraine, especially that financed by the World Bank or any of the other multilateral development banks. Also, we are working with the OECD especially to look at, and the IMF and the World Bank, to look at the true debt levels for these countries. Everyone agrees, or everyone save one country agrees that this is a problem, that there are rapacious mineral deals, that there are tolling arrangements, and it is impossible to know and assist a country that has experienced economic hardship when we don't know the true levels, or if there is an undisclosed priority payment to another creditor.
Let me try to get to my last question. I was encouraged to hear that you are taking a fresh look at the bank regulatory framework to better reflect actual risk and ensure a level playing field across the financial system. And as part of that review, I hope you'll consider where U.S. regulations may be putting banks and financial institutions at a disadvantage compared to our foreign competitors. In particular, I urge you to weigh the combined impact of proposals like Basel III Endgame, the GSIB surcharge, and leverage requirements, especially whether these changes could limit banks' ability to support the economy and compete globally. So in your work so far, are there any specific areas where you plan to address these concerns about regulatory putting U.S. institutions at a disadvantage, such as in the re-proposal of the Basel III Endgame rule by amending the GSIB surcharge regulation?
Congressman, we are looking across all areas and know that this is at the top of our agenda, that most countries have very concentrated banking systems. In many cases, the banking systems are larger than the GDP of the countries, so they have very different needs than the United States. The strength of the United States lending and capital markets and economy is the breadth and depth of our financial institutions, and we will continue to advocate for them both at home and abroad.
Thank you for your service. I think you're doing a great job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and ranking member, for holding this hearing. Mr. Secretary, welcome. It's great to have you here. I want to thank my colleague and friend from Texas for asking the question about Russia. Do you consider Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Yes.
Would you negotiate with a war criminal?
I think that's the nature of diplomacy. One must negotiate with both sides, sir.
So you will be negotiating then with the war criminal?
I believe that negotiation was needed with the Japanese after World War II.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Are you familiar with what President Trump has called his One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the basics of that bill?
It is a combination. The core of that bill is to make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent.
If this, what he quotes, a big, beautiful bill passes, will the deficit go up or will the deficit go down?
I believe over time, the deficit to GDP, which is the important number, even Secretary Yellen agrees with that, will stabilize and go down.
So next year, will it go down?
Sir?
Yes.
I believe yes.
You say, so if the big, beautiful bill passes, you believe the deficit will go down next year?
The deficit to GDP will. Because again, what is important is that we grow the economy faster than
I understand
we grow
that.
the debt.
I understand that, of course. But you say that in the long term, I'm asking in the short term, will the deficit go down?
I believe the debt to GDP can go down.
But what about the deficit itself?
Sir,
The amount of money that comes in as opposed to goes out. Will the deficit go down next year?
Will it go down from 2024 and 2025? I believe it will, because these are extraordinary levels.
What about the long-term debt? Will it go up or down if this big, beautiful bill passes?
Again, sir, it's while the absolute...
I think the reason you're having a hard time answering...
I'm not having a hard time answering, because what is important...
I've given you plenty of
isn't
time.
the absolute level of debt. It is, as Secretary Yellen said, the debt to GDP. So that if our GDP were 100...
Everyone is talking about the $37 billion. Is it going to go up or down?
Sir?
Yes. Is it going to go up or down?
It will likely go up, but if the GDP goes up faster, we
I think that's the interesting thing. My colleagues on the other side always talk about reducing the debt and reducing the deficit, and yet the hypocrisy of trying to pass the big, beautiful bill that will cause both of them to go up.
No, sir, I did not say the deficit.
No, I know you didn't say it. You're trying not to say it, but that's exactly what's going to happen.
No, I actually said it would not go up.
I know you did.
And just to be clear...
You said the number would go up.
Just to be clear, last year, 6.7% deficit to GDP.
No, I'm asking the number. I'm asking the actual number. No, we're looking at, see now...
The previous administration...
We're asking about numbers here.
Well, when we were not in a recession and not...
I'm not going to let you get away with that one, because it's very clear what's going to happen if they pass their bill. The deficit's going to go up, and the debt's going to go up, and we're going to see the hypocrisy of them always saying, cut the budget, so the deficit's going to go down, and the debt's going to go down. It's not. It's going to go up. Now, I do want to ask you about the independence of the Fed.
Yes, sir.
You have kind of been on both sides of the fence on this. You seem to say that we need an independent Fed, but at the same time, you said there should have been a shadow Fed.
Sir, since taking office, I have refrained from commenting on Fed monetary policy, and I have said that monetary policy is a jewel box that must be preserved.
Okay, great. And lastly, I do want to ask this, because a number of my colleagues have brought it up about elite, the coastal elites. Where did you go to school?
Sorry? I grew up in Little River, South Carolina.
And what university did you graduate?
500.
You graduated from Yale. You were part of Wolfhead's Society,
congressman,
one of the big three.
Congressman, I worked 3 jobs to put myself in Yale.
Believe me, I grew up just as poor as you did. I understand that too. But the thing that I always get is, the funny part is, I always talk about the coastal elites. You're a billionaire that went to Yale. I don't hold that against you. I just find it interesting that my colleagues are always talking about the coastal elites, and yet the president and yourself are both coastal elites. Thank you.
And I made all my own money, sir.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Secretary, thank you for being here. Earlier today, you referenced the electric slide. I'll share my concerns that during 4 years of the Biden administration, we were sliding behind foreign competition, in particular in the digital asset space, from the Bahamas to China. And I want to ask you, what would happen if we put our heads in the sand, if we object, if we walk out of that type of leadership role, which I think is so essential, to make sure that the United States continues to lead the way in Web 3 as we did in Web 2. And in particular, how does the leadership in digital assets play into President Trump's broader agenda? And specifically, how do dollar-denominated stablecoins impact dollar dominance in Treasury markets?
Congressman, thank you for that very important question. Our goal is to encourage firms to reshore, bring back to the United States best practices, their digital asset innovation and experimentation here in the United States without scaling back their ambition to influence the global industry. The administration's efforts to promote clear regulatory frameworks for digital assets will contribute to this goal. So will ongoing efforts to promote fair access, interoperability of payment technologies across all borders. We will continue to support private sector solutions and discourage public sector solutions that distort markets and stifle competition.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in because I think that's spot on. And then let's talk about what happens if we fail to act. Yesterday, some members objected, walked out of a hearing to discuss market structure and digital assets, an absolutely essential leadership role the United States has to play. What happens if we walk out on our responsibility to lead in the digital asset space? And what would occur if Web3 center of gravity shifts away from the United States to countries like China or other locations?
Well, numerous things could occur, sir. As we saw under the previous administration, an entire ecosystem, the unregulated and renegade, springs up outside the U.S., and illicit actors abuse the value of these transfer systems, and there is a technological loss here.
Can you walk us through or share any of your impressions from the conversations you've had with your counterparts abroad as it relates to their experience with regulating in the digital asset space?
They believe it's very important, and I believe that they are a little worried that the U.S. is willing to restore its leadership here. And as I said earlier, there is a chance that digital assets can provide a substantial source of demand for the U.S. dollar.
In my bill, the Stable Act, which regulates dollar-denominated stable coins, we give the Treasury the authority to identify which foreign stablecoin regulatory regimes are comparable to ours. What are the key aspects of comparable regime, and are there lessons or criteria that we can draw from other similar areas in the financial services space?
Congressman, I think that we have the blueprint with the bank regulation and adherence to anti-money laundering laws around the world, financial stability, and I would guess that 70% of the countries would be very easy to judge yes, no, and then there will be another group. That's why I believe that some of the bills encourage phasing this in.
And a lot of stablecoin, a lot of digital asset space needs reliable banking services. Could you comment briefly on how the Treasury is working with bank regulators to ensure that financial institutions can safely participate in this emerging industry?
We have recently delivered a report to the President on this, so we have safe and sound best practices, and we want to work with the financial industry, with new companies and entrepreneurs, as well as incumbents. The banks, there is a solution to banks to participate in this business, whether it's through custody or their own coins.
Let me shift gears really quickly in my final 30 seconds. President Trump issued an executive order on modernizing payments to and from Americans' bank accounts. The executive order noted that the Treasury checks are 16 times more likely to be reported lost or stolen or returned as compared to electric transfer funds. Do you think we're making real progress in this space?
We are working all speed ahead. Congresswoman from Staten Island told me of numerous losses of checks in the postal system, and it is both cost-cutting and good practice, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. According to the Wall Street Journal, oil and gas companies have lost over $280 billion in market value in April of this year alone, more than any other sector. This decline is attributed to a combination of factors, but mostly attributed to the tariffs. At a recent Dallas Federal Reserve meeting, a veteran CEO, energy CEO, said, quote, I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40 years in the industry, and this turmoil is no accident. It's a direct result of Mr. Trump's vandalism. Just yesterday, Diamondback Energy, one of the largest Permian producers, told shareholders that tariffs are adding significant cost of drilling activity. That's mostly due to the tariffs to our neighbors to the north and the south. Mr. Secretary, the chaos in the energy sector has eclipsed any gains from President Trump's industry-friendly regulatory rollbacks that they were so much looking forward to. Stable energy prices depend on stable policy. The Trump administration pledged to support American energy sector. However, this decline demonstrates the opposite. Given these outcomes, how do you reconcile the administration's stated support for energy sector with policies that appear to have directly undermined its stability and global competitiveness?
Sir, I would take issue with the idea that it was tariffs. We have seen one of the largest decreases in the underlying price of crude in history.
That's right.
So,
but 100%, there's not a single energy CEO in America right now that would agree with you. They are all attributing their downfall right now and the troubles that they're having to the tariffs, and they need some relief. What's the administration going to do?
Congressman, you and I must speak to different energy executives because I speak to them quite often.
Well, I spoke to API today.
I will note that OPEC has done a substantial supply increase, and the history of substantial OPEC supply increase.
And the tariffs are just making it worse. China is no longer buying our LNG, neither is a lot of other countries around the world.
So, I think we've seen Harold Hamm, the head of Continental Resources, has said that he is reshoring his supply chain, and he believes that over time, he did not save any money by outsourcing the equipment.
Secretary,
overseas.
Our energy industry is hurting, and they need your help. And I know you're a smart man, and you're one of the most stable people in this administration. You need to talk to the president about this. This is hurting the industry, and it's hurting the American people, and more needs to be done. I have another question that I want to talk to you about that's hopefully a little easier, and it has to do with our shrimping and fishing industry. As you may know, our domestic shrimping and fishing continue to experience economic hardships caused by an increase of foreign imports, high fuel prices, labor shortage, immigration regulation, all to make matters worse. Plus, we have flooded the domestic seafood markets with foreign farm-raised shrimps, many which are subsidized by by American federal dollars in the international financial institutions. We need to put an end to this. What are we doing in terms of tariffs to helping this industry that is hurting? If we want to talk tariffs, there are some that work, and I think this is certainly an industry that needs a lot of help. It's been ignored. It's on the verge of collapse. If we continue down this path, we will rely on imported seafood and certainly imported shrimp, which is hurting the worst within the seafood industry. And I don't know how familiar you are with this industry, but I'm curious to hear your opinions and what can be done to improve this.
Well, sir, as I mentioned earlier, this coastal elite grew up in a fishing village that when I was young was 500 people, so I'm very attuned to that. And again, on one hand, you're saying you don't like tariffs, on the other,
no, I don't like tariffs on our energy sector. Yeah, we do need tariffs in certain industries. This is one of them that I think would make sense.
I agree, and I'd be happy to work with you on this. We've worked with the Alaska delegation extensively on what's happening with Russian illegal fishing and illegal or sales to China that's then transshipped back to the U.S. So we'd be happy to work with you on this.
I'd love that. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here with us today. You are respected by the President, his economic team, leaders on Wall Street, and the broader international financial community. Your steady leadership is appreciated on both sides of the aisle. And after an abysmal 4 years, it is encouraging to see thoughtful and serious leadership guiding this discussion once again. And I would like to add a personal note. Both of us proudly call South Carolina home, and my family, like yours, also came to Charleston in the 1600s. I know you understand the economic landscape of South Carolina deeply, and that perspective is invaluable in the position that you hold. Let me start with a question about the textile industry. South Carolina, and especially my district in the upstate, has a long history in textiles. For over 100 years, it was more than just an economic sector. It was part of the cultural and social fabric in our communities. But there was a drastic shift in the 70s and the 80s. Well-intentioned regulations from Washington related to labor and the environment made the U.S. economy no longer competitive. And while I agree with the policies that we should not dump dyes and chemicals into the rivers, and we should not have 120 degrees in factories, and people should only work 40 hours a week, we need to focus on being competitive. And those regulations, all they did was push all of our textile jobs to China, or most of our textile jobs to China. China took advantage of it, and they incentivized and subsidized textile manufacturing, capturing an enormous amount of the market share. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in the South. Recently, you made a comment suggesting we do not need to bring the booming textile industry that once defined the region where we both grew up back. And that statement stirred some concern from some of the textile companies that survived in the district. And I agree with your broader point. That we should not return to producing low-quality goods just for the sake of manufacturing in the United States. I do want to ask, do you agree that we should prioritize support for the American textile industry that are still here, and particularly leaders that are in innovation and high-tech manufacturing and people that are producing Berry Amendment products for our warfighters?
Congressman, what I mean and meant was the survivors in this industry, they have done it through innovation, and they will continue to innovate, and they are high-end textile manufacturers. I remember going to China in the 1990s and 2000s and seeing everything that had been outsourced there in the textile industry. Sock City, they would have Sock City, Underwear City, and those are the jobs you and I grew up with many people, our family, friends involved with. And I think that we, through good tariff policy, we can make sure that these existing businesses can grow and thrive, especially in the high end. And again, anyone who has survived has done it through innovation, hard work.
And that's what I told them. I told them that we still support them, and we are going to make sure that they continue to thrive.
Sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I want to turn to the automotive industry, and specifically BMW, which operates its largest plant in the world in Spartanburg, South Carolina. That facility, which opened in 1994, has helped make our state the top auto exporter in the U.S. It employs either directly or through a nearby supply network, indirectly, almost 80,000 of my constituents, almost 1 in 10 of them. And foreign automakers like BMW are continuing to invest heavily in U.S. manufacturing. Incredibly, they have invested an additional $4 billion in the last 3 years, and that investment has real lasting benefits for American workers, exports, and innovation. It is President Trump's promise to the American people to renew the U.S. economy's competitiveness in the global economy, and this is an effort long overdue. My question is this: as President Trump renegotiates our trade relationships with the world, is it fair to say that BMW, the type of investment that BMW has made, a generational investment, is what we're hoping to incentivize?
Yes, Congressman. And I regularly see at the Port of Charleston, the BMW X Series sitting there for export. And I think that the president recently met with the heads of the 3 German auto companies and is working toward a solution for more American content and more made in the U.S. rather than just as assemblers. So it would be more jobs in your district.
And that message was heard loud and clear, and they're going to continue to invest. They've been a very good partner, and I'm just excited because interest rates coming down, energy costs going down, regulatory relief, a more fair trade deal. We are going to be the best place to start to grow, to build a business, and I appreciate your leadership in that regard. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting my 7th year in Congress, and in those 7 years, I have never received more phone calls from my constituents on any issue than the hack into the Treasury payment system earlier this year. As you know well, this is the system that manages over $5 trillion a year of federal payments, payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter those two letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to get through a lot of those questions right now, Secretary Bessent, and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your response, but I would very much like a more fulsome answer in writing. In January, the New York Times reported that you pressured David Lebrick out of his role overseeing that after he refused to grant that access to people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left the day later. Is that accurate?
I did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right, fine. That's yes or no. New York Times is inaccurate, fine.
He was not placed in administrative leave, and he was subsequently resigned after sending numerous emails.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter. Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is
okay, so you're denying the New York Times. Fair enough. Tom Krause, you a fan of him, who's now playing that role?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier he was in that role. Do you agree that that role includes duties that include managing Treasury's payment system to ensure timely Social Security payments, overseeing auctions for U.S. Treasury bonds, which determine interest rates, and ensuring the U.S. doesn't breach the debt limit? Would you agree that that's all part of the functions of that job that Mr. Rouse is now holding?
No.
No? Shocking? Okay. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in government service?
He does not, neither do I.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector, which of course you do?
What's that?
Just, you can answer me. You don't need to, I'm doing this solo. You don't need the people behind you to help you. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector?
He had, in the financial sector, yes. He's put together more than 100.
No. Did he work for a bank? Did he work for a hedge fund? Did he work for a private equity firm?
He worked for a private equity firm.
He's the CEO of a software company.
He's done more than $100 billion of tech deals.
He runs a software company. He's still the CEO of that software company, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
He is. Is it your view that that job that he's holding is a part-time job?
I'm not
managing $5 trillion a year of distributions. That's a part-time job, or does that require full-time?
No, sir. He is not managing $5 trillion a year of distribution. He is doing a tech upgrade, an ERP system.
That's all that Mr. Lebrick was doing, was a tech upgrade?
Sorry?
Mr. Lebrick, who said, I'm not going to allow people to hack into this system. He was just doing a tech upgrade? Or you've downgraded what that job function is?
Mr. Lebrick was in charge of 1.5 billion payments a year, which 1/3 did not have a task identification.
Sir, come on.
So he had failed.
Come on, we're going to move along. The chairman, notably a moment ago, did not swear you in, so you are not under oath right now. February 4th, in your response to a Senate Democrats letter, you said that Mr. Krause will only have read-only access. A moment ago, in response to our chair, you said, and I quote, they were only granted read-only access at Treasury. You're not under oath right now. You could be, but you're not. Mr. Gioeli testified under oath in a recent hearing, saying that Mario Alez was given right access to the Treasury payment system. Do you wish to correct your remarks to the chair, the ranking member?
I would say that
no one was given right access.
I never granted anything other than
But Mario Alez was granted right access.
I never granted anything other than read-only access.
Mr. Alez left the Treasury Department in part after it was discovered that he said normalize Indian hate and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Do you agree with those sentiments?
I do not at all.
Do you think that someone who has those sentiments should be employed in your department?
That I had a conversation with the vice president.
That
I admired his grace.
He then went to HHS.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank the gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized. Mr. Stutzman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Frankly, I apologize for the fact that you're getting a lot of accusations thrown at you, and you haven't had much chance to respond to some of them and that are fair questions that I know that you have good answers for. So with respect to the individuals originally referenced by Ranking Member Waters, who may have had access to certain BFS systems, and in response to Mr. Caston, do you want to add any additional information on that matter?
I would say that that is in litigation, and I never authorized access.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your service and for your willingness to come serve in Washington, D.C. at a critical time, and the fact that you heeded President Trump's call, and it's refreshing, honestly. We see a lot of ups and downs, things are, happening around the world, but here at home, there's a reset that's happening, and that does create some volatility. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good news that I think the other side is missing, and I find it ironic that this chart was handed out earlier. And of course, it tries to show that all the blame is on the Republican presidents over the past century or so. But the one that really caught
Congressman, if I may interrupt, as a former finance professor, that chart we get an F.
Well, I agree, and it's interesting that this big drop off right here after President Clinton. I live in one of the heaviest manufacturing districts in the country, and I know that businesses don't turn on a dime that quickly, but that was because of different trade policies. Something happened during the President Clinton era that caused a lot of jobs to leave. And that's what President Trump and you are trying to fix. Is that correct?
I think that thing was called NAFTA, sir.
Exactly. Well, thank you for doing that, because we saw jobs growing up in Northeast Indiana in the auto industry and agriculture, manufacturing, just continue to have this slow decline. And manufacturing is critical to a nation, and manufacturing has built America. And we've seen jobs leave because of bad policies over years. But because of President Trump and because of you, sir, we're now seeing headlines that say Rolls-Royce planning to shift production to the United States to avoid Trump's tariffs. We see headlines saying Johnson & Johnson to invest over $55 billion in U.S. in the next 4 years. Even in my district, GM has announced that they're increasing truck production. I know, coming from a manufacturing family, that we're seeing opportunities. Is it going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But it's at least giving us the opportunity to look forward and say there's an opportunity, because you all are resetting the table to look out for America first. And so I want to say thank you. And if you don't, and if I've heard you say this before, that President Trump has tasked you with reducing debt and deficits as well as keeping the economy strong, that's a huge task, but it's one that has to happen. And I appreciate what you've been doing, because a debt crisis would just flat out limit us to any sort of recovery. It'd be very difficult. I want to ask you real quick about the Federal Reserve's dual mandate. Generally speaking, should the Federal Reserve focus more on fighting inflation or providing maximum employment? And what should the Fed focus on if the economy enters stagflation?
Sir, I would just comment on monetary policy in general rather than the Federal Reserve. I think the two are inexorably linked. And as we saw during the terrible inflation during the Biden years, that employment picked up, but that was a slingshot effect as we came into post-COVID recovery that financed by debt-fueled government spending, and we are trying to end that. So the Federal Reserve should focus on both, and it's at different times. But look, keeping inflation down, President Trump won because of, I believe, because real wages for working Americans dropped.
No, that's absolutely right. And we saw the cost of living go up. The last 4 years have been the hardest on Americans due to the former administration's policies. And I know that there's a huge recovery and people are still trying to recover and are hopeful and optimistic. And my time's about to expire, but I just wish you the best and I want to say thank you. And working together here in this committee, there's plenty of places to work together and try to get us back on track rather than pointing fingers. So,
Gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have heard from Democrats publicly, and I'm certain you've heard from Republicans privately, that this administration's reckless and chaotic tariff policy is wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct, you and your husband have 2 children. So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely essential for families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land. It's the law of the land in 50 states. So there's no getting around that. Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate of how many babies are born in the United States each year?
I would guess 2 to 3 million.
Well, while the number fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the United States. That means millions of families in this country are doing what? Buying a car seat because it's essential and it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up to 145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the US come from China. That's a steep cost. Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products. But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record a Yahoo Finance article from May 2025 entitled, "First Year Baby Expenses Already Top $20,000, and Tariffs Are Adding to the Bill as China Dominates Key Imports."
Without objection.
Look, I support improving manufacturing in America, but that is not going into effect overnight like these tariffs are. There needs to be an exemption to help America's families. Trump has used his power for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Yes or no?
Congressman, what you're referring to are...
Yes or no?
What you're referring to are...
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to filibuster and give me some macroeconomic answer. Families at home are hurting and so just give me a direct answer.
I am going to agree with you that
So yes, you do support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies.
Exemptions on E4 items, which...
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. Mr. Chair, I am reclaiming my time. Give me my time back. I'm reclaiming my time. I just want a simple yes or no. Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Because you all claim you're pro-family. I cannot hear the words you say because I see the things that you do every day. So clear it up. Yes or no? Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their babies?
It is under consideration.
Great, good. I don't know what's stopping an exemption from going into effect today, so do it now. In Donald Trump's America's price is not yesterday's price is not today's price. Costs are going up, everyone is suffering, especially our families with young children. Mr. Secretary, I'm making an appeal to you on behalf of the people of this country. Please tell occupant Trump to reverse course and stop hurting America's families. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, our chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to be with you. Thank you. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish we had colleagues that were upset about the Biden 20% inflation and lack of wage growth, along with that inflation and the high energy costs that were costing families throughout my district thousands of dollars. I wish we would have heard a peep about that, and yet we have just angry voices over the potentiality of bringing manufacturing back to the United States that, in fact, hasn't even gotten into effect yet. It's nuts. Mr. Secretary, the ongoing litigation response to the Democrats' questions about the Treasury Doge team, is it true that they can find all the information, find all the available information there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, regarding the beneficial ownership rule, which was a disaster for my small businesses, I mean all of them, 100% complained about it. The original intent of the Corporate Transparency Act was to root out bad actors. The previous administration, however, turned it into a massive data collection with over 50 questions, originally there were 4, that outraged small business, accountants, attorneys, anybody who had anything to do with it. In fact, only 20% of the small businesses were even able to comply by the January 1st deadline, and meanwhile they were threatened with fines up to $500 per day and up to $10,000, small businesses. They were beside themselves. You listened to the small businesses and did something immediately to correct course, exempting U.S. companies from reporting, and my small businesses throughout my district, throughout Pennsylvania, applaud you for eliminating a needless bureaucratic reporting regime. So thank you.
And Congressman, I'm just sorry that so many of them had to waste their hard-earned dollars either complying or preparing to comply.
And losing sleep and everything else, and some even going out of business because they found it preposterous. Thank you. Let's talk about removing the ideological, subjective, even capricious regulators how would you, under the Biden administration, bank supervisors focused more on ideological concerns and less on material, bright-line financial rules versus the risks? How will you work with bank regulators to refocus supervision on bright lines rules rather than issue unrelated to safety and soundness?
Again, Congressman, very important point. We could see that we had 3, under the previous administration, we had 3 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. 2 weeks before that, the Financial Stability Oversight Council published a report that said that climate was the biggest threat to the financial system, not the deposit volatility, not over-leveraged bond portfolios. So we are promoting common sense, back to basics.
Yes, thank you. Okay. The efforts related to the removal of reputational risk as a basis of supervisory criticism, can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Many people, many individuals, many organizations were debanked because of their political beliefs, and regulators used that as a litmus test, and that it is a very capricious category in bank regulation. So we have moved to remove that as a criteria. We believe that financial ratios are much more important than whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Thank you. Yes, well put, and appreciate the fact that you see things that way, as should be seen.
Capital requirements, Basel III Endgame, of course, the GSIB surcharge and other proposed capital rules might put U.S. banks at an international disadvantage. What do you believe, if you got an idea of the right level for capital requirements?
Sir, we are examining that now, and we will weigh in heavily at the BIS and the other rulemaking entities. But again, this one size fits all. And I believe one of the reasons we've seen the stagnation in many other countries is the regulatory, the framework, the very tight regulatory framework that they put around their regulated financial institutions.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. I'll yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During so-called Liberation Day, Donald Trump imposed tariffs on territories populated not by humans but by penguins. He imposed tariffs on countries with which the United States runs a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. He imposed tariffs on products that cannot be produced domestically, which means a higher cost for American consumers without any benefit to American manufacturers. He imposed tariffs on impoverished nations like Lesotho, which cannot afford to buy as much from us as we buy from them. If President Joe Biden had put in place these absurd tariffs, every single Republican, without exception, would have condemned his trade policy as the height of incompetence. And you, Mr. Bessent, would have joined that chorus of criticism. There's no doubt in my mind. But swap out Biden's name for Trump's, and suddenly the moral outrage from Republicans vanishes like magic. I have a simple yes or no question. Do you think excessive taxation undermines the competitiveness of American manufacturing?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Trump tariff regime is a breeding ground for the excessive taxation of American manufacturing. Consider as an example Intel's manufacturing of CPUs. Intel sources foreign components, which is subject to the first layer of taxation. It then manufactures the CPUs in the United States before exporting it to China, which will face a second layer of taxation. And finally, China will export the CPU back to the United States, where it will face a third layer of taxation. Taxation upon taxation upon taxation of American manufacturing goods. Do you think that kind of compounding taxation of American manufacturing goods like Intel CPU will strengthen or weaken American manufacturing?
Sir, I just want to be clear. You're saying that taxes raise cost.
I'm sorry?
Sir, you're saying that taxes raise cost.
Taxing the intermediate goods that go into a manufactured products raise costs, yes.
So you're saying that taxes are inflationary.
Taxes are inflation, yes.
Good, then we should cut taxes.
In the context of tariffs, yes.
Then we should cut taxes, and you should join the...
Can you answer my question about the tariffs?
In the tax bill.
Can you answer my questions about the tariffs?
I'm not sure I understand.
CPU's Intel would face Intel CPU would face 3 levels of taxation: the taxes on the foreign components, the U.S. taxes, and the Chinese taxes, or the Chinese tariffs. Do you think that kind of compounded taxation hinders or helps American manufacturing?
I think that strategic American manufacture is very important, like Intel, and I think we have to bring that back to the U.S.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747, has 6 million components. There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you even acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that the supply chains, they are wide, but we've also, for the automakers, we have given an exemption.
I'm not asking about the automakers. I'm asking about Boeing aircraft. Let me move on. Critical minerals are essential to the military defense of the United States. China controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining and almost all of the world's critical mineral processing and refining. The Trump administration has chosen to wage a total trade war with China without first building a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Right? Just like it would be foolish to enter a car race without enough fuel in the tank, or enter a weightlifting competition without sufficient strength to lift the weights. It seems equally foolish to wage an all-out trade war on China without a domestic critical mineral supply chain, breaking China's strongest chokehold over the United States, the CCP's chokehold on critical minerals and rare earth elements, is a precondition for winning the trade war against China. Do you agree with that?
I believe that we have to bring the rare earth, as you correctly said, processing back, or not even back to the U.S. We have
It's not only processing, it's rare earth mining as well. And it's critical mineral processing and refining.
Strategic minerals.
And the weaponization of critical minerals against the United States is the opposite of making America safe again.
Rare earths are not that rare. Processing is rare.
The mining is rare too. We have a insufficient mining industry here in the United States, and you know that.
Good, then I hope you'll join us in the deregulation of many of these onerous mining requirements.
I think my time has expired.
Appreciate the gentleman from New York. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this hearing. Secretary Bessent, good to see you, and thank you so much for coming. Southern California, where I'm from, and the district that I represent, serves as the primary gateway to Pacific Rim, and Asian goods into the United States come through the ports of LA and Long Beach. But we are already starting to see a drop in volume, as the ports of LA and Long Beach are expected to see 35% to 30% drop when compared to a year ago. Cargo volume is one of the largest economic drivers in the region, and long-term drop will not just impact families, at the grocery stores and small businesses' bottom line, but also result in truckers and dock workers losing their jobs. So, Secretary Bessent, I would like to ask, how can you ensure that our tariff policy will not unintentionally harm American small businesses and workers in the long term?
Well, Congresswoman, we believe over the long term that it will drive growth in the economy. And as I've said many times, it is a mistake to look at trade in isolation. The Trump economic policy is a three-legged stool: trade, taxes, and deregulation. And we believe that the sum of the parts, that the whole is greater than the parts. And as we complete each one of those, that the U.S. will see substantial economic growth.
Thank you. I know that a lot of my constituents share these concerns that we raised. So I'd like to continue this discussion on this specific topic with you moving forward, because I'm concerned that these long-scale tariffs, if they continue in the long term, then American working families and small businesses will suffer under price hikes and a lack of certainty. But I want to shift gears and discuss the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC. Under the previous administration, Secretary Yellen rescinded the non-bank systematically important financial institution and replaced it with a new framework for assessing the financial risk. And this new framework overlooks the importance of prioritizing an activity-based standard and a cost-benefit analysis. So, Secretary Bessent, does FSOC intend to reassess the 2023 guidance so that it is more closely aligned with the thoughtful process that was created in 2019?
Congresswoman, that is on our agenda.
Thank you. As you finalize that decision, I want to emphasize that my support for a return to an activity-based standard that more appropriately addresses the risk of non-banks. Thank you.
Treasury would be happy to work with your team on that.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to urge you to continue your support for CDFI. CDFI fund programs are statutory, as you know, and it has been critical in promoting the local economy in Orange County. So do you still agree that the CDFI fund has a critical role to play in fostering economic opportunity? I think I know the answer because you stated very clearly in public statements.
We believe that if CDFIs follow their statutory obligations and do not digress into more ideological boundaries, that they can be important institutions.
Thank you. As you know, last week, I attended the Financial Literacy Roundtable that your team put together, and thank you so much for inviting me.
I think I just missed you.
But your team was very well represented, and again, I want to thank you so much because as a co-chair of the Financial Literacy and Wealth Creation Caucus, events like that, bringing the stakeholders together and having a meaningful dialogue and conversation, I think is critically important, and we need to continue that. So can you talk about how you can continue to advance financial literacy initiatives now that we are past the Financial Literacy Month? I mean, I was able to take the leadership and pass the bill that proclaims month of April as the Financial Literacy Month, and I hope that we can continue to work in this space together.
As you should know, that it is a strong core belief of mine that financial literacy is the only path to economic independence and well-being. So the more Americans who can be educated, and I think we should probably go state to state and encourage each state to put in financial literacy standards for their students.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today. I want to start first by just clarifying your testimony and its delivery. Why did you ask for your witness statement to be embargoed until this morning?
Pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need.
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice. As a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I think you should clarify to the gentleman that that is not our standard. And I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here. And I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the members of Congress that have oversight. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help, frankly, for some of the atmosphere that's created when we all just sit down and we still don't have your testimony. Well, then, we just sort of don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom and practice.
Congresswoman, I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice is important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
In the teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself
No, ma'am, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Sir, I read your testimony. That's not anywhere in here.
Deductibility.
That is not in here, sir.
Deductibility
I am
of
referring
auto
to your
loans.
testimony and what I've listened to. I said right up front, I can see you and I can hear you. You've not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In fact,
none of your colleagues
even when
have
we were
asked me.
talking, even when we were talking about the car seats, that impacts poor people more than anyone else. because not only can they usually not even afford a car seat and have to go to a garage sale to find one, now it's going to be even higher. You know, your president is suggesting that he wants to give a $5,000 bonus to women to have babies, and then what? Just leave them out on the cold alone? No car seat, no food, no Medicaid, no no chip
Congresswoman,
program?
I can tell you the worst.
And I'm asking you right now, sir.
The
that
worst thing
you-
for
you
working
need- you
families
need to-
will be
as a
the
treasurer-
expiration of the 2017
As Secretary of Treasury, it's not
Tax Cuts and
just
Jobs
about
Act.
the inflation rate. It's not just about the GDP. It's also about making sure that we keep the poverty rate in this country low. There are people who are living in poverty that never have lived in poverty before. You know, you also failed to say here, you say unemployment remains low. I mean, the Senate should have read unemployment went up.
Ma'am,
Because it did.
Under the Biden administration,
And the growth
we
administration, we're not talking
experienced
about Biden, sir. We're
record
talking
food bank
about your
usage.
testimony here
Record food
today
bank usage.
about the current president and his plans. Because I can tell you, I'm from Houston. I'm concerned too about some of the tariffs on energy. You know, we have done a lot to increase trade in Houston, construction, everything after the pandemic. And all things were growing. Everything has been growing. But now that the Trump tariffs have surfaced, it is threatening Houston's economy. I represent the area where almost the entire ship channel is in. The petrochemical companies all are in my district. The port is in my district. Everybody is trying to figure out
Gentlewoman's
what the
time has
hell we're going to
expired.
do.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the opinion and order by the United States District Court in the Southern District of New York in the matter of New York versus Donald Trump that directly contradicts several responses the Secretary gave to me about DOJ's access to Treasury payment system.
Without objection. I want to thank our witness today. We appreciate Secretary Bessent's testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to our witness for his response. Secretary Bessent, please respond no later than June 2nd, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We have a busy day here at the Department of Justice, as I'm sure a lot of you have seen already. Today, we are proud to announce the results of the FBI's Operation Restore Justice initiative. This historic, unprecedented nationwide operation led to the arrest of 205 child sex predators. Unbelievable. In just 5 days. This was an incredible operation done in conjunction with the FBI and our prosecutors. Children and their families now have a chance to heal. These are online predators. Think about this. 115 victims, children. In 5 days, we were able to help. This kind of work takes a toll on the FBI agents and the prosecutors who are doing this every single day. They are working tirelessly online, dealing with the dregs of our society, the worst of the worst, the people that hide behind a computer and target our young children every single day. Our law enforcement, our prosecutors, sit there and deal with this every day to get these monsters off the street. Director Patel and I, almost daily in our meetings, talk about these cases and what it does to our officers and our prosecutors, but also how many lives are being saved and how many children are being helped by this. Director Patel is going to get into the specific cases with you in a minute, but what I will tell you is these depraved human beings, if convicted, will face the maximum penalty in prison, some life. We will find you, we will arrest you, and we will charge you. If you are online targeting a child, you will not escape us. The FBI and the Department of Justice will come after you, and we will prosecute you. Parents, you have to know, this is so serious. Your child has no right to privacy on the internet. None. You have to monitor what your kids are doing, whether they're playing games on the internet, on social media, any other websites that children, teenagers frequent, an online predator can find them. I always say it's from instant message to instant nightmare. Parents, they're talking to your kids like they're other children, and they're not. They're predators. They pose as children. They get them sometimes to post explicit pictures of themselves after they talk to them. And then in some cases, they even try to blackmail the children. The suicide rate among teens ages 14 to 17 has increased as a result of this as well, because teens are taken advantage of and they're manipulated online by child predators. So all of you being here today and covering this is so important because parents need to know. You've got to talk to your kids. They think they're talking to other children, but most of the time they're not. Director Patel, thank you.
First and foremost, to the Department of Justice under General Bondi's leadership and all its components, because of your courage, we are here today protecting our most vulnerable, our children. Thank you, General Bondi. Thank you to so many of your colleagues here today that do this work tirelessly day in and day out and never get a moment's thanks. We should acknowledge all of them today. As the FBI director, I'm humbled to lead some of the bravest men and women in law enforcement, and I want to thank our 55 field offices, our 90-plus United States Attorney's offices, our CIOS section, our CRIM division here at the Department of Justice, and our field offices throughout the country with lawyers and prosecutors and agents working tirelessly on some of the harshest criminality we've ever seen. They don't take breaks because our children deserve a free and open society. I also want to just take a moment to emphasize the priority of this Department of Justice and this FBI. Our children. If you harm our children, you will be given no sanctuary. There is no place we will not come to hunt you down. There is no place we will not look for you. And there is no cage we will not put you in should you do harm to our children. The prioritization of this administration and General Bondi has made it abundantly clear to child predators. you will be hunted down and you will be prosecuted. And that is a refreshing thing to hear for the men and women who do this work tirelessly. And it's also an acknowledgement of the safety that we look forward to bringing America. As the Attorney General mentioned, there are a couple of cases worth highlighting. People in places of public trust have violated not only the law, but that public trust, to include teachers, law enforcement personnel, and other professionals that we look to safeguard our children, have not only violated the law, but violated the trust. In Minneapolis, defendant Jeremy Francis Plonsky, a Minneapolis state trooper and former Army reservist, was arrested for producing child sexual abuse material while in uniform. Not anymore. In Norfolk, Virginia, defendant Jose Alexis Valdez Sosa, an illegal immigrant from Mexico, again, allegedly arrested for transporting a minor across state lines. No more. Another example, right here in Washington, D.C., in the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Linwood Barnhill, a former already convicted sex offender, was arrested again for exploiting more victims, more children, while on supervised release. These are just three examples that show you the extent and the depravity of these horrific crimes. And we need to team up together with the American public to find the rest. I want to give a special thanks to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for the tireless work they do in partnering with us. And again, I want to thank the Department of Justice and all these folks here. And Pam, thank you for never wavering to defend our children.
Thank you, Director Patel. And this ranges from, we have cases from California to New York to Florida, our entire country. And just in 1 week, again, 115 victims we have. 205 offenders have been charged in 1 week, thanks to the FBI. So think what's happening throughout this country. Children are being taken advantage of, and we have to stop it. Thank you for covering this very important topic today. Thank you.
fundamental values, unlike anything we have ever had at the Munich Security Conference. And actually, we published a brochure, a copy of which you'll have on the way out, about the speech and the reactions to it from around the world. This intense debate about how fundamental values, how the freedom of speech, the rule of law should be interpreted and applied continues to this day. But when we prepared for this meeting with your team yesterday, we agreed, and they agreed, that today we should try to focus on current challenges of foreign policy, which confront us together. So thank you again for making yourself available. We don't have a great deal of time, so I'll not come up with a long introduction, and I just want to get us started. The first time you came to Munich, you were still a senator from Ohio. What I associate with Ohio is the Dayton Agreement, 30 years ago in 1995. I was at that time actually the German negotiator. So I actually lived in Dayton, Ohio for one entire month. So and why is this important? Because it was through U.S. intervention, that peace was brought about in Europe, in the Balkans at that time. So if I may, let me ask my first question about the U.S. and Europe. A distinguished former U.S. diplomat, Richard Holbrooke, wrote almost exactly 30 years ago in a Foreign Affairs article that the United States is and should remain a European power. Today, 30 years ago, my question is, do you think that the United States should continue to see itself as a European power? In Munich, remember, you actually said, and I quote, "We are still on the same team." Are we, and what does that mean for the U.S. presence in Europe and relationship with Europe? First question.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, and I'm sorry my microphone apparently is broken, but we have another one, so that's good. So everybody can hear me now, right? Everybody can hear me? Great, good. So first of all, thrilled to be here and thrilled to have this conversation. I've been looking forward to it. And yeah, I do still very much think that the United States and Europe are on the same team. And I think that this is, sometimes I've been criticized as a hyper-realist, right? I think of foreign policy purely in terms of transactional values. What does the America get out of it? What do the rest of the world get out of it? And try to focus so purely on the transactional value of it that we ignore sometimes the humanitarian or the moral side of it. And I think at least with Europe, that's actually not a full encapsulation of my views, because I think that European civilization and American civilization, European culture and American culture are very much linked. And they're always going to be linked. And I think it's completely ridiculous to think that you're ever going to be able to drive a firm wedge between the United States and Europe. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to have disagreements. And of course, you brought up the speech earlier. It doesn't mean that Europeans won't criticize the United States or the United States won't criticize Europe. But I do think fundamentally we have to be, and we are, on the same civilizational team. And I think obviously there's a big question about what that means in the 21st century. I think, obviously the president and I believe that it means a little bit more European burden sharing on the defense side. I think that it means that all of us, frankly, on both sides of the Atlantic have gotten a little bit too comfortable with the security posture of the last 20 years, and that, frankly, that security posture is not adequate to meet the challenges of the next 20 years. So there are a lot of ways in which this alliance will evolve and change, in the same way that the alliance evolved and changed from 1945 to 1975 and from 1975 to 2005. I do think that we're in one of these phases where we're going to have to rethink a lot of big questions, but I do think that we should rethink those big questions together. That is a fundamental belief of both me and the president. And you mentioned this is my third time speaking with the Munich Security Conference group. Obviously, the first couple of times were in Munich, and I always remember very fondly, of course, that the very first time It was as a United States Senator representing Ohio, and I'm glad you got to spend a month in Dayton. I love Dayton. It's kind of the closest big city, if you can call it a big city, to where I grew up. But on that first panel, I was on that panel, and also David Lammy, who at the time was a lowly member in opposition, and of course now is the great Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, and he and I have become good friends. So I still think that this European alliance is very important, but I think that for it to be important and for us to be real friends with each other, and I think that we are very much real friends, we've got to talk about the big questions, and I know that's an important part of what this entire group does, so I'm glad to be here.
Great, thank you so much. And I think the message has arrived in Europe that we need to carry a significantly larger share of the burden. As you know, we are all trying to spend more. Some are spending really a lot more. Others are lagging behind a little bit, but we're moving in the right direction, I think. Let me turn to a really concrete, urgent issue, Ukraine. The Trump administration, from what we have seen in the media, etc., seems to agree with most of us in Europe that unfortunately Russia does not seem to be really willing to end this military confrontation. If that's the assessment, if that's our collective assessment, could you talk a little bit about U.S. strategy going forward? We all want this war to end, and let me say as a very personal comment, I think the Trump administration did the right thing by starting this process of talking to the Ukrainians, talking to the Russians, but the Russians seem not to be interested in the kind of quote-unquote deal that could be offered to them. So talk to us a little bit about how you see the next steps.
Yeah, so let me say a couple of things about this. First of all, I appreciate your kind words about the administration. Obviously, I think it was the right thing to do for us to start the process of negotiation. I think for too long, the Russians, the Ukrainians have been fighting. Obviously, there's been a lot of people dying on both sides. There's been a lot of innocent loss of life. And our view is it's absurd that you've had this war go on for so long, and the two sides aren't even talking constructively about what would be necessary for them to end the conflict. And I think that one of the things that President Trump has always been very good at, and he's gotten a lot of criticism, unfair criticism in my view, from both the American and some of the European press, is what I would call a strategic realism or a strategic insight. In other words, you don't have to agree with the Russian justification for the war, and certainly both the president and I have criticized the full-scale invasion, but you have to try to understand where the other side is coming from to end the conflict. And I think that's what President Trump has been very deliberate about, is actually forcing the Russians to say, here is what we would like in order to end the conflict. And again, you don't have to agree with it. You can think that the request is too significant, and certainly the first peace offer that the Russians put on the table, our reaction to it was, you're asking for too much, but this is how negotiations unfold. And I wouldn't say, I'm not yet that pessimistic on this, I wouldn't say that the Russians are uninterested in bringing this thing to a resolution. What I would say is right now, the Russians are asking for a certain set of requirements, a certain set of concessions in order to end the conflict. We think they're asking for too much, okay? And then obviously, the Ukrainians matter a lot. They're the other side. They're the other party, at least to the direct conflict. And we have to ask, what is the Ukrainian? What do they need in order to bring this conflict to a successful completion? And we're going to continue to have that conversation. Now, what the president has said is that he will walk away if he thinks he's not making progress. And I think that, about once every 4 or 5 weeks, you will hear some American official or sometimes multiple American officials say, this is a week where we need to make another step. And in particular, the step that we would like to make right now is we would like both the Russians and the Ukrainians to actually agree on some basic guidelines for sitting down and talking to one another. Obviously, the United States is happy to participate in those conversations, but it's very important for the Russians and the Ukrainians to start talking to one another. We think that is the next big step that we would like to take. And why does that matter? The reason it matters is because, again, I mentioned the Russians, but also the Ukrainians have also been they've put a piece of paper in our hands that says this is what we would need in order to bring this conflict to a successful resolution from our perspective. And there's a big gulf predictably, between where the Russians and the Ukrainians are, and we think the next step in the negotiation is to try to close that gulf. We think it's probably impossible for us to mediate this entirely without at least some direct negotiation between the two, and so that's what we focused on. But I'm not yet a pessimist on this. I mean, obviously, you know, the Russians and the Ukrainians are not there yet because the fighting is still going on. You know, the Ukrainians have said they would agree to a ceasefire, a 30-day ceasefire. We appreciate that. What the Russians have said, again, you don't have to disagree with it, but it's important to understand where the other side is coming from. What the Russians have said is a 30-day ceasefire is not in our strategic interest. So we've tried to move beyond the obsession with the 30-day ceasefire and more on the what would the long-term settlement look like. And we've tried to consistently advance the ball. One final point I'd make about this, I think it's probably wouldn't surprise anybody in the room, but there are a lot of people watching who are not in the room, is a frustration that we've had, frankly, with both sides, is that they hate each other so much that if you have an hour conversation with either side, the first 30 minutes are just them complaining about some historical grievance from 4 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Look, I understand it. I understand that people don't fight wars against each other without a lot of grievance and a lot of problem, but we're trying to, as much as we can, play a constructive role in advancing the peace conversation forward. And what I'll say, just to echo something that President Trump has said many times, but I think it bears repeating, is our strong view is that the continuation of this conflict is bad for us, it's bad for Europe, it's bad for Russia, and it's bad for Ukraine. We think that if cool heads prevail here, we can bring this thing to a durable peace that will be economically beneficial for both the Ukrainians and the Russians, and most importantly, will stop the end of the destruction of human lives. I think people underappreciate this about our president here in the United States is he has a genuine humanitarian impulse about this. He hates innocent people losing their lives. He hates even soldiers losing their lives in unnecessary conflicts. He just wants the killing to stop, and that will continue to be America's policy. But obviously, as all of you have seen, we'll navigate that policy and react as the parties bring their grievances to us.
Great, thank you very much. If I can just offer 2 footnotes to that. I think for us, Europeans living as neighbors of Ukraine, and if you wish, also as neighbors of Russia, we have begun to understand that what we're looking at here is not just the defensive war by Ukraine against the Russian aggression. It is also a confrontation that puts at risk all of European security. In other words, it's indirectly our defense also. It's not just Ukraine. And this is why we're so desperately interested in seeing that this comes to an end, hopefully. And I think the real trick for negotiations and for a conclusion of this is going to be that it's going to be lasting and not broken in the next 3, 6, or 9 months again. Let me, Mr. Vice President, since we have so little time, there are so many issues. If you allow, let me turn to another issue, China. That's a key, as we understand, a key challenge for the United States, for your foreign policy. It's also of tremendous interest for us in Europe. So the United States has defined China as the key strategic challenge going forward for coming probably many years. This has also been the justification, the reasoning when American staff members of yours tell us the United States must be much more present in Asia and will therefore need to reduce their presence, their strength, etc., in Europe. But now there are some signals in the media that the United States government, that the White House might actually be interested in a strategic deal with China, maybe even including on Taiwan. Could you talk a little bit about the China strategy of the Trump administration?
Yeah, so I haven't seen those reports that you mentioned, a strategic deal on Taiwan, so I wouldn't speak to that. I certainly would say that there has been no conversation between our governments about a strategic deal on that particular question. What we have talked about, of course, is that we cannot absorb the producer surplus of the entire world. That has been the role of the American economy for the past 30 years, in some cases vis-a-vis Europe. And by the way, we don't blame, for example, the Germans for pursuing a policy that makes their exporters strong. We just wish that American leadership had pursued a policy that made our exporters strong, because now we find ourselves in a very precarious place. And when I say we, I mean the entire West. I mean the NATO alliance. I mean the United States and Europe, which is that we become, in a world of hyper-complicated, hyper-globalized supply chains, we find ourselves more and more reliant on countries that may not have our best interests at heart. And even if they're halfway decent trading partners, it's still a little bit risky to put all of your eggs in one proverbial basket economically. And what the president has said is we must rebalance the global economy vis-a-vis China. We cannot absorb hundreds of billions of dollars, close to $1 trillion per year in annual surplus, most of it coming from the People's Republic of China. And what that's going to mean in the rebalancing is that we think that the PRC is going to have to, frankly, let their own population consume a little bit more. They've held consumption levels down in order to increase these massive exports. It means that American manufacturers are going to have to be treated more fairly in some of these global trade deals. It means we're going to have to cut some new trade deals with some of our friends in Europe, but also with some of our more adversarial nations. But that also, we have to be careful here, because while we want to rebalance global trade, and that has certainly been the explicit goal of our policy, we also want to make sure that we do this in the right way. And yes, you've seen media reports that the Chinese reached out to the United States. Of course, we're going to sit down and talk to them. I'm not going to divulge too many details or prejudge the negotiations, but we want to rebalance trade in the interests of American workers, in the interests of American manufacturers. That is our policy. We think that we can do that while preserving at least an open dialogue with the PRC and with a lot of other nations all over the world. But that doesn't mean the old way of doing business is going to be stable or that it's going to persist. It simply cannot. It was not sustainable 10 years ago. It was certainly not sustainable 4 years ago, and we're very, very committed to changing it. But we're open to having conversations with both, again, our friends and more adversarial nations about what that rebalancing ultimately looks like. And people have to remember, Liberation Day, which was where the president announced this fundamental change, I think, in the global trading system, that was almost exactly 30 days ago. So we are in the early innings of a very significant shift. I think that shift is going to really inure to the benefit of both the United States, but also of Europe. But it's fundamentally, it has to happen, and it's going to happen under President Trump's leadership.
All right. I think it's great if there are beginning discussions between you and the Chinese. Could you expand a little more on what would your expectations be for an EU-US successful discussion of these trade issues? Is there any message that we can take home to our friends in Brussels? Because that's also, from our point of view, obviously a very urgent issue.
Yeah, so to put it very simply, and we've obviously had great conversations with a lot of our European friends at the very senior levels between the president and heads of state, between me and officials in European governments, but also with trade representatives and also the very nitty-gritty technical details of a trade agreement. So these conversations are ongoing. But I'll throw a few general principles out there. I think the first is that, again, America wants its exporters and by implication its workers to be treated much more fairly. We want American markets, in the same way that American markets have been open to a lot of European goods, we'd like a lot of European markets to be open to American goods. Now there's an agriculture component to that, there's a value-added manufacturing component to that. We think that we have, in both the software but also the more harder technology side, we have some great defense technology firms where, on the one hand, we have our European friends saying we want to actually build up our defense, we want to do more burden sharing, but on the other hand, it seems like some of our European friends are less open for business if the people selling software and hardware are American firms. Well, we think that's inconsistent. We think that we have some of the best military hardware and software in the world, and we think part of being good allies is, yes, we obviously want the Europeans to take a bigger role in the continental defense, but we also think that there are a lot of great American companies that they can work with. And so, again, this doesn't have to be a zero-sum dynamic. This can be a very synergistic relationship, but the fundamental principle is we think that most nations in the world have been way too hard on American exporters and American firms. We want to make the entire world a little bit more open to the products built by American workers. We're obviously biased. We think that they're the best in the world, and we think that we can have a much better trading relationship with a lot of our European friends if they just dropped some of those both tariff but also non-tariff trade barriers. There are regulatory barriers. There are sometimes you have an official at the Ministry of Defense completely disconnected, as far as we can tell, from an actual law or regulation who will just say, we're not buying American products. Right. Sometimes you have officials in Europe who will say, well, we're going to penalize American technology firms in a way that we would never penalize European technology firms. We just want a little bit more fairness, or to use the president's favorite word, reciprocity. And again, with Europe, we think that's a very, very easy conversation to have. We hope our European friends agree.
Great. I get signs from my friend here that we're quickly running out of time.
Well, I'm having fun. Okay. And we can take a few more questions.
Okay, great, wonderful.
My team over there is very nervous. You guys can't see them behind, but
we'll be brief.
Please.
So thank you very much. We've heard that there is, in coming days or next 2 weeks, a presidential trip to the Middle East coming up.
Sure.
Among the many unresolved issues of that region is the issue of Iran and their nuclear ambition, et cetera, et cetera. Could you talk a little bit about the region? I mean, there's so many unresolved issues, the Gaza issue, but also Tehran. What would your expectation be? What would the goal be? Would you go for zero enrichment by Iran? Some people have suggested that. Or are we looking at a replay of the earlier, agreement that was reached 10 years ago?
Yeah. So there are a couple issues with the earlier agreement. The JCPOA,
right,
as it's called here in the United States, and I assume in Europe. But here the two big issues with that agreement are, number one, the enforcement or the inspections regime was
Come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first fiscal year 2026 budget hearing for the Subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. We want to welcome our witness, the Honorable Kash Patel, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to this subcommittee. Director Patel was sworn in as the FBI's director on February 21st, 2025. At your swearing in, you stated that there will be accountability within the FBI and outside the FBI, and we will do it through rigorous constitutional oversight. That's music to our ears. Americans gave us a clear mandate in November to restore confidence in the FBI and de-weaponize the DOJ, and they haven't minced words. We've heard from communities across the country who want to see a separation between politics and justice. After 4 long years, I'm confident that you have the ability and sheer determination to reinforce the FBI's mission of protecting the American public and upholding the Constitution. I'm looking forward to your leadership in tackling some of the most important and dangerous issues that our nation is facing. In fact, we are already starting to see progress since you were confirmed for this role earlier in this year. First and foremost, we finally have secure borders, making our communities safe again. Our borders, when unsecured, provide an express lane directly into our country for fentanyl and other illicit drugs that target our children, our schools, our families, and our neighborhoods. From a crackdown on cartel operations and trafficking to enhanced immigration enforcement, the importance of a strong and secure border cannot be understated. I want to thank you and President Trump for putting our nation's borders front and center. However, your work will never cease. Without taking a day off, your FBI must diligently prevent terrorism from striking our shores, nor can the Bureau allow espionage to overtake our institutions and our people. The constant advancements in technology and artificial intelligence are a double-edged sword, providing new opportunities for economic development in our communities, but also creating new risks for our hospitals, our banks, our educational institutions, and even putting our children in harm's way when it comes to cyber crimes. This is an important job, one of the most important in our nation. Criminals move fast and change methods regularly to evade capture. The FBI must be smarter, faster, and anticipate the underworld's next move. That's why I'm looking forward to hearing today from you about your plans to make the Bureau more effective and more efficient at fighting violent crime. This includes potentially moving agents away from Washington and into FBI field offices to better combat rampant crime. However, just last Friday, the President sent to Congress a preliminary budget that reflects a $545 million cut to the FBI. The information provided was limited in detail, so I look forward to hearing from you about this cut and, if enacted, what impact this level of funding would have on the FBI. I know with approximately $36 trillion in debt, our government must think and act differently. That's why I pledge to work with you directly as you lead the nation's top crime-fighting agency. You have a very important job to do, but I trust that you are up for the task. I think you are. Let me now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Meng, for any remarks she might wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity for our subcommittee to examine the work and the budget of one of the subcommittee's largest agencies, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Director Patel, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. As you know, the work of the FBI is of utmost importance to the safety and security of our local communities and the nation as a whole. The FBI's dedicated agents, analysts, and other professional staff perform invaluable work at the FBI's headquarters, field offices, resident agencies, overseas offices, and other critical facilities. They protect the American people, not just from violent crime in their local communities, but from cyber attacks and other threats coming from adversaries outside of the United States. That's why I was very disappointed to see that the fiscal year 2026 budget framework released Friday by the Trump administration appears to propose cutting the FBI's operating budget by more than $500 million. The FBI has, in the recent past, come under harsh and I believe highly unfair criticism by far too many politicians and political campaign operatives. Earlier this year, the Trump administration demanded that the FBI provide the Justice Department with the list of all current and former FBI employees who at any time worked on January 6 related investigations. The list was demanded to, quote, determine whether any additional personnel actions are unnecessary, unquote. These FBI employees are career public servants who were simply doing their jobs. The administration has also fired or forced out dozens of experienced career federal prosecutors, as well as numerous senior career FBI leaders, including James Dennehy, the highly respected head of the FBI's New York field office. It also isn't helpful to the FBI or to federal law enforcement more generally that other recent actions of the Trump administration have shown strong disrespect for the law. For example, the administration, including Elon Musk and OMB Director Russ Vought, have made up the existence of an inherent presidential power to impound federal funds, which the Government Accountability Office, the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel, and the Supreme Court of the United States have all rejected. According to calculations by the Appropriations Committee minority, the Trump administration is currently freezing at least $430 billion in federal funding that Congress had promised for communities all across America. This includes 365 DOJ grants recently terminated by the Trump administration, covering activities across 34 states and 2 U.S. territories. These grants were specifically for violence prevention and intervention efforts, services for victims of crime, responses to hate crimes, individuals struggling with substance use disorders, and much more. In addition, the administration has initiated a process to restore the gun possession rights of convicted felons and domestic abusers. It has attempted to intimidate law firms through executive orders and has gutted the public integrity section of the Justice Department, which has long worked to protect the American people against corruption. And just this past Sunday, when asked in an interview whether U.S. citizens and non-citizens living in our country deserve due process rights as laid out in the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, the president answered, quote, "I don't know, I'm not a lawyer," unquote. This is unacceptable. The president and his administration must always lead by example by obeying and enforcing the U.S. Constitution and federal laws. With an annual operating budget of more than $10 billion, it's entirely appropriate that this subcommittee, which provides the FBI with its funding every year, exercises strong oversight over the Bureau, its leadership, and its work. Director Patel, I look forward to your testimony today and to your answers to our questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he cares to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I get into my prepared statement, I just want to tell my friend, the director, how happy I am you're in your present post. A lot of us had the great privilege of knowing you from your time in service and the staff on the House, and particularly with Devin Nunes. And I don't think the president could have made a better appointment. And I think you're off to a great start, and I look forward to working with you. I know you'll find, and know Chairman Rogers, but you'll find the members of this committee very anxious to work with you to make the American people safer and more secure. So just thank you for being there. Thank you for the sacrifice you went through. I know you didn't have the easiest of confirmation processes, but I think that was probably to be expected. But thanks for going through it, and thanks again for taking this responsibility, because I know you're going to discharge it with great distinction. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. Ranking Member Min, well, one of those days. Thank you very much, and it's good to be with both of you here today. I'd like to welcome you, Mr. FBI Director. It's good to see you again, and thank you for appearing before us today. I want to remind everyone that when the Dean of the House and the chair of this subcommittee entered Congress back in 1981, discretionary spending stood at 45% of the federal budget, and mandatory spending was 55%. Fast forward today, we now have discretionary spending reduced to 28%, and mandatory spending having swelled to 72%. And as a percentage of the GDP, when the Dean got here, we were appropriating 9.8% of the GDP. We appropriate 6.4% of the GDP today. I simply point that out to say if we have a spending problem, it's not the Appropriations Committee where the problem is. We've actually reduced the amount of the resources of the American people we've taken to discharge our responsibilities, and the Dean's been a big part of that. Wouldn't have happened without him. The President has delivered, obviously, a starting point for this process of appropriations with his recent FY26 blueprint. Congress will now analyze the submission and use hearings to evaluate priorities moving forward, as we're doing here today. I would remind everyone, and certainly it's not the responsibility of the Director of the FBI, the quicker we can get a full budget, the better off we'll be. We'll be able to make smarter decisions and frankly, work with you more clearly. I know you share that frustration. And I always say it's nobody's fault. Every new administration, it takes time to get people approved, takes time to get people. But we are at crunch time if we're going to get these bills out of here in a timely enough process for the full Congress to consider them and for us to have an opportunity to negotiate a final agreement with our colleagues across the rotunda in the United States Senate. But to the point of the hearing today, the mission of the Federal Bureau of Investigations is a significant one. Protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. Your work to secure our communities, along with preserving the integrity and trust of our top law enforcement agencies, is impactful each and every day. Importantly, the FBI has been instrumental in Operation Not Forgotten that focuses on investigations, services, and intelligence for Indian country. According to the Department of Justice, at the beginning of fiscal year 2025, the FBI's Indian Country program had approximately 4,300 open investigations, including 900 death investigations, 1,000 child abuse investigations, and more than 500 domestic violence and adult sexual abuse investigations. Director Patel, I want to thank you and the FBI for reinstating and bolstering this critically important initiative, not only for Oklahoma, but also for the entire country. As you may know, more than 4 in 5 Native American and Alaskan Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime. The murder rate is 10 times higher than the national average for women living on reservations. Initiatives like these are what make the FBI stand apart. Very important when looking at these to understand the great majority of the perpetrators are not Native Americans. They're non-Native Americans, and they're on reservations and in Indian country for a very simple reason. I always like to say, hunters know where to hunt, fishermen know where to fish, predators know where to prey. They go to places that are quite often remote, where enforcement is difficult, and where jurisdiction is sometimes complex and tangled. So again, your focus on this knotty problem and persisting problem is deeply appreciated, certainly by me and I think members on both sides of the aisle. Our nation faces also countless threats, from terrorism and drug traffickers to cyber crimes and child exploitation. Violent criminals work to expose our weaknesses on a daily basis. The work of the FBI is unmatched, and thus Congress must effectively and efficiently appropriate funding to match these overwhelming tasks. Director Patel, I look forward again to this afternoon's conversation on these matters, as well as a thorough discussion of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
And I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any remarks she wishes to make.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and ranking member, for holding this important budget hearing. I also want to say a thank you to our witness, Director Kash Patel, for appearing before the subcommittee today. And as my colleague Tom Cole said, welcome back to the House of Representatives. So a well-functioning, well-funded, well-led Federal Bureau of Investigation is critical to the safety and the security of the American people. The men and women of the FBI are dedicated public servants who work diligently and often in dangerous settings to keep criminals off of our streets. But unfortunately, the Bureau's civil servants have been the focus of demeaning and destructive attacks from this administration and its allies in the media, which endanger and undermine the administration of justice in this country. The American people expected President Trump to address the high cost of living. But the president is not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. He is actually making it worse. Instead, he put Elon Musk and billionaires in charge of our government, and they are attacking civil servants who are not loyal to him, but to the Constitution and to the rule of law. This administration is deliberately undermining agencies that protect the American people. The president is more focused on attacking political opponents than attacking high prices for everyday essentials. And the American people are paying the cost while the president embarks on an agenda of revenge, retaliation, and retribution. And he is attempting to wield the FBI to those ends. Undue political pressure from the White House to investigate political opponents or to quash investigations of political allies threaten the Bureau's credibility and the very foundations of the rule of law. The FBI director must shield the Bureau and the rule of law from political pressure, not act as an instrument for implementing the president's political hit list. President Trump's immediate removal of senior officials at the FBI upon his taking office strikes me as an especially naked attempt to purge the Bureau's ranks of anyone who does not profess loyalty to the president. This happened the day after you told members of the United States Senate, and I quote, "There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director," end quote. The administration's retaliation against those who helped bring violent January 6 insurrections to justice and the ensuing dismissal of the head of the FBI's New York field office under your watch puts that pledge in doubt. Quite frankly, the Bureau's leadership appears at best somewhere between acquiescent to the president's retributive urges and in absentia. By instilling a culture of fear and retaliation, you're undermining the Bureau's employees and undermining the Bureau's ability to stave off terrorist attacks and keep violent criminals off of our streets. The FBI plays a critical role in intelligence gathering and analysis. The FBI does not bring just criminals to justice, it foils terror plots. With a weakened and discouraged Bureau workforce, Americans are less safe because of this administration. Even though we received President Trump's concepts of a budget plan on Friday, we are now into May without a real budget from the White House. I'm eager to learn about how the FBI would continue to fulfill its mission with a proposed $545 million cut to salaries and expenses, especially with the suggestion that the Bureau should reduce or eliminate, quote, duplicative intelligence activities that are already effectively housed in other agencies, end quote. If the Bureau plans to cut intelligence analysts, at the same time other intelligence agencies are enacting broad cuts to their workforces, the administration will be making our government and the American people more susceptible to violent criminals and to terrorist attacks. The FBI exists to protect Americans from criminals. The American people deserve assurance that everyone will be treated fairly and equally under the law. They are not seeing that from the Trump administration's FBI under your leadership, and we must receive clear and convincing answers as to why that is. I look forward to your testimony, and I yield back.
Mr. Director, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the Congress. You're no stranger here, having a part of your resume on the Hill. So welcome back to your home base. We look forward to hearing from you and responsive to questions after your statement. So, Mr. Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Rogers, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member Mann, Ranking Member DeLore, and members of the committee. It is an extreme honor and a privilege to be sitting here today as the 9th Director of the FBI. President Trump has set some priorities out and a new focus for federal law enforcement. The FBI has heard those directions, and we are determined to deliver on our crime-fighting and national security mission with renewed vigor. I'd like to highlight just a few things the FBI has undertaken in the few short months that I've been at the helm. We have apprehended 3 of the FBI's most top 10 wanted fugitives in the world, 3 in less than 3 months. We've joined our partners at DHS and conducted targeted operations to round up fugitives around the country. For instance, in Massachusetts alone, we apprehended 370 violent fugitives. We seized, along with our partners at DHS and the Department of Defense in one operation down off the coast of Florida, 44,000 pounds of illicit narcotics. That's $500 million of pure narcotics that would have hit the streets, are now off the streets permanently. And as part of Operation Allied Corridor, we've targeted approximately 3,000 illegal aliens with ties to criminal organizations who are eligible for deportation or removal. Children. Today, as we talked about with the Attorney General in Operation Restore Justice, prioritizing crimes against children is a priority of mine and will continue to be of the FBI. Just this morning, we announced that we executed over 450 search warrants and have rounded up in the last month alone over 400 individuals who choose to enact acts of violence against our children. 205 in the last week alone, to include individuals in positions of trust, such as teachers and law enforcement officers. They are committing some of the most heinous crimes against the most innocent of our society, and we will not tolerate it. It will remain a priority for us. As we double down on criminal threats, we're never going to stop pursuing the mission of defending the homeland. Foreign spies are trying to steal our technology, are trying to steal our agricultural products and seeds. Cyber actors are looking to infiltrate our networks on a daily basis from all parts of the world, and foreign and domestic terrorists continue their plotting, both here and overseas. It's hard not to overstate the operational tempo that the FBI must act and will continue to act since I've been at the helm of these last 3 months. The mission is a no-fail mission because if we fail, then American lives will be endangered or lost. Every operation we run comes with one end state in mind: to disrupt or stop criminal activity or threats to the homeland. It's not I that do the work of the FBI. It's the agents, the intel analysts, the SOS, and the support staff throughout our field offices that take it to the streets every single day. It's our linguists who translate and transcribe from dialects that most people on earth don't even know about in offices on a 24/7 basis so that our search warrants can be signed out, so that our arrest warrants can be signed and approved by judges. It's the everyday women of the FBI across the country, many of whom I've gotten to meet in my short time, and prior to that, in my time as a terrorism prosecutor, worked hand in glove with them, both here in America and overseas. Our Joint Terrorism Task Force is a heartbeat of what defends this country from domestic and international threats of terrorism. Every one of our 55 field offices has a Joint Terrorism Task Force situated in almost every single state in this country, covering every single state in this country. We've stopped many plots, including against targeting energy facilities in Baltimore, and of course, the tragic New Orleans day plot, terrorist attack. One of our initiatives, of course, is to continue to fight against illicit fentanyl trafficking and narcotics trafficking into the country. Every 7 minutes in this country, as of last year, an individual, an American citizen, is killed from a drug overdose. To that end, we have enacted, along with our partners across the interagency in the Southwest Border Intelligence Center, the Counter Cartel Coordination Center, or as what we call it, the FBI, the C4. We have flexed assets over to that area and are using it as a regional hub to countermand the narcotics coming across the southern border. It's important efforts like these that not just stop the narcotics traffickers and narco-terrorists from entering our country, but from pouring drugs in. We must work with the interagency to accomplish this goal. We will work with the interagency to accomplish this goal. It's not an FBI mission alone. We will partner with anyone and everyone willing to achieve this mission set. In one of my first actions as director, I gave my agents and intel analysts an opportunity to go out and serve in the field. And many of those individuals took that opportunity and have requested to be redeployed into the field, into every one of your states across this country. We are moving more than 1,000 positions outside of the Washington, D.C. area. And that's not the Washington field office or Hoover alone. That's what we call the NCR, the National Capital Region. Approximately 11,000-ish FBI employees of the 37,000 that are currently employed work inside the NCR. We need some of those field operatives out in the field. We need some of those intelligence analysts out in the field. We need their expertise in your states, in your counties, in your towns, because the threat to this country in 2025 is everywhere, and we cannot quarterback that mission from Washington, D.C. alone. We will remain here in Washington with the cadre we need to support the field offices, absolutely, but we need to bolden our efforts in the field. We are also, under my leadership, looking to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. We have found duplicative line item contracts already within the FBI, and we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars at the Bureau. We don't want to pay twice for something when we have been only needed to pay once. Modernizing and prioritizing the FBI is a critical component of what we need to do. Our capabilities and our infrastructure at the FBI are outdated. They have been the opposite of streamlined. An agent in our field office in El Paso does not have the same toolkit as an agent in our field offices covering the Dakotas as our agent in New York City. That's unacceptable to me. We will fix that. But building this new infrastructure is going to take not just a public effort, it's going to take a public-private partnership engagement, which we have already executed on. The members of this committee are important, critical partners to the fight against crime in this country and to defending our homeland. And you know better than anyone that our no-fail mission continues and can't continue without your investment and your support. I rely on your expertise. I rely on our conversations that I have with you here and offline to tell me where the problem sets are in this country, because I don't know where they all are. And then we can deploy assets to attack the growing problem sets. Our enemies are getting more and more creative by the day. And we need to keep up not just with the intelligence, but with you, who represent the men and women in the United States across this country. You have the ground level knowledge that we need to help fight this message. Without the funds to get ahead of our adversaries, I agree, we risk making trade-offs that will jeopardize the safety of Americans. So it's my commitment to you to work with you during this appropriations process to address budgetary needs, shortfalls, and also think innovatively to make sure we fund the FBI for a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. We will proceed under the 5-minute rule. And to begin with, I recognize myself. Let me say this, congratulations on the fentanyl raid in the last few hours, I think one of the largest, if not the largest, seizure of fentanyl drugs. What can you say about that operation?
We seized, Mr. Chairman, I believe what you're referring to is a 6-kilogram seizure of fentanyl in Kentucky that constitutes an amount of fentanyl that can kill 500,000 Americans. And that's just one of the seizures that we have conducted throughout this country because the fentanyl crisis in the United States of America has not been countermanded. This time last year alone, 620 kilograms of fentanyl had been seized. In these last 3 months, 840 kilograms of fentanyl have been seized across the country by the FBI alone. Fentanyl and carfentanil, a drug that is 100 times more potent than fentanyl itself, is exploding across the scene because we are letting our enemies and adversaries in mainland China produce chemicals and ship them here freely. And we need to attack that head on. And it's operations like that, Mr. Chairman, that will allow us to save the lives of our kids.
Well, we certainly wish you well in that regard. This is your first time testifying before this subcommittee, and you've briefly shared a few priorities in your statement. Let me allow you more time regarding your initial priorities, particularly any strategic goals or areas where additional congressional involvement might be necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, and I hope to work with all members of the committee to achieve the following. I'll ask you for money that I need and that the Bureau needs, and I won't ask you for a dime more. In order to achieve the mission of the FBI, if we continue on the current trajectory outlined, we will have to not only eliminate 1,100 vacancies currently at the FBI, I will have to fire 1,300 more. In order to fight crime at a level that is consistent with 2025, the budgetary number I've asked for in my paperwork is, I think, reasonable. And also, just to put it in perspective, it's multiples of billions of dollars less than what the TSA has to operate annually. I believe we can continue on the plan to safeguard our communities and redeploy assets to the FBI. For example, in Kentucky alone, if we are allowed to continue on this trajectory, we will plus up with approximately 30 agents and intel analysts with this redeployment effort that is already underway. That will allow more agents to be in the field and conduct more seizures of fentanyl, prevent more acts of violent crime, and stop more murders and stop more gangbangers. I firmly believe putting folks in the field is one of the biggest ways we can secure the safety of our communities. Places like Louisville have dedicated over 2,000 hours alone to assisting DHS, conducting over 100 arrests. And so it's operations like that that I can go on that we can do if we have the manpower to do it, and I believe we'll get there.
In your plan to move positions from Washington, D.C. to field offices, totally in the country, how many changes would you see? Locations?
Every single state gets a plus up, Mr. Chairman. We have 55 field offices, a little over 300 resident agencies covering down in some large swaths of geography, like the Dakotas and Montana and Idaho region, which don't themselves have what we call a special agent in charge. But covering down on this plus up allows us not to just send agents and intel analysts to our field offices, but our resident agencies as well, which cover down on this geography to include tribal lands. I just met with the leaders of every tribal community in the country here in Washington, D.C. 2 days ago, and I told them the crimes that are happening to individuals like Emily Pike, a 14-year-old who was dismembered on a reservation in Arizona, and her mother asked me to find her arms because they only found a piece of her body. A crime like that occurs everywhere in this country, tragically, and they will not receive any less attention from this FBI because it occurred on tribal lands. But allowing a plus-up will also allow us to engage the tribal communities and the leaders that I asked for their help in letting us on and work with them because they face the same violent crime everyday Americans do.
How will you judge the impact that this effort will make?
I think we've already seen it, Mr. Chairman, in just the sheer amount of fentanyl alone, when you look at this time last year versus this time this year. When you look at the number of arrests of violent criminals this time last year versus this year. And that's just with a short-term surge to the field that we've done in these last couple of months. The long-term push to the field will take much longer.
Well, thank you for willing to serve, and we wish you well and will be supportive of your efforts. We want to see the FBI back to its former glory, and we think you're the man that can make that happen. So our best wishes to you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Ming?
Director Patel, since 2022, the executive branch has been legally required to operate and maintain a publicly available system to which apportionments are posted. As you know, apportionments are legally required by the Anti-Deficiency Act. They are formal federal budgetary accounting documents that are legally binding on federal agency, and OMB uses them to tell agencies how and when they can spend legally appropriated funds. Beginning in March, this OMB stopped making these documents publicly accessible. You stated in your confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee that you want to work to get public trust in the FBI back. It would seem to me that transparency and public reporting about where and how the Bureau is spending money would help in earning back public trust. As the leader of our nation's principal federal law enforcement agency, will you commit to making the FBI's account-specific apportionments publicly available?
Absolutely, so long as I have the appropriate request.
The law requires that all the information be posted publicly. Are you committing to do that?
If that's what the law requires, yes. I'm not the appropriations expert, but if that's what the law requires, that's what we'll do.
Do you have a timeline of when that would be possible, and why, since March, has it been taken down?
No, ma'am, but I will get you one.
Okay, so thank you for committing to publicly post what is required by law, the apportionment for the FBI. I wanted to ask about one of the U.S. Attorney nominee Ed Martin. As you know, the FBI conducts background checks on nominees for senior positions in the federal government. Ed Martin has been nominated by the president to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, one of the top prosecutor positions in the country, and he currently holds that position in an interim role. If it has come to light that Mr. Martin has praised a Nazi sympathizer named Timothy Hale Cuccinelli, who was also pardoned by President Trump after being convicted as a January 6th rioter. Mr. Martin called Hale Cuccinelli, quote, an extraordinary man, an extraordinary leader. He's also falsely claimed that he did not previously know that he was a Nazi sympathizer. Do you think that this is the kind of thing that the FBI should be careful to investigate as part of its background checks on nominees such as Mr. Martin?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not familiar with Mr. Martin's specific BI investigation, but I can tell you how the BIs are done for everybody at the FBI. We have careers running the entire inspection division and HRD component. That has not changed since I've been in the seat, and every BI has been held to the same standard by them, and either they pass along the information from their investigations that they cultivate, or they don't. We do not tell them what to pass on and what not to investigate.
Do you know if this information and past association was part of the record?
I'm not familiar with his personal background.
Do you think that these types of controversial comments and interviews, association with Nazi sympathizers and anti-Semitic comments would be appropriate for inclusion in a given FBI background check?
Ma'am, since his nomination is pending, it's not for me to comment on it. I don't have the BI in front of me.
But in general, do you think that comments and associations like these should be part of an FBI background investigation report?
That's up to the field agents, ma'am. I can't rewrite that for them. They have a way of doing these investigations that I have not inhibited or changed or altered since I got in the seat.
Will you look into it and make sure that what is should be included. Controversial and very troublesome anti-Semitic comments and associations like that should be part of a background check.
I will.
Thank you. Lastly, as you know, earlier this year, the Justice Department demanded a list of all current and former FBI employees who at any time worked on January 6th investigations. According to the email from the then acting FBI director, the Justice Department will review those employees to, quote, determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary. Director Patel, do you anticipate firing any additional FBI employees simply because they worked on January 6th related investigations?
Thank you for the question. That email or memo was sent out prior to my arrival at the FBI. We have not addressed that specific email since I've arrived because the matter's in litigation in federal court.
Do you anticipate firing any additional employees that may have worked in relation to the January 6th investigations?
The only way you get fired from the FBI while I'm the director is if you violate the ethical guidelines or break the law.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Judge Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel. Glad to have you here, and I think you're going to do a great job in this new FBI. Given the Texas proximity to the southern border, what resources is the FBI dedicating to the counter cartel operations, fentanyl trafficking, and human smuggling network operating in coordination with foreign entities?
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you, Congressman. Excuse me. One of the things I mentioned during my confirmation hearing is the one thing I believe to be the underpinning of all violent crime, or at least the overwhelming majority of it in America, whether it's murders, gang violence, or sex slave trafficking, is narcotics. And narcotics, unfortunately, are pouring in not just on a border state, but every single state has become a border state. So to countermand that, we stood up the SBIC just next door in Arizona, the Southwest Border Intelligence Center. And the FBI's mandate there at the Counter Coordination Fusion Center is we have already sent dozens of agents and analysts out there to countermand the entire narcotics flow and interdiction process at the border. Specifically, when it comes to the state of Texas, sir, we will, if the appropriations process allows, augment the number of agents and analysts in the field and SOS support staff by over 85. That will cover down on every major city in Texas and allow us to cover down on the RAs in the outlying regions. So those places include Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, El Paso, but also the half a dozen plus RAs we have inside the state.
Just in a hearing that I was in this morning with the United States Army, an issue came up about the cartel taking down one of our drones with one of their drones. I'm very familiar with the general policy on the border that if they're shooting at you, you can't shoot back unless it becomes obvious that you're going to come into serious harm. The military can't shoot back, nor can, for that matter, the Border Patrol. What do you think about these drones? I mean, they're unmanned. They're coming across and shooting down drones we're using for observation and other things. I think the policy ought to be if they shoot down our drone, we shoot down theirs. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't think I have the authority to reshape that policy. Okay. But if it were in my capacity as FBI director, I know we are working with the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has a larger portfolio in the UAS space than we do, to cover down on that threat. But just in my time in government, the first term, the drone capabilities by our adversaries have significantly expanded. Their technology is wildly impressive. And they don't care if they lose one. Unlike us, we care when we lose a single one, as we should. In order to countermand that, you are going to have to, in my opinion, alter the domestic intelligence collection priorities on the NIPIF to prioritize who we collect against and what. And the what is the drone technology that we are not sufficiently covering down on right now.
Thank you, that's a great answer. Critical infrastructure, especially in the Texas energy section, is increasingly under attack. However, how is the FBI coordinating with private industry and local law enforcement to detect and neutralize cyber threats before they impact the grid or supply chain?
That's one of the pillars of what we are trying to do at the Bureau. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. We do it by engaging our state and local law enforcement partners, such as in Texas, because they are the ground level experts on who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. What we can do is bring in our AI-driven capabilities to go in and synthesize the mountains of information that are coming in, because there is no human or set of humans that can go through the amount of intelligence and information that we receive. It's a problem that we have and the public has acknowledged. The challenge and the rub is, where do we allow computers to come in and humans to stop? And we're working through that at the Bureau right now to say we should be able to use certain elements of AI to triage that capability, discard the unuseful information, and highlight to leadership what the useful information is to Congress and also to our agents and AUSAs in the field so they can bring the appropriate cases. But we can only do that if we embed ourselves with state and local law enforcement, and that's been a big priority of mine.
Thank you, that's good. I appreciate the answer.
Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, you have previously stated that your number one priority for the FBI is to end violent crime in the United States. The budget request slashes the FBI budget by more than $500 million below the current level. It quite literally would defund law enforcement, including, it would appear, cutting a number of FBI intelligence analysts who work on critical national security issues. How is it possible to cut more than $500 million, or more than 5% below a hard freeze in the FBI's operating budget, without impacting the law enforcement and national security-related functions of the FBI? Please specify exactly which positions would be cut.
Ma'am, at this time, we have not looked at who to cut. We are focusing our energies on how not to have them cut, by coming in here and highlighting to you that we can't do the mission on those 2011 budget levels. And so what we're focusing on is right now is working with our partners in OMB, the appropriators, to say that we cannot cover down on the mission at the levels that we would have to go to, which would be the 2011 levels, should all the budget cuts you just outlined be implemented.
So, but are you talking about coming up here with a budget request that restores the funding that has been cut, that it's a defunding law enforcement? You're talking about $500 million below the current level. How would you restructure the budget to get to what you need in order to be able to make sure that we are not defunding law enforcement and that we are not cutting the analysts that you need in order to be able to do your job and to be dealing with national security issues? I don't understand. You've got a budget request, $500 million less, and you're cutting people. You don't know who you're going to cut. You don't want. Tell us which it is. Are you going to restore that $500 million? You're going to request restoring that $500 million?
Well, as I said, I'm not the budget expert, but the budget request that we put in, the FBI, was $11.2 billion, I believe. And we are working through the appropriations process and the OMB process and the skinny budget that we receive to work with y'all to help us get to a number. And I believe if we got back the number you stated, we would not have to cut more FBI.
So with a $500 million cut, more than 5% below the hard freeze of the FBI's operating budget, you believe that then this would not impact enforcement or national security related functions? Then what are the positions, I'm going to ask the question again, what positions are you looking to cut? What is the cuts for this $500 million? Now, apparently that $500 million, you're not in the budget department, but this is your budget. This is your budget. You have to have some idea of what you want to fund or not fund, or where you think you can cut or not cut, and provide that information to OMB. I'm unclear, and it seems to me that you are, as to what should be the budget of this agency, and if it's $500 million lower, what are the positions that you believe will have to be cut in order to reach the mandate that you are bringing forward to us in terms of your budget?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the proposed budget, not by the FBI. The proposed budget that I put forward is to cover us for $11.1 billion, which would not have us cut any positions. The proposed budget.
So the skinny budget is we don't have, the skinny budget is wrong.
The skinny budget is a proposal, and I'm working through the appropriations process to explain why we need more than what has been proposed
So
in that budget.
what do you need? You need $11.2 billion?
Approximately.
Okay. Now, is that going to be delineated? I don't know what that means in terms of cuts that would be coming up to reach that goal. So there would be no additional positions deleted from the FBI if you get that amount of money.
That's correct.
And that's what we anticipate is coming in a budget that we anticipate at some point. We don't know when we're going to get it, even though we will be in markups by the time this effort is underway. But according to what we have received from the FBI, there are 904 positions that are currently slated for transfer from Washington, D.C. to field offices that are currently vacant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is, what is there any explanation of why these positions are moving to field offices? One of the things we can't seem to get answers to, and this is not you, is programs that are being deleted, programs that are being frozen, dollars are being frozen, programs that are being cut. We don't have any sense on this committee, which is the Appropriations Committee, and making a determination of what we should or shouldn't do, is any evaluation from any agency so far, and I ask this of you, what is the criteria? What are the programs that are going to be potentially left behind? What is the evaluation process here that says why these programs are no longer functional or not working? What is the story? Can we get from you when we're going to get some sort of an idea of what is a budget that you can deal with? Is what will be, what may be cut, what may not be cut, and why? What's the criteria by which that these programs would be, the evaluation is to transfer them out? Or why are these people going to field offices? Can we get that from you?
Yeah, I can give it to you right now, ma'am. The short answer as to why these folks are going to the field is because we are moving agents, intel analysts, and SOSs across the country into every state to get a hand-level grasp on violent crime in every single community. We're moving those folks out there.
Okay, but I just will wrap up, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You need to provide for us, specify exactly which so-called, quote, overhead positions are being cut, and since other federal agencies are also proposing position cuts, how won't this cut inevitably reduce the FBI's intelligence analytic capabilities? We need to have that information before we can determine what the budget is.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. Director Patel, when President Trump nominated you to serve, he aptly called you an advocate for truth, accountability, and the Constitution, who will bring back fidelity, bravery, and integrity to the FBI. You yourself have identified two important pillars in order to rebuild public confidence that include, first, streamlining operations at headquarters while bolstering the presence of field agents across the nation. I believe you just spoke to that. And two, second, ensuring that the FBI operates within the openness necessary to rebuild trust. It's a tall order, given the record of some in recent years, but I'm optimistic you'll be able to achieve it. I'd like to dig in on these pillars to get your perspective as we take your budget request into consideration and craft a final product. The President's skinny budget request rightly expresses its commitment to upholding undoing the weaponization of the FBI that pervades the previous administration, which includes targeting peaceful pro-life protesters, concerned parents at school board meetings, and committed Catholics exercising their constitutionally protected rights to express their faith. You described to us the state of the Bureau from when you were confirmed. Today, you highlighted with our Attorney General more than 200 federal arrests for crimes targeting children. You also spoke to the reorganization necessary to meet the mission of the FBI. The President, in his skinny budget, also described reductions in, quote, pet projects from past administrations and duplicative agencies. In addition to speaking to moving employees out of D.C., can you expound upon this and how you plan to reorient the Bureau under this request?
Absolutely. So part of the process is not just putting people out sporadically, throwing darts on the map. What we've done is we've taken a process with the careers at the FBI and said, where are some of the most violent crime places in America? And we've apportioned the plus-ups across every single state in this country based on percentages of where violent crime has been in an uptick on homicides, on gang violence, on drug overdoses across the country. And so, for instance, in the state of Virginia, we're going to give a plus-up approximately 20 folks from the FBI should we have our full budgetary requirements. And then the next step is, what do you do with them in the field? And what we do with them is what we've already done, Congressman Klein, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, is we stood up the first in the country interdiction task force where we brought in interagency partners from around the state of Virginia and the sheriff's offices and the FBI and our DHS partners and embedded them in an FBI building 50 miles that way and said, go to work, because this is a hotbed of criminal activity. And in 1 month, the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force, as it was dubbed, arrested over 500 violent felons. 500 violent felons. And that wasn't by doing any new process or creating a new way to get after crime. It was done by letting good cops be good cops. And we want to take that plus up and that model to every state in the country, not because I said it works, but because it actually worked. And we've been asked by other governors and other senators and other representatives to bring that to their states, and that's exactly what we want to do, and we're planning to do that here.
And commend you for the accomplishments in the Commonwealth. Prior to the swearing in of the current administration, a report was released detailing how federal law enforcement used its virtually unchecked access to private financial data to deputize the financial sector as a de facto investigative arm. In particular, under your predecessor, the FBI manipulated the suspicious activity report filing process by encouraging financial institutions to file SARs based on names and other criteria shared by the FBI. This process appears to bypass the requirements of the Bank Secrecy Act and allowed the FBI and possibly thousands of other law enforcement officials to obtain warrantless access to Americans' sensitive financial data through a process known as FinCEN query. Additionally, it appears that though 27,000 federal officials are able to download BSA data onto their own internal agency systems outside the purview of FinCEN regulators through the agency integrated access program. You've been working well with the Judiciary Committee, where I also sit, to provide some transparency into the past actions of the Bureau before your tenure. Could you describe some of the work you've done on this to still achieve the major successes you've had on arresting violent criminals while preserving civil liberties of Americans?
It's a balance that the FBI must strike every single day. To achieve the law enforcement capabilities, we've already talked about that, but to achieve the capabilities of restoring public trust and working with our overseers in Congress, we must actually work with our overseers in Congress. And every appropriate request for information we've delivered upon. And then it is up to the men and women in Congress to say, we need you to look at X, Y, or Z. We don't think this is working. Can you change this regulation or policy? I'm not the expert on all of it, but what I can do is provide you with every documentation because you represent the men and women of America, and in my opinion, y'all are the custodians of the records that we hold, except in some very scarce national security instances. But we have provided, on a large basis, unredacted documentation for every appropriate request we've received, and we'll continue to do that because it allows us to work with Congress directly to improve the process and make sure there are no warrantless seizures of American persons' data.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just follow up with where I think Mr. Klein left off. When I was on the Judiciary Committee last year, there was the 702 issue. It was a very close vote. But the compromise essentially was that we were going to continue to allow the FBI to do warrantless searches, and this is on the specific databases that are that there's access to, but in order to try and be preemptive with respect to terrorism or other types of efforts where you wouldn't have time to get the warrant. Very close vote, but the compromise was that reports were going to be filed by the FBI on a regular basis, I think, to the Judiciary Committee. My understanding is we haven't gotten one yet, so I would encourage you to do that. And if you're not familiar with what happened during that era, I'd encourage you to take a look. It was one of the really most problematic scenarios the FBI had in the last 4 years. Mr. Patel, I'll tell you, I didn't support your nomination or your confirmation, but I appreciate what you're saying here today, especially the offer to work with us in trying to address a lot of these concerns. I think I appreciate what you said about your the budget issue, because if you're saying you think you need more than what the skinny budget's giving, I strongly agree. I was really concerned to see the $540 million plus cut to the FBI, and the rationale was that it was going to be, DEI school board meetings and gender ideology, and there's not $500 million worth of cuts related to that, regardless of how one might feel about whatever those issues were. And I really do believe that the FBI is the greatest investigative body in the world, and the strongest asset that you have are your team, your human resources there. And I think you said something about eliminating 1,100 positions and having to fire 13 more, that you didn't want to do that, but given potential budgetary impacts, you might have to do that. That would be horrible for the FBI, especially right now. So we certainly will work with you to protect your budget. A couple quick points with respect to your testimony. One concern that I did have was, there were some things that you really didn't touch on in your testimony. And I appreciate Teslas as an issue, and whoever's setting those on fire should be held accountable for that. But we've got serious political violence here in the United States, a lot of homegrown activity that we need to focus on. Your predecessor testified a lot about it, and we understood the importance of that. Some of us had a chance to work on the task force that investigated the attempted assassination of now President Donald Trump, and I know you've got another pending case with respect to Mar-a-Lago. I think that might be one of the things you want to talk about, not just what happened then, but what's being done following up on that, because there continue to be issues. Governor Shapiro's house being set on fire was another horrific example of that. Also domestic terrorism with respect, you mentioned New Orleans in your oral testimony today, but that's the kind of homegrown terrorism issues that I think we need to focus on, and really only the FBI can get at that in the way that we need to have done. Brian Thompson, that assassination of the United Healthcare CEO was another example of that. The political violence, or violent crime issue that you just mentioned a moment ago, I've got mixed feelings about the decentralization of your staff. I take the point that you want to make, and my only encouragement would be that you take it slow, especially with specialized positions to see. We did a mini version of this here in Washington, D.C., 25 years ago when we went to political neighborhood prosecution and policing. Some of it worked and some of it didn't. Some of the specialty units, like the homicide unit, needed to be re-centralized again because you needed that expertise, concentrated. And the current office, whether it's political integrity investigations, that might be one that you want to keep centralized. Civil rights is another one. So I hope you'll consider being careful about how you move forward with that. And my district is Maryland. We love having you guys nearby, and certainly would love to have you come out even more so. If you're going to do sending the agents out, my request would be that you target jurisdictions where they have serious violent crime. I was a local DA there. We were able to do joint prosecutions. The U.S. attorney at that time was Rod Rosenstein. We did some joint work, RICO cases. We didn't have RICO capability. We took the cases to him. This is MS-13. And so, when you do joint efforts like that, it can really help local prosecutors and local law enforcement because the FBI has resources that they can bring to bear that we just don't at the local level, and the impact can be really significant. So I thank you for what you've done so far and your offer to work with us, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Thank you for your willingness to serve our great country, and I look forward to working together. It's not only how big the check is, it's where the check is going. And I love hearing some of your ideas of how we reform, how do we make things better. I represent a district that's nearly half of the southern border, been ground zero for a lot of the chaos that is happening. You already know this, but you have some of the best field offices in this area, right? The FBI office in El Paso doing amazing work. The FBI office in San Antonio doing amazing work. FBI office in Houston doing amazing work. Did I hear you correctly that there's a possibility as you right size, as you kind of once again put agents back out in the field, did I hear you right, nearly 100 agents maybe coming to Texas?
About 90.
Okay, perfect. We'll round up. We're here in the house. We're on pro. We'll round up. I love it. I think that's exactly the right answer, right? Let's get the bureaucrats out of D.C. and let's get the agents back in the field doing the work. The part I'd say too is your task forces are working, and once again, I look forward to working together, chatting about this more. Task forces work, right? And I want to start with the CT task force, counterterrorism task force. I think that's very important. The terrorist threat is as real as ever, and getting ahead of that, I think, is a big part of that. Once again, the FBI is the leader in this. They're the ones that you're the agency that has all the expertise and the ability to do that, but you need the force multipliers. Mm-hmm. You need the local and the state agencies to come alongside, all hands on deck to tackle this. The other thing I want to highlight for you, and then I'd like to get your response, is these anti-gang task forces, another task force that I think have just done amazing work, specifically going after some of these criminal illegal aliens, right? These TDAs, these MS-13s, these gangs that are in our country to the tune of over, yesterday, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, she told me there's over 600,000 known convicted criminal aliens in our country. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of the anti-gang task force?
Thank you, Congressman. And you're right. The best cases I ever made as a terrorism prosecutor was on the task force because we had embedded state and local authorities with federal authorities, state and federal prosecutors working every day together, bringing cases where you could bring cases because sometimes you couldn't bring them in state court and sometimes you can't bring them in federal court. And so the gang task force is, right up there with the JTTF model. It serves the same purpose by allowing, my best example is the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force. We simply allowed access, placement, and location. And then we got out of the way, we being leadership. We are not running the cases in the field. Agents are. Intel analysts are synthesizing the intelligence, not me. Putting them in simply the same room and giving them some resources. We don't need to recreate or be super innovative. And that's the beauty of the gang task force. The folks in there are experienced career operators at every level that they operate in. They know what they're doing. What they're not currently allowed to do is get together enough. And that's simply what we're trying to do with part of this plus up. And again, and you're right, Congressman Ivey, we're not doing it overnight. It's a process that's going to take about a year if we get it right across the board because it takes time to transfer expertise, but at the same time, we're not going to gap expertise in headquarters. And just to be clear, we're not taking out the headquarters footprint. We're leaving a large footprint here still. We are just adjusting to the violent crime, and gangs are one of them.
I'm spot on. I did a roundtable in San Antonio. We had FBI, we had HSI, we had ATF, we had local law enforcement, we had state law enforcement. I think that's more. We need more of that. We need to turn the volume up on that, and once again move some of the bureaucrats. The other thing, I represent a district it's larger than 30 states, right? And there's a part of my district. One of my counties produces more natural gas than anywhere else in the country. And I want to highlight something for you that has worked. And this is the Permian Basin oil theft task force. And oil theft in West Texas is a real deal, right? Especially with the border crisis that we had to deal with over the last 4 years. And I would ask that you please continue to take a look at that. That is a program, once again, without the FBI being at the core of providing the intelligence and the expertise, it's really difficult for some of these sheriffs and some of these local municipalities to tackle these organized crimes. So as you're working through the budget process, as you're working through what has to stick and what has to go, that Permian Basin oil theft task force is very important. I'd love to get your thoughts on it the time I have left.
Well, I'm slightly biased, Congressman, because I do some of my hunting out in the Permian Basin and out in the Glass Mountains, so I'm familiar with that just by a matter of being there on the ground a lot. But it's an example of not just your district, but if you go out into Idaho and you go out into Texas or Arkansas or California even, or where have you, the localized problems that the national level can't understand or comprehend cannot be comprehended or understood by putting more people in Washington, D.C. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. These folks have the expertise and the knowledge, and if we put them in the field with your experts, then they can relay back to us, hey, did you know about this big oil problem down in West Texas? Sadly, most Americans know, but honestly, most Americans shouldn't. It's not their responsibility, it's mine. And so that's what we're working towards.
I'm looking to codify that. Love to continue to working with that on that and other things. Thank you again for your testimony today. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Morelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the meeting, and thank you, Director Patel, for being here. I want to just preface this. I feel important to say that I think while the history of the FBI has not been a perfect one, the goal of the agency has always been focused, as it should be, on keeping Americans safe, the safety of American citizens. And I think I am concerned about, and I think millions of Americans as well are concerned about any suggestions that there will be a political agenda or adherence to the president's agenda as opposed to the safety of American citizens. And I appreciate everything you've said this afternoon, and I'm grateful for it. I know I've been in the business of politics for a long time. The only thing I ever care about, whether it's the military or law enforcement, that it's professional and that it's nonpartisan, and that we uphold the rule of law and the Constitution of the United States. And I'm just very, very concerned about some of the things I hear from the Oval Office, not from your office necessarily, but from the Oval Office, and hope that the president recognizes that the FBI serves the American people, and it serves the rule of law, and the Constitution does not serve the president or any political agenda. And I just want to feel honor-bound to say that as a preference. So I appreciate you being here. First of all, do you believe it's your duty to uphold the Constitution of the United States?
Mine and everybody at the FBI.
I appreciate that, sir. I want to go back, and I appreciate what everyone said. You know, the skinny budget, as we're calling it, is frustrating for appropriators because it's really hard to tell from the literally 10 lines and 100 words about the FBI what is envisioned here, and it calls for a cut of, as we've talked about, $545 million. I gather, as I'm piecing this together, I think roughly speaking, the proposed budget is about $10.7 billion. The president has asked for about 10.2, rough numbers. You're suggesting 11.2, which would be about a $500 million increase. And I think I share, as my colleagues do, some interest in, first of all, recognizing what that increase would be and how it would accrue to the benefit of the American people. Can you just quickly, and I have a couple of different questions, so I'd ask you, just tell me where you would focus that increase on, because I'm concerned about the proposed cut, and we have virtually nothing to go on here.
Yeah, very quickly, just in the last 3 years, the FBI has, through budget cuts and CRs, left vacant 1,000 permissions approximately every year. So right now, while everybody thinks the FBI has 38,000 employees, we do on the books, we don't have 38,000 humans. So year over year, those cuts have led to book attrition. And in order to get some of those back and some of those vacant slots back, we need to actually fund them. And the rest of the funding would go to preventing the removal of an additional amount of agents.
Well, look, I'm sure you share our frustration. You probably didn't like the proposed budget any more than I think many of us did. So we would encourage you, as you're speaking to the president, to encourage him both to speed up the process and also to consider some of your recommendations. Earlier this week, there were reports by the Attorney General's plans to dissolve the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force by September 30th of this year. I find this deeply troubling. The task force's recent success in my district Just last week, we removed over 200 grams of fentanyl from the streets of Rochester, New York, where I'm privileged to represent. I did send earlier today a letter to the Attorney General, which I would ask unanimous consent to enter my letter into the record, but expressing my concern over the decision and reminding the Attorney General that funds appropriated by Congress for fiscal year 25 are required to be spent. And the legality of the decision aside, the FBI is an important member of that task force. I wonder if you could just share with me the importance of the work to national security and to the public, and how, if you've been consulted, and what your views are on the efforts to decommission it.
I believe are you referring to OCDEF, sir?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to OCDEF?
Yes, that's correct.
My understanding, and I'm not going to speak for the Attorney General on how the department views it, is that the cut is only to one singular office, not to the OCDEF program writ large, which the FBI has a large authority over. And so I have not been informed yet, and again, I'm not speaking for the AG, that the OCDEF program itself would be shuttered in any way.
Okay, we're getting it from news reports because we're not getting it from the department. It said a DOJ budget analyst at OCDEF, I think that's how you say it, would be zeroed out in the budget. And also, and I just note parenthetically that it brought in $2 billion in proceeds. It cost $500 million to run the program. So honestly.
It's good ROI.
Yeah, this is good ROI. So I'd love to come back to you if I could, or have further conversations with your office about it, because I would like to see it continue. I think it does amazing work and is well worth the investment that we make. So again, thank you for being here, sir.
No problem, sir.
Mr. Alford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Director Patel, good to see you again. Thank you for being here. How many employees currently work for the FBI?
It's approximately 35,000-ish.
About 13,000 special agents?
When we're full up, we're not quite.
3,000 intelligence analysts?
Yes, sir.
19,000 professional support staff?
Yes, sir.
Is that about right?
Mm-hmm.
You say that you have eliminated 11,000 employees. Is that correct? No?
No, sir, I think.
How many people have been let go from the FBI?
I don't believe I fired anybody.
No one has been, but you could be firing up to how many?
Well, I could if I would be forced to remove an additional 1,300 employees if we go along with the budget that's out right now.
So that's where the $545 million in cuts would come from?
Right, and just real quick, so a large portion of that also, people ask why we don't have that in our coffers currently. It's because there was a 2%, and rightly so, pay raise, so we used a lot of funding that we received in the last cycle to make sure everybody got paid what they need to get paid.
Were there any deferred resignations?
I believe a number of individuals have taken the program offered by the Justice Department.
Would hiring or firing have anything to do with loyalty to the President of the United States?
No.
Would retribution have anything to do with any hiring or firing decisions?
None whatsoever, sir.
Would retaliation have anything to do with any hiring or firing positions?
No, sir.
The fentanyl crisis is very real. I had a friend who's lost 2 sons in the last 3 years to fentanyl poisoning. I prefer to call it poisoning because that's what's happening. China, Mexico, poisoning our young people, killing some 300 on average a day in America. We've discussed this before a couple of weeks ago. With the southern border almost 94% secure now, the attention is turning towards the northern border. Would you care to expound on that, please?
I could talk about this for a long time, but I'll keep it short. Basically, if you look at last year versus this year, our enemies and adversaries, as I said in the beginning, are adapting and have gotten smarter. So a lot of the CCP processors of fentanyl precursors are no longer going to the narco traffickers down south. They're going down there into terrorist organizations and shipping it up north. They're making it in Canada, and then they're dumping it down here. Why? Because of the tyranny of distance. We've got a lockdown on most of the southern border. And just to highlight for you the known or suspected terrorist statistics in entering this country illegally, last year was about 350. The overwhelming majority of them came in from the northern border. This year, we're on par right now with about known or suspected terrorists entering the country from the northern and southern border, and it's about 45 each. So it's not just drugs that are coming in, but it's those looking to do harm on our way of life.
How do we counter that?
We need a literal full government approach, across the board, state level wide approach, but we also need to take our adversaries more seriously overseas and not fall to the traditional position that if we're successful in one area, they won't adapt. They always do.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony and some answers to previous questions about relocating personnel to the interior of America, getting them out of Washington, D.C. How many would be going to the Kansas City regional office?
Approximately 37 positions to Missouri, 33 to Kansas City, 1 each to Topeka, Wichita, Jefferson City, and 2 to Springfield.
And why are they needed there? You said that you're sending these to the most violent places, I believe was a quote.
So I didn't decide that. I asked the people at the Bureau who've been doing this job for 20 plus years, tell me where we need to send agents, intel analysts, and SOSs. And these are the places they told me to send them and why. Because of the proportion of violent crime per capita in those regions needs to be covered down on. And that's not to say, and I don't want to say Kansas City has an explosion in and of itself, it's violent crime, but Kansas City covers down on a large area in Missouri and its surrounding states that have an explosion in violent crime, and that's why we're sending them there.
Do we have the facilities to accommodate these personnel moving out into the regions?
You do.
There's been a lot of conversation about a new FBI headquarters. With the 30 seconds left, I know that you have an idea of moving the headquarters to the Reagan building, is that correct?
We're currently in the process of reviewing options to keep the FBI within Washington, D.C., but we will most certainly be leaving the Hoover building because it is simply unsafe for the FBI personnel.
Director, thank you for your service. I yield back.
Ms. Dean?
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Meng, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro. And thank you, Mr. Patel, for your testimony and for being here today. I've been looking at the President's 120-word FBI budget request, the so-called skinny, I'll call it Ozempic request, that states that, quote, the undoing of the weaponization of the FBI is one of the administration's top priorities. The weaponization of the FBI is something that deeply concerns me. It should concern all of us. And yet, since taking office, President Trump has been on a revenge tour. He has targeted individuals, universities, law firms, with executive orders to cut them out or to make them come under his will. He has used ICE to disappear U.S. citizens without due process, and he's fully ignored a unanimous Supreme Court order, and then over the weekend wasn't sure if he was obligated to uphold the Constitution of the United States. In your book, your recent book, Government Gangsters, you include an appendix with a list of names that people have referred to as an enemies list. Now, I know you will claim it's just an appendix, not an enemies list. So let's focus on how the president sees it, on what the president calls it. And you proudly display his quote on the front cover of your book. The president calls this a brilliant roadmap, a blueprint. And I have not even raised your storied children's book, The Plot Against the King. It concerns me how many people from this blueprint have been targeted with executive orders and FBI investigations. The FBI cannot be weaponized, and under your leadership, it has been nothing but a weapon alongside the president to go after the president's perceived opponents, to stifle dissent and free speech. A few weeks ago, as we saw through a social media post that you quickly deleted, the FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin for correctly asking ICE officials if they had a judicial warrant instead of an administrative warrant, which they did not have. Despite this judge following the law, on the morning of April the 25th, the FBI arrested the judge in an escalation of the weaponization of the FBI under your leadership. Let me be clear. A functioning democracy does not lock up judges. I am gravely concerned about the utter lack of independence of the FBI and its weaponization under your leadership. I am concerned that the president is using this book, your book, as a blueprint, as he has said. It's a blueprint for revenge. And I am concerned that your eagerness, a childlike giddiness to carry out the president's revenge tour, you've shown yourself to be unserious in your statements before you were sworn in and some after. You've shown yourself unfit to lead this important agency. I was an impeachment manager for President Trump's second impeachment. It was a sad, solemn duty. And so I wanted to ask you about that. Mr. Patel, as you and the President continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI at my door?
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me. You want to know how and why?
Well,
you want to know what I'm doing to fix it?
Let me move on.
Well, you should
Change
read the
topics.
book because there's no enemies list on that book.
So
there are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people.
That's good. You
And they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out.
I'm
And you
changing
should
topics.
give that book to every one of your constituents so they can
changing
read
topics.
about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
During your Senate confirmation hearings, you repeatedly denied having any involvement as a private citizen in the firing of FBI officials who engaged in the prosecution against January 6 insurrectionists, the violent rioters who beat and killed Capitol police officers, and whom you referred to as political prisoners. Since then, multiple whistleblowers have come forward, and we know that you likely committed perjury. At the same hearing, you claimed you were not familiar with Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, despite the fact that you appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 separate times. 8 times, and you claimed not to recall. Mr. Patel, my second question is, should we worry more about your memory or your veracity?
We should worry more about your lack of candor. You're accusing me of committing perjury. Tell the American people how I broke the law and committed a felony. Have the audacity to actually put the facts
then
forward
the answer is
instead of
both.
lying for political banter so you can have a 20-second
answer
donation
is-
hit.
The answer is both. I believe that the
The
men and
answer is
women of
you're
the
failing, not
I
me.
reclaim my time.
Go ahead.
Mr. Patel, I believe that the members of the FBI, and I know many of them, many retired, 38,000 people, as you say, it's a little less than that now, deserve the very best, deserve extraordinary independence, deserve freedom from the fears of being investigated, the freedom of coming forward to make sure they're doing their job. And I'll end with this, that I think it's interesting that in your proposal today, you find yourself at a gulf of difference between you and the president. I wonder how you will resolve that. Will you go to the president and say, we need $11.2 billion, not what you cut out of here? You're asking for more than $1 billion than the president's request. Are you going to go to the president and straighten out that gulf?
I'll do what I've always done and represent the American people, defend this country, and make sure the Constitution is always upheld and the FBI is never weaponized. Maybe you should do the same.
So you agree with the president when he says he doesn't know if he should uphold his constitutional duty?
If you want to just keep putting words in my mouth, the TV cameras are outside.
I thank you. I yield back. Again, this is an unserious moment, sadly, for the FBI. I yield back.
More so for you.
Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. I'd like to also extend my thanks to your staff and the hardworking men and women of the FBI and for restoring America's trust in the FBI. I'd like to commend your efforts to move FBI personnel into the field rather than into the Beltway, where their work can be the most impact. Let me start by shining a light on my district, Alabama's 5th Congressional District, which includes Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. The FBI's presence at Redstone Arsenal dates back over 50 years to 1971. Currently, FBI Redstone seats over 2,000 personnel and includes personnel from 20 of the FBI's 30 sections. Time and again, North Alabama has answered the call to support the FBI with a second-to-none workforce, state-of-the-art facility, and plenty of room for cost-effective and responsible growth. Director Patel, a few weeks ago, you visited Redstone Arsenal in my hometown. Could you share with us what you saw while you were there and the impression the visit left with you?
What I saw while I was there was the best example of what I've seen when appropriators work with the Bureau to defend the nation. And I wish everybody would go down to Huntsville, Alabama. It is our premier. It experienced law enforcement capability center and training facility that the interagency only wishes they had. What we have down there in cyber, in long-range missile defense capabilities, nested there with NASA and the Department of Defense, and further programs, including our Terrorism Explosive Device Center, which the world relies on to stop bombs from going off, and so much more is down in Huntsville, Alabama. And the reason it's there is because appropriators were brilliant enough to provide a space outside of Washington, D.C., to take a geographic footprint and save money instead of rebuilding here in Washington, to do it for half the cost in Alabama. And that's why we're moving 500 FBI employees this year to Huntsville, because the technical expertise they possess, and we do not want to remove from the FBI, is nested in Huntsville and not Washington, D.C. And in order to train the future men and women of the FBI, the DHS, the DOD, and every other intelligence agency we have, they're already asking us, when do we get to go to Redstone? So I encourage everyone to go down there.
Director Patel, I applaud your commitment to making America safe again and returning the FBI to its core mission. We must continue to get our dedicated FBI agents back into the field and out of the beltway to protect America. This is there's no better place to achieve this than Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville provides the most cost-effective location, distinct partnership opportunities, a high quality of life for personnel, and a remarkable talent pool. Director Patel, could you expand on the plans for moving personnel and programs to Huntsville, as it's often called FBI HQ2? What are the timelines for executing this, and do you have the necessary resources to execute this move?
Taking those in reverse order, the short answer is no. So we've got the North Campus and the South Campus down there. North Campus largely constructed and filled. The South Campus has been, the land has been leveled and the plots have been mapped out. And in order to fill it, and in order to build buildings 3 and 4 and 5, as we call them, and the new training facilities that we and the appropriators have already looked into and approved, we're going to need another $160 million to accomplish that. And once those buildings are built in the next 3 years, we will move another 13, maybe it's 1,400 employees down to Huntsville, because again, we are not removing them out of Washington, D.C. to remove them. We need a place that allows their skill set to be met. And it's not in Washington, D.C., and tragically, it's not in Quantico either. I wish it were, because then we wouldn't move them. But that's what we're looking to build, is for the future. It also gives us a landing platform in a more centrally located area of the country for these specialized teams to deploy out into the rest of America when something goes boom or when there's a tragic accident. So I am asking the appropriators not only for the $145-ish million to finish the build, but the $60 million for the O&M to keep the facilities up.
With the great work occurring in Huntsville, I want to highlight the interagency collaboration between the FBI, ATF, DHS to address bombing incidents and the use of explosives. The FBI's Hazardous Device School, Terrorist Explosive Device Analytics Center, or TDAC, are located at Redstone. The ATF's National Center for Explosive Training and Research and the U.S. Bomb Data Center are also located in Huntsville. Likewise, DHS routinely collaborates with these partners, specifically their Office for Bombing Prevention. Director Patel, could you talk a little bit about the interagency efforts to address bombing incidents and the use of explosives?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. Just like with drone technology, our adversaries, when it comes to explosive devices, their technical capabilities have exponentially increased. And in order to keep up and stay ahead and not behind of the boom, what we have to do is train. And this is another point of training for Redstone Arsenal. Everyone that's qualified as a bomb technician in the FBI and the rest of the country gets that training at Huntsville, Alabama. And that's the reason we need these schools to exist. So to stay ahead of the fight, and these explosive devices that are being engineered in people's basements in places across the world, and they're being shipped here, we need to know how to shut those off before they explode, and that's what Redstone does.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Fan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel. In a local situation in Maryville, Indiana, within my district, I have a high-intensity drug trafficking area, HIDA, which receives federal funding. That works with the local law enforcement. We are the crossroads of America near Chicago. The drugs that you're talking about are transported through those areas all the time. With these budget cuts, can you talk about how those HIDA and agencies will be funded?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. It's like any other successful mission set that we have at the FBI. And HIDA, I worked on as a terrorism prosecutor as myself. extremely critical because, like some of the other situations across the country, that region has been recognized, unfortunately, because of the high-intensity drug flow. In order to countermand it, we have to keep these task forces open, up and running, and funded. But in order to do that, we can't just flood it only with federal funds and federal personnel committed to working with our state and local partners, because that's what makes HIDA successful. My experience in HIDA wasn't in your district, but down in the Southern District of Florida, and I can't imagine it being too different in terms of how we proceed and how to make that successful.
Okay. My next question is, just recently you had a visit to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Just please tell me how that cyber tip line and how that program's future looks with these $500 million cuts.
We actually partner wonderfully with NCMEC, and we've committed to allowing our FBI employees to remain there no matter what. We will find a way to fill that mission set, even if, even under the most austere of budget cuts, because what they do is exceptional. If people don't know, they need to go there and see it. It's right in Arlington, Virginia. They find missing children from 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, and they provide treatment to those that have been abused.
Okay.
And so you have my commitment, sir, that we'll do it.
I appreciate that. And according to the domestic terrorism operations sections, the internal tagging system used to track domestic terrorism investigations was eliminated, and the staff of 16 was reduced. Can you tell me that future and where you hold that program?
Sir, if I may, can I get back to you on that in writing, because I'm not familiar with that off my head.
Then in your written testimony, you had talked about cybersecurity. I'm going to tie two things together. The FBI agents, are they still currently at the end of every week emailing the 5 things that they've accomplished?
I'm glad you raised that point, sir. We never did that. I stopped
The
that.
FBI agents were never asked to put in their goals in which they accomplished? The reason why I say that is because I had a specific conversation at a retirement party of a chief from an agent who expressed to me that after he had chased a car down 8094 who had stabbed a family member, and he left his home and was able to prevent that individual from killing someone else because it was cross state lines, that he had to go back, and then that next day was told he had to fill out his emails of what he accomplished.
That email was sent across government agencies.
So it was sent to the FBI.
It was sent to.
So you just said it was never sent to the FBI. So was it or was it not?
It was sent to the FBI. I, as the director of the FBI, said we are not.
Who sent it?
We are not responding to it. It came from a general account at the department.
Okay, so then my next question is, that information that my FBI agent in my district sent to that agency, how is that information protected?
I'm sorry, are you saying the agent responded to that email?
Are you saying they did not?
I told the workforce not to.
But you just told me that they received the email.
We did.
So without this, let's just assume that they did. Where did that information go and how is it protected?
That information would have only been sent to their immediate supervisor, and every supervisor in the Bureau was told if they received any such information, it is not to be actioned in any way.
So what happened with that information with the supervisors?
I don't know. Well, I'll have to get back to you on that, if any was collected, but if it was, it was.
So you said that the FBI, that a different agency sent that email. What was that agency?
It came from the Department of Justice.
Okay. And those emails never went back to the Department of Justice who requested it?
No, sir.
Okay. And you're 100% confident of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The information that the supervisors had from those agents, where did that go?
That should not have been transmitted anywhere. We got on top of it fast enough where I believe, and
Because you thought it was wrong?
I thought
Why did you prevent it?
Because the operational mandate that we have at the Bureau, in my opinion, prohibited the public disclosure of that information across our media.
So to be perfectly clear, the Department of Justice got it wrong.
I'm not speaking for the Department of Justice.
But you are saying that that directive was in complete conflict of what your procedures and processes are.
My procedures and processes are under the Department of Justice. I'm saying as a subordinate of the Department of Justice, that's where the email came from. I don't know where it came from on top of them.
But your directive was to make sure that the Department of Justice did not get the FBI information.
That no one got it.
Except the supervisors. Why would they request it if they would never get it?
Well, the supervisors were told to stand down. What I'm trying to say is when that email came in, we acted as fast as we could, I think the same day, to say we are not in a position to do that. Everybody hit pause till we figure out what to do. And the end result was we at the FBI are not complying with that request to publicly do so. And we told agents that if you feel the need to express that information to your supervisors, only do so on the classified system.
Okay. The information that I received, that personal conversation that I had, that agent didn't seem like he felt the need. He felt it was a directive. I thank you for your forthcoming. I look forward to working with you. The purpose of me bringing up this questioning was to make sure that that information is secure.
Yes, sir. I'll double check.
Mr. Moore.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Patel, for being here. One of the things I wanted to touch on, and you mentioned in your comments, and I think this is just wonderful, is that one of the metrics you're looking at as you're moving these agents out into the field is opioid-related deaths. My state of West Virginia, we have the highest per capita opioid deaths in the entire country. It's unfortunately not even close. And as you're moving these agents out of Washington and out into the field, I believe you recently toured our CGIS building there in Clarksburg, West Virginia, which I think is a great facility, which is in my district. And is that facility going to receive any additional FBI personnel?
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, touring CGIS was an incredible opportunity for me to understand what I don't think most Americans and most of the world doesn't. The reason we are able to technically relay information on a lifetime basis throughout the country and throughout the world is because of the Criminal Justice Information System hubbed in West Virginia and all its subordinate capabilities. And what we want to do is expand a little bit of footprint out there because we have so much land already paid for. And so, yes, in my move to shift resources outside of Washington, D.C., I would envision going more, not just to CGIS, though. The state of West Virginia would also receive a plus-up of 8, at least, employees, should I get the budgetary requirements.
And then you mentioned, and there's 1,000 acres out there at CGIS. It's quite large. Is there additional resources that you need to be able to build out there at CGIS?
Well, unlike Congressman Strong and Redstone, I don't have a prior appropriation that began new building construction in OMB. So we would need that. We've got the space for it, we've got the footprint for it, and we have already the manning to move into it. And what we have is aging systems that are aging out in Washington, D.C. and the NCR that either would have to be upgraded here at a monumental expense or moved right out to West Virginia.
And you wouldn't know this off the top of your head, but perhaps you could come back to us what that number looks like in terms of being able to expand that footprint, what that appropriation would have to be for you to be able to expand the footprint out there in Clarksburg at CGIS.
Sir, I could get back to you on that in writing.
Yeah, that would be great. So you said in total it would be it'd be 8 additional agents that'd be going to West Virginia, or is
outside of CGIS?
Outside of CGIS.
Yes.
And then how many additional at CGIS?
In CGIS, we are looking to move in. The problem is almost every seat in CGIS is filled.
Oh, okay.
So that's the issue we're running into because we've maxed out our spacing there. So to have a bigger footprint, we would just need new space.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, maybe perhaps we could engage in a conversation to identify, if appropriate, some additional resources to help Director Patel seat these individuals, since we don't have the space currently out at CGIS. We got the acreage, we got 1,000 acres out there, but we just don't have that. So maybe that's something you could follow up with the chairman
Yes,
and
sir.
his staff with.
Happy to.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, FBI Director Patel, thank you for being here today. As we all know, during the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, the once greatly respected FBI had been increasingly politicized and weaponized, drifting further from its core mission, and that is to protect and defend all American citizens. Director Patel, I know you've been very new in the position, just a couple, 2-3 months, and you have a difficult task ahead of you. But I am very pleased and thankful for your confirmation, as I believe you are one of the best things that has happened to the FBI in at least the last decade, maybe 2 decades. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw the FBI weaponized against conservative ideologies, and more specifically, targeted former President Biden's chief political rival, now President Donald Trump. Since President Trump first announced his candidacy in 2016, corrupt actors within the FBI unfairly targeted him, beginning with illegal surveillance of his campaign and administration, based on a now debunked dossier funded by Hillary Clinton's campaign, leading eventually to the unprecedented armed raid by the FBI on his home in Mar-a-Lago. This politicization extends beyond President Trump. The FBI under the Biden-Harris administration also acted against the First Amendment rights of everyday Americans. Armed agents raided the home of pro-life activist Mark Houck, pointing weapons at his family over a peaceful protest. Whistleblowers also revealed that the FBI's counterterrorism division labeled concerned parents as potential threats, simply for opposing radical gender policies in schools. I'm pleased to see that the President's budget request for FY 2026 directly addresses some of these concerns, stating that the administration is committed to rooting out the weaponization in the FBI. So can you outline for me the steps that the FBI or that you are taking to restore the FBI's credibility and ensure that it operates in a nonpartisan, impartial agency committed to protecting the rights and safety of all Americans?
Thank you, Congressman. What we're doing is the results we're seeing in Georgia, in Atlanta, specifically, are working. And the baseline is simple. The field-level agents and intel analysts will decide what cases to open and shut based on one constitutional standard alone, a reasonable, articulable basis that meets the FBI DI requirements and the requirements of the Constitution to do so. It is a yes or a no. It is not a gray zone. It is not our job as FBI agents to make prosecutorial decisions, and we will not. We will open cases to investigate, and we will refer matters to the Department of Justice. And when you see that methodology and ethos transcend the FBI, you see what you've seen in Atlanta in the last 3 months, which is 255 violent criminal offenders arrested, 72 kilograms of fentanyl taken off the street. That's 5.5 million people dead. That's off the street. You've seen seizures of 11 kilograms of cocaine, 5,000 pounds of illicit narcotics, and that's enough lethal doses in total to wipe out half your state. If the FBI agents follow the Constitution singularly, that's what happens. And that's my standard.
That's great to hear, because I appreciate that very much. Director Patel, I also want to address a recent incident that has had a lot of my colleagues on the left, not me, up in arms. 2 weeks ago, federal law enforcement officers arrested Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan on charges of obstruction of an official proceeding after evidence came to light that she shielded an illegal alien from federal agents. So does Title 18, Section 1505 of the United States Code, titled Obstruction of Proceedings Before Departments, Agencies, and Committees, prohibit individuals from obstructing or impeding the due and proper administration of the law?
Generally speaking, Congressman, since that case is open, not commenting on that.
Okay,
yes.
fair enough. All right. Well, I commend the FBI for its prompt action regarding the judge's alleged criminal behavior. That tells me that no matter what position you're in, all right, you will be held to one standard, equal justice under law.
That's true.
Thank you. All right. In recent years, particularly during the first Trump administration, we witnessed state and local officials openly expressing their intent to obstruct federal law, especially regarding immigration enforcements. This has contributed to the rise of so-called sanctuary cities, where local authorities have publicly stated that they will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement efforts. So how does the FBI intend to respond when judges or other officials, elected officials, continue to take actions that hinder federal law enforcement, such as those observed in Milwaukee?
The FBI can only enter spaces under the Constitution that it is permitted to do so. We don't look at the position you're in, what your job is, where you come from, how much money you make, or what your ethnicity is. And for me, sitting here as the first minority ever to be the FBI director, I take that responsibility even more exceptionally so, because there has to be a colorblind system of justice. And we will execute the FBI's mandate of protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution to just that. It will be singularly applied to every single person in America. And not just that, it will be singularly applied to every single person within the FBI, because no one at the Bureau is above the law either.
Thank you. And one last quick thing. You had mentioned a need for additional building construction in Huntsville at Redstone. I believe that there's $500 million in the CJS building account and about $800 million in the FSGG account as well, what was going to be slated for the new building, that you might look at that as a resource.
Thank you. I did not know that. I will look.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I yield, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are ready to wrap up here, but I will yield myself 3 minutes in closing. Mr. Director, the drug war, killing our beautiful young people, but we got a bit of a ray of hope in the last couple of weeks. CDC now says that overdose deaths from opioids decreased 30% in the last year. That's the good news. The bad news is 70% of that was fentanyl, overdose deaths from fentanyl. I was happy to see the news story over the last couple of days of the very successful seizure and arrest in the west of the U.S. Of fentanyl seizures. The cartels are the culprit. The drugs are bad, but they have to have this national, international organization in place, infiltrating every metropolitan area in the U.S. and otherwise. Cartels. Tell us what you're doing or plan to do to get at the cartels and destroy the system that's bringing these poison pills home.
That's just it, Mr. Chairman. So in the first couple of months since we took over, we just 1 month ago, extradited 29 Mexican national cartel figures out of Mexico. So what we're doing is going down there to Mexico and saying, if you're going to import drugs and kill our children, you're coming here to face American justice. And that was just one trip. We've had 3 since I've been in the seat. That's part 1 of the issue, taking the fight down to the cartels in Mexico to the extent that the FBI can. We're partnering with our intel community partners and ultimately with the Department of Defense and whatever the administration decides is appropriate to take further action there, but that is still being worked out. Overseas, one of the things I'd like to highlight, and I'm glad we were able to get this in, is the fentanyl is killing our children and our youth, but no one is looking at the precursor machines and factories in mainland China. We are. We started that the day I hit the seat. And I did not accept the answer that whack-a-mole is how you do it, because if you take down 1, then another 50 get stood up. Well, we're going to take down 1 plus the 50 and the 100 after that. But what we need is an all-of-government approach to focus on the precursor shipping in mainland China. Because if you stop that and you stop the shipments going to our allied nations, such as Canada and Mexico and South America, then you stop their ability, the cartel's ability to make fentanyl. And that's my big push at the FBI on the fentanyl crisis.
I wish you Godspeed. Ms. Bing, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, Director Patel, and your team for being here. I am disappointed that the chair is not allowing a second round of questioning. This is not typical, especially for an agency as large as this one. But I do thank you for being here. I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for your as previously stated willingness to uphold the Constitution, to uphold the law in restoring public trust for the agency and making sure that apportionments are accessible to the American people. And I know that you are, as you said, in the midst of this appropriations process. You talked about the $11.2 billion that you personally believe would be helpful to be most, for the FBI agency to be most effective. And as we work together, bipartisan, like Mr. Morelli said, to combat everything from violent crime to fentanyl to terrorism. We do want to work with you, and we would love more additional information. Obviously, we won't be able to do it during this hearing, but after the hearing on how we can get to the specifics where you arrived at the $11.2 billion, we'd love to work with you. And then I do want to yield my additional time to my colleague, Ms. Dean.
I thank you. I thank the chairman. And I thank you for being here, Mr. Patel. I want to enter into the record pages 81 and 82 of your book, which is entitled Government Gangsters. And on 81, you said that Congress should use aggressive congressional oversight to expose every single bit of filth and corruption in the FBI and DOJ. Interesting, I didn't hear you talking about that anymore because you have 37,000 talented folks working with you and under you. You also, on 82, entering into the record, you wished that folks would testify publicly without time limits. I'm disappointed that we couldn't have done that. We should have not had such time limits. And then finally, I do want to enter into the record your Appendix B. It is entitled Members of the Executive Branch Deep State. And just pulling through a couple of them, I see listed in here dozens of people, but the Covington Law Firm, Mark Esper, Perkins Coie, Miles Taylor, Andrew Weissman, and so many others. I enter those into the record.
We thank you for being with us today. We think that you're the right person for the job, and we're all wishing you well and success. So thank you for your devotion to this country and to the cause that you now head. Without objection, members may have 7 days to submit additional questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Director, for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Subcommittee
Members of
stands
the committee.
adjourned.
On government efficiency will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. I would like to start by playing a video of why we are here today. So if we can go ahead and play that, please. Where's our digital team? Where's our digital team? Here we go.
Executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
That there are only two sexes, male and female, and we are not going to tolerate biological men competing in sports or impeding in private spaces for women like myself or you.
A female fencer was given the ultimate punishment for refusing to compete against a biological man.
At the Portland Interscholastic Cleat Championships, a trans sophomore runner from McDaniel High School.
And Thomas pulling away over the final 150 meters. Thomas wins the NCAA championship.
Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women.
I was severely injured in a high school volleyball game by a transgender athlete on the opposing team.
Anyone who disobeys federal law will be either prosecuted, sued, or say goodbye to your federal funding.
I also signed an executive.
Female athletes should never be forced to compete against mentally ill biological men who parade around in women's clothes. But we'll hear from witnesses today who had to face off against biological male competitors. This led one to suffer a life-altering physical injury from a volleyball spike to her head. The other was thrown out of a recent fencing competition for refusing to compete against a man. Why is this happening when we have federal laws on the books intended to foster women's sports? Back in 1972, Congress adopted Title IX to create and protect equal athletic opportunity for girls and women in schools and colleges. Congress included similar language in legislation governing other amateur sports competitions. The law chartering the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, for instance, authorizes the Olympic Committee to recognize and empower national governing bodies to oversee individual sports on a national level. That includes determining how athletes are chosen to represent the U.S. in the Olympic Games and other international competitions. These NGBs, such as USA Fencing, have statutory duties and obligations, including promoting equal athletic opportunity for women, biological women. Specifically, NGBs are to provide equitable support and encouragement for participation by women where separate programs for male and female athletes are conducted on a national basis. Yet, USA Fencing makes a mockery out of women's fencing by allowing biological males to compete in its women's fencing competitions. We understand there are roughly 200 biological males competing in the USA Fencing women's division. This includes males who have won national titles and represented the U.S. in international competition in women's fencing. We subpoenaed the board chair of USA Fencing, Damien Lafelt, to appear here today. We did so because the board is responsible for setting USA Fencing policies and for ensuring those policies comply with federal law. At a recent board meeting where Mr. Lafelt presided, the board determined it would change its policy on transgender athletes if and only if forced to do so. Some science shows that men have numerous physical advantages over women that create unfair and potentially dangerous competitions. Such physical advantages are significant in fencing. According to a letter we received from USA Fencing board member Andre Giva, a coach of Olympians and world champions, Quote, transgender women fencers have significant advantages in women's competitions, he writes, citing advantages in body size, reach, shoulder width, muscle development, explosive strength, and recovery capacity. And a United Nations report issued last year finds that testosterone suppression does not eliminate the advantage of biological males to avoid the loss of a fair opportunity. It concludes, males must not compete in female categories of sport. But it's not surprising that the USA fencing policy on trans competitors ignores the science. The board is not shy about putting politics ahead of the sport, ahead of women, and ahead of the law. In selecting sites for its national fencing events, for instance, the board policy is to avoid states whose laws and policies on LGBTQ rights and abortion it opposes. It uses equality maps to determine which states to blacklist from its competitions and which states to favor. This ends up favoring a lot of blue states and harming a lot of red ones. So it creates politically determined winners and losers. But it has absolutely nothing to do with fencing. And it contradicts USA Fencing's statutory duty as an NGB to develop interest and participation throughout the United States in fencing. Recently, the board even voted against playing the national anthem at its events. So we shouldn't be surprised that the board opposed the creation of an all-female task force to reevaluate its transgender policy. And it has never surveyed its membership one simple question: do you support transgender athletes competing in women's competitions? Notably, Americans broadly have been polled on that question, and the response is overwhelming. A New York Times Ipsos poll this past January found 94% of Republicans, 67% of Democrats, and 64% of independents agree: keep men out of women's sports. Americans also reelected President Trump in November, and he spoke on their behalf in February when he issued his executive order keeping men out of women's sports. The United States is hosting the Summer Games in Los Angeles in 2028. It's a great time for us to once again take the lead in protecting and preserving the ability of women to engage in safe, fair athletic competition by keeping biological men out of women's sports. A United Nations report issued last August, most noted female athletes worldwide have lost out on numerous medal opportunities. Due to policies allowing males to compete in the women's category, more than 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports. I don't want any more women missing out on medal opportunities, avoiding athletic competitions, or missing out on college scholarships. And I don't want to see any more girls or women getting hurt. We cannot and should not forget the gruesome injury suffered by one of our witnesses here today, Peyton McNabb. It happened when she was spiked in the head by a male athlete who identified as a transgender woman. And I'd like to ask the digital team to please play this video now. That is sick. This is why I look forward to fighting and winning the battle to keep men out of women's sports alongside President Trump and brave women like Stephanie and Peyton who are here today. Now you're going to hear from our Democrat colleagues who are going to fight for these mentally ill biological men to continue beating women and stealing their competitions, stealing their medals, and stealing their national championships. And with that, I yield to the ranking member, Stansbury, for her opening statement.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As you can see, it's going to be an interesting hearing today. Welcome to the Oversight Committee, and in particular, the DOGE Subcommittee. I do want to say welcome to our guests and to your families. We do appreciate all of you coming here to tell your stories. But I want to make clear that this hearing is actually not about oversight or DOGE, but about spreading hate and using trans lives to distract from the real issues that Americans are facing, from attacks on our economy, to attacks on our democracy, to attacks on our communities. So let's call this hearing what it actually is. It's about bullying trans kids and members of the trans community to distract from the failed policies of the Trump administration, the failed policies and exploitation of this DOGE subcommittee, and the GOP's own cruel agenda that is happening right now here on Capitol Hill as they're trying to gut Medicaid, gut food assistance, gut environmental programs to give tax breaks to billionaires, because that is actually what's going on behind these doors all around us. So, as the ranking member of this subcommittee, let me start by saying to everyone in the trans and LGBTQ plus community who might be watching or listening today that we see you, we love you, we respect you, we are fighting for you, and we will fight back against this hateful agenda. Now, I do want to point out here at the outset that we are, in fact, in the Oversight Subcommittee on, quote unquote, delivering on government efficiency. And this is a committee here in Congress that was created this year by the GOP, supposedly to address government efficiency. And this hearing literally has nothing to do with that. In fact, it has nothing to do with anything that falls under the Oversight and Accountability Committee's jurisdiction. This hearing is so irrelevant to this committee, it's just a complete distraction from what is actually happening in Congress right now. So let's review what this subcommittee is actually supposed to be working on, since my friends seem to have forgotten that. In their own Rule 6 of this committee, this subcommittee shall, quote, have oversight jurisdiction over the federal civil service, including compensation, classification, benefits, federal property disposal, government reorganization and operations, transparency, performance, grants management, and accounting measures generally. That is the jurisdiction of this committee. And I don't know about any of you, but I don't see anything in here about sports, the Olympics, Title IX, fencing, and certainly nothing about policing the bodies of Americans. And frankly, hearings of this subcommittee have become so divorced from reality or anything resembling oversight and the jurisdiction of this committee, it's basically turned into a political campaign ad, as you just saw on these TVs. That's what this subcommittee has devolved into. And frankly, I think many of us expected that that's where we would end up. But meanwhile, Donald Trump is letting Elon Musk and his cabinet secretaries and OMB now continue to dismantle our federal agencies, to hack our private data. They're firing veterans and teachers and firefighters. They're trying to break Social Security and the VA. And there is literally no oversight happening here in this committee under the GOP. In fact, my colleagues have failed to bring even a single administration witness here to this committee. They haven't brought Elon Musk, they haven't brought a cabinet secretary, they haven't brought a political, they haven't brought anyone to this committee to answer to the lawless and immoral behavior that's happening inside the administration or anything that relates to the jurisdiction of this committee. That's why even though we had hoped on the Democratic side for real and meaningful bipartisan work to make the government more efficient, to make it work better for Americans, we have to sit here week after week and fight back against this abusive and lawless and ridiculous agenda. And, I want to just point out that there are now over 220 lawsuits against the Trump administration and over 130 court restraining orders and injunctions against them because of this agenda. So why did the chairwoman decide to call this hearing today? Why is it that we're trying to distract from an agenda that is so unpopular that 2/3 of Americans disapprove of what Doge and Elon Musk is doing? Maybe it has something to do with the failure of the president in the first 100 days, that his approval ratings have declined by 14%. Maybe it's to distract from the reality that our economy is tanking and prices are going up. Maybe it's because the budget that came to Congress last week doubles down on proposals to take food out of the mouths of children. Maybe it's because behind closed doors all around us, they're trying to take away your Medicaid and your food assistance. So why bully trans kids? Why take up airspace to bully a population that only makes up 0.6% of the population? Because clearly they're living rent-free in the GOP's minds. But simply put, Republicans are focused on the wrong 1%. So why are they so obsessed? Why is Trump attacking trans people? Why is this the centerpiece of the Republicans here on Capitol Hill? Honestly, it's weird. And it's wrong. And I just want to say to all of the people in the trans community who are watching, we uplift your stories. We are fighting for the community. We are fighting for the rights of everyone in our communities. And this hearing has absolutely nothing to do with the Oversight Committee. And that is why, at this time, I make a motion to immediately adjourn this hearing.
Okay. The motion is not debatable. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and a recorded vote will be asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
We will pause for the clerk to be ready.
Yeah, we'll pause for the clerk. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Cloud.
No.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Jack.
No.
Mr. Jack votes no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Ms. Norton.
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia votes yes. Mr. Kassar?
Yes.
Mr. Kassar votes yes. Ms. Crockett?
Yes.
Ms. Crockett votes yes. Ms. Stansberry?
Yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes yes. Ms. Green?
No.
Ms. Green votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Ms. Chairwoman, on this vote, the noes are 7, the ayes are 6.
The noes have it, and the motion to adjourn is not agreed to. Also, pursuant to Committee Rule 6A2, Chairman Comer refers specific responsibility for the matter of this DOJ subcommittee hearing regarding USA fencing, hearing to Chairman Green, and the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency. This hearing is directly under our jurisdiction. Without objection, Representatives McLean of Michigan, Mace of South Carolina, Crane of Arizona, Randall of Washington, Jacobs of California, and Simon of California are waived on to the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's committee hearing.
Madam Chair, a point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's your inquiry?
Could you please further expound about how this falls under the jurisdiction of the this subcommittee and the rules?
Ms. Stansbury, under Committee Rule 6A2, Chairman Comer of the Oversight Committee has referred responsibility for this hearing to the DOJ subcommittee hearing regarding USA fencing.
So Chairman Comer is changing the rules so that now fencing hearings fall under Department of Government Efficiency?
Okay, this is the rule book right here, Ms. Stansbury. I'm sure you have a copy of it.
Can you read us
The
part
number
that
2,
refers fencing to this subcommittee?
Number 2, in addition, each subcommittee shall have specific responsibility for such other measures or matters as the chair of the committee refers to it. And this is the hearing that we are having jurisdiction over. It's an important issue that biological men stay out of women's sports, and we'd like to hold the hearing on that today, and we're going to continue and go ahead. I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses today. Stephanie Turner is a competitive fencer who recently took a knee at a USA fencing event to avoid facing a biological male in a women's event. Peyton McNabb is a former high school athlete and now an ambassador for independent women who was injured by a biological man in a high school volleyball game. Damien Lefelt is the chairman of the board of directors at USA Fencing, a recognized national governing body for fencing under the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee as codified in the Ted Stevens Act. Fatima Goss-Graves is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Women's Law Center. I want to thank you all for being here to testify today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Ms. Turner for her opening statements.
Good afternoon,
Chairwoman Green and Ranking Member Stansberry and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be invited here to speak to you today. I started fencing at the University of Maryland College Club team 12 years ago and became competitive within the United States Fencing Association a year later. What started as a hobby quickly became a deep passion of mine. In these past 12 years, I estimate that I have spent over 7,000 hours training and over $100,000 between lessons, club dues, competition fees, equipment, and travel. I have dedicated a significant portion of my life to this sport and competition because, like thousands of other women, I love it. My favorite part of fencing is the competition, the thrill, the fight, the triumph, and even the heartache. But lately, fair, female-only competition is harder and harder to come by. USA Fencing has over 200 self-declared members who identify as transgender. Each time a man competes in the women's category, with USA Fencing's support, it removes fair sport and takes opportunities from women. Fencing is a combat sport, a martial art of sorts. There are elements of speed, power, reaction time, distance control, footwork, and blade work, all attributes affected by sex development. It's not uncommon for a quicker, more athletic opponent to overcome the technique of another fencer. Athleticism is powerful in fencing and works in equal parts with strategy and technique. It's unbelievably demeaning to female fencers to put down the differences between men and women and any woman's loss to a man as a skill issue, or that a woman simply needs to work harder. Within the USA Fencing authoritative body, there is a culture of intimidation towards women which demands that we be silent when men enter our tournaments. A culture that includes public humiliation, doxing, social ostracism, dismissal, and even threats. I went from avoiding tournaments with known male athletes to reaching out to news outlets to get this story known. The USA Fencing, up until my protest, has been unresponsive to women's demands for fair fencing, and instead doubled down on efforts to promote male inclusion in the female category. 1 month ago, I took a knee in protest to a man competing in my category, Division 1A Women's Foil, ironically held at the University of Maryland, where my fencing career began. And the video of my protest went viral. The story of that knee began 3 years ago when I contacted Icons out of desperation for numerous men taking women's national and world titles. Leadership was not only ignoring women, but encouraging and glorifying these men. It felt like there was no place for women in USA Fencing. It took me nearly 3 years to get up the courage to come out publicly. That knee I took in protest was a cry for help and an act of desperation. The night before the tournament, I saw Redmond Sullivan's name on the registration list. I recognized his name from a Redux article as a male fencer within Wagner College's men's team, who switched to the women's NCAA team and the women's USA Fencing division. I cried the whole night and again felt betrayed by USA Fencing. I had already spent the money on competition fees and new equipment and spent hours training and refurbishing my equipment. And I had traveled down from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to College Park, Maryland the night before in preparation for that tournament. I felt trapped. I had been defrauded of a women's tournament and sold a lie by USA Fencing. This was hardly the first time I faced fencing a man in a women's competition. In previous instances, I would wait until the last minute to register for a tournament to see if any known men would register. If they did, I would not sign up. I missed out on numerous regional and national tournaments. I did not want to keep abandoning opportunities to advance my fencing. I had felt so isolated and strangled by USA Fencing for disagreeing with its transgender policy that I felt scared to speak openly online or with friends in the fencing community. I reached out to a church friend asking what I should do. We prayed together and asked God, if it is his will that I protest, that he pair me with Redmond in about that following day. The next morning, I found myself on the platform against him, and I stood down. Speaking out on this issue has made me a target for harassment and violence, as well as cost me friends. I have decided to step away from the sport I love, at least for now as well, because USA Fencing has fostered an environment where I am unwelcome in my own category. It is culturally acceptable to bully and shame women who speak up for other women. I should not have had to make this sacrifice. Women deserve to be treated fairly in sport. We deserve opportunities to train, compete, and win in women's category set aside for women. We deserve this at the lowest levels of sport, all the way through elite Olympic competition. I hope that by taking a stand and raising awareness of the misogyny in our sport, I can help ensure other women and girls do not have to take such risks to receive the most basic protections in sports.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. I now recognize Ms. McNabb for her opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Green and Ranking Member Stansbury, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to appear today. My name is Peyton McNabb, and I'm a sports ambassador for the Independent Women's Forum. We are a nonprofit organization that exists to expand support for policy solutions that actually enhance people's opportunities and well-being. Independent Women's motto is "Tell her story, change the world." Today I'm here to share my story. I'm a female athlete from Murphy, North Carolina, who had my love of playing sports taken away from me. Since 2022, following a serious but avoidable injury, I've been speaking across the country, sharing my story and advocating for protections for women and girls' hard-earned rights to equal opportunity, fair play, privacy, and safety. Like many other little girls, I grew up playing sports. As soon as I could walk, my dad enrolled me and my siblings in various sports. I'm incredibly thankful for that because participating in athletics has afforded me so many life lessons and given me valuable skills. In high school, I played volleyball, basketball, and my favorite sport, softball. I was excited about the prospect of playing softball in college, but that day never came. My athletic career was hindered and cut short because I was forced to compete against a male athlete on an opposing high school women's volleyball team on September 1st, 2022. I went into this game knowing that there was a male opponent, but I felt helpless and had no idea what to do. Neither I, my team, nor the administration agreed that we should be playing against a male, but the game went on. Toward the end of the game, the male athlete went up to spike the ball, and it came right at my face, slamming into my head. The force of the ball knocked me down unconscious, while my body lay in a fencing position on the court. A fencing position is how your body reacts to a serious brain injury. Everything was dark to me. The auditorium was absolutely quiet, and my teammates were scared. That was my last day playing volleyball. Medical professionals informed me and my family of the heavy news that I suffered a traumatic brain injury, a brain bleed, and my body was experiencing partial paralysis on my right side. The doctors couldn't confirm how long it would take for my body to recover. It could take months or even years, and they couldn't confirm whether I'd 100% ever be back. While I've learned to navigate my new normal, there are several challenges that I deal with on a daily basis. Severe headaches, balance issues, vision impairment, and as my parents say, I'm just not the same kid. It is completely aggravating because the injury I suffered was 100% avoidable if only my rights as a female athlete had been more important than a man's feelings. Since then, I've chosen to use my voice to advocate for girls nationwide, especially for my younger sister, Avery. I've decided to turn my pain into purpose. I played a role in helping pass the Fairness in Women's Sports Act in North Carolina legislature, although it was initially vetoed by former Governor Roy Cooper, who ironically has 3 daughters of his own. Since speaking out, I've heard from so many girls. They see it happening in their schools, male athletes competing in women's sports. The fear of being severely injured by a male athlete who is undisputedly, on average, bigger, faster, and stronger than the average female is real. I want y'all to know that this issue is very real. I didn't realize how big it was until it personally affected me. What we are talking about is reality and basic truth. Men have an inherent biological advantage over women when it comes to sports. The advantage is particularly prominent respect to the activities where speed, size, power, strength, or cardiorespiratory characteristics determine performance. Males jump approximately 25% higher than females. Males throw about 25% further than females. Males run 11% faster than females. Males accelerate about 20% faster than females. Males punch 30 to 162% harder than females. Males are around 30% stronger than females of equivalent stature and mass. This is undeniable, and many more biological statistics can be found in Independent Women's Competition Report. I was so pleased to be at the White House on February 5th when President Trump signed the executive order entitled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. Finally, we saw a president act to make sure that sports competition for women is fair and safe. Now we need laws at the state level that define women and keep women's sports safe for women. Today, there are 27 states that have legislation protecting women's sports, and more than a third of the nation also defines sex-based words across their state laws. All 50 states should have this sort of legislation. I'm so proud of the progress being made in the states that are protecting their female athletes. I will continue to speak out about my experience with the hope that I might be able to protect the next young woman athlete from being injured. There should never be another Peyton McNabb. Thank you for having this hearing today so that my story can be shared.
Thank you, Ms. McNabb. I now recognize Mr. Leifelt for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and other members of the subcommittee. My name is Damian Leifelt, and since September 2024, I have been the chair of the Board of Directors for USA Fencing. I am proud to represent USA Fencing at today's hearing. I understand USA Fencing CEO, who has knowledge of the operational, day-to-day activities of the organization, was prepared to testify, but that the subcommittee preferred I appear instead, as made clear by its subpoena. I'm pleased to be here and will do my best to provide you with the information you seek as you consider this important topic. As you know, USA Fencing is a national governing body for fencing. It supports over 700 affiliated clubs and 45,000 members. Like other sports, fencing promotes confidence and respect, and it encourages hard work, training, and discipline. I have been the grateful recipient of fencing's benefit for over 30 years. As an A-rated competitor, a referee, and as a coach, I have worked to bring fencing's benefits to all Americans. Although it was adopted before I joined the board, USA Fencing's transgender participation policy had that same goal. We recognize, however, that gender participation in sports is a complex topic and requires consideration of numerous viewpoints. Considerations of safety and fairness are paramount. I understand that in developing its transgender participation policy, USA Fencing drew on its long experience with mixed gender competition, where men and women have safely and fairly competed against each other for decades. USA Fencing also consulted the practices and policies of other NGBs, as well as those of the IOC, the USOPC, and Fencing's International Federation, known as the FIE. The IOC and FIE policies were particularly important. As an NGB, USA Fencing is governed by the Ted Stevens Act, which forbids NGBs from adopting eligibility criteria that are more strict than those of the Sports International Federation. The FIE does not ban transgender participation. As a result, I understand that the consensus among NGBs, including USA Fencing, is that a ban on transgender participation could violate the Ted Stevens Act. As Chairwoman Green pointed out, I've been a vocal advocate for transgender participation in fencing. Those are my own personal views. My actions as chair, however, are guided by the best interests of the organization and take consideration of the diverse viewpoints held by our members. I want to emphasize USA Fencing's commitment to safety and fairness. I know that in other sports, some athletes have been severely injured in competition involving transgender athletes. Any significant injury in competition is a tragedy, and my heart goes out to athletes like Ms. McNabb who have suffered such injuries. But thankfully, that hasn't been our experience in fencing. USA Fencing has long sponsored mixed gender competition where men and women compete against each other. Those bouts show that mixed gender competition, in fencing at least, does not pose any significant safety risks above and beyond single gender fencing competition. The same is true for fencing involving transgender participation. Additionally, while some attributes more common in men, such as height and physical strength, can certainly confer an advantage in a fencing bout, women more commonly exhibit other advantageous traits such as flexibility and agility. Ultimately, fencing is a sport of strategy and technique. Those elements will most frequently determine who prevails. And when it comes to strategy and technique, neither sex has any inherent advantage. Transgender status thus doesn't appear to confer any inherent advantage over a cisgender fencer. Cisgender women have beaten transgender women in 55% of the bouts, for which USA Fencing has data. I was disappointed to learn that following the Cherry Blossom tournament last month, Ms. Turner has decided to take a break from fencing. I hope she will reconsider. To be clear, USA Fencing has not banned Ms. Turner. She remains free to enter tournaments and free to compete. Regardless, the response to Ms. Turner's bout underscores the importance of this issue and the need for reasoned discussion. USA Fencing welcomes that discussion. There can never be too much conversation about how to make our sport better. And so I want to be clear that if the law, research, or international consensus changes, USA Fencing is prepared to amend its participation requirements. We have been proactive in this area. After months of discussion, USA Fencing recently adopted a contingent transgender participation policy that will go into effect if the law or regulations change. I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Goss-Graves for her opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chair Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Fatima Goss-Graves, and I'm President and CEO at the National Women's Law Center. We've been around since 1972, when Title IX was first enacted, and we've been working to create equal opportunity for women and girls in sports and in society ever since. Women and girls face many obstacles to equal opportunity in sports: fewer financial resources than men's programs, worse facilities, endemic sexual abuse. And student athletes facing these persistent inequities are among the more than 12,000 people who have complained about discrimination in school, but who actually really can't pursue justice because the Trump administration has laid off half the staff whose jobs at the Department of Education it was to respond to these complaints. Students, including disabled kids, survivors of campus sexual assault, and other forms of discrimination, are now basically in a situation where their complaints are being warehoused. So for over 50 years, the National Women's Law Center has been fighting for equality and will continue to fight until every girl has the same chance to play as everyone else. And as an expert on women's rights in sports and in society, I want to be clear here. Transgender women do not pose a threat to women's sports. Transgender women belong in sports. And I'm here because I care about all women and girls in sport. And I know that bullying trans kids and creating panic about the existence of trans people will not make us safer. It won't solve any of the problems that I named about inequity in sports. And the fixation on harming trans kids, it will not fix the problems of the American people. Because at the National Women's Law Center, we hear from people every day about the real problems that they are facing. They're concerned about reproductive freedom. They're struggling to put food on the table. They're agonizing about how to care for aging loved ones. Hardworking folks around the country, from Texas to Georgia to Tennessee to California, we hear from folks who are worried that there is a budget in this Congress that would demolish programs like SNAP, Head Start, Medicaid, and generally make their lives harder. And they're looking for an end to attacks on schools, on health care, child care, on workplace safety. Instead, over the last few years, there has been this nonstop effort to convince the public that including transgender women in sports harms cisgender women and harms all people in society. But anti-trans sports bans, they actually harm all women. And I have just a few examples that I want to name. For example, denying trans kids the chance to find teammates who have their back, that's harmful. Or harassing Black and brown women and girls for not being, feminine enough, that's harmful. School officials secretly investigating girls' gender to make sure that they are feminine enough to play, that is harmful and that is dangerous. And yes, those things are already happening. For example, after Utah passed a trans sports ban, a state school board member posted a picture of a high school student athlete on social media. suggesting that she was transgender. She was not. But she faced such intense cyberbullying and threats to herself and to her family, they had to actually get police protection. So as president and CEO of the National Women's Law Center, it could not be more clear to me. Anti-trans bans, they hurt all women. They're wrong. And we won't let them be enacted in the name of protecting women, because they don't protect women. They harm us all, and it's discrimination, period. And if the subcommittee wants to defend women, the National Women's Law Center definitely has ideas about that, ideas that will actually help, ideas that will combat the real threats to women and girls' safety and equality today. Trans women in sports, it's just not one of them. Thank you.
We will now begin the 5-minute question period of the hearing. I would like to remind the members that Mr. Lefelt is here under a duly issued subpoena to answer questions at today's hearing after refusing to appear voluntarily. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. No one is here today to harm transgenders. We are here to defend girls and women, and we are here to defend Title IX and to uphold President Trump's executive order that all biological males stay out of girls' and women's sports. Here displayed behind me is the post that Mr. Lefelt put up. Mr. Lefelt came in here today saying that this is game day. You're right, Mr. Lefelt, this is game day. Under the Ted Stevens Act, USA Fencing and other national governing bodies that are authorized to oversee individual sports on a national level have a certain obligation. One such duty is to provide support and encouragement for participation by women, where separate programs for male and female athletes are conducted on a national basis. Another statutory duty is to promote a safe environment in sports that is free from abuse of any amateur athlete, including emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. Mr. Lefelt, as the board chair of USA Fencing, surely you are aware of these legal requirements. That means you believe that forcing a woman to compete against a biological man promotes a safe environment that is free from emotional abuse. Is that correct?
One moment, a point of order, please, Madam Chair. Madam
okay,
Chair, I have a point of order. The document that you have up behind you is a misrepresentation of the actual post. It appears that you're trying to misrepresent a witness here who you use subpoena powers against.
This is not, Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury, this is not a point of order.
This is the actual picture.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not
clipped and
recognized.
put
Ms.
on the
Stansbury,
board
you're not
behind me.
recognized. Ms. Stansbury, you are not recognized.
Madam Chairwoman.
You are not. This is not a point of order, Ms. Stansbury. This is not a point of order.
You are misrepresenting what this committee does. You are misrepresenting the witnesses. You are misrepresenting policy. You are misrepresenting.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized. You're not recognized. That's not a point of order. You're abusing the rules of this committee. This is the post of Mr. Lefelt that he posted himself on his own social media. And that's exactly why we have it displayed here today, because Mr. Lefelt believes that he can take away the opportunities for women to compete in USA Fencing, and he thinks this is game day to defend biological men. Now, we're going to return to my time as chair of this committee. Ms. Turner, refusing to compete against a man cost you a 12-month probation. Did you feel you were in a safe environment, free from abuse, when you were told you must compete against a man in an all-out competition?
No.
No, that wasn't free from emotional abuse. Ms. McNabb, when a biological man spiked a ball into your head, were you free from physical or emotional abuse?
I was not.
Ms. McNabb, did you feel you were placed in a safe environment when you faced a biological male in a girls' volleyball game?
No, I did not feel safe.
Ms. Turner, were you safe when you were forced to go up against a biological male in your sport?
No, I was not.
Mr. Leifelt, do you think your perception of what constitutes a safe environment for women is more valid than that of a woman testifying here today?
Congresswoman, thank you for your question. There was a study that was published in 2010 regarding the safety of sports in the Olympic movement. There were 51 sports that were assessed as part of that study.
That's a yes or no question, Mr. Leifelt. Do you is that your perception? You're sitting next to a young woman who received a brain injury from a biological male. Is it safe to compete against biological males? Yes or no, Mr. Leifelt?
What happened to Miss?
Yes or no?
What happened to Miss McNabb?
I'll take that as a no. Mr. Leifelt, do you think forcing a woman to change in front of a man in a locker room is abusive? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, I'm not sure I
Do
follow
you
the
want your
question.
daughter to change in front of biological men in locker rooms? Yes or no?
My daughter isn't really something that should be part of this hearing,
I'm gonna.
respectfully.
If you're not a quick no on that, we're gonna take that as a no. We're gonna switch gears to USA Fencing site selection policy. You're the chair of USA Fencing. You should be familiar. Mr. Leifelt, what does abortion have to do with fencing?
Congresswoman, that policy was passed before I got on the board. However, when
You're the chair of the board now. What does abortion have to do with fencing, Mr. Leifelt?
I'm on the board, you're correct, and I offered an amendment to that policy back in December, Congresswoman, that allowed for more flexibility at the city level.
To get an abortion while you're at fencing competitions? I
And
don't
it
think
also
so.
allowed for better convenience. So we enhanced the policy
More
under my
convenience to
leadership under the
Planned
board.
Parenthood centers. Mr. Leifelt, why does USA Fencing states abortion policies and LGBTQ policies in its site selection process to determine where tournaments are held? That's part of your site selection process, is abortion availability and states and cities that are friendly to LGBTQ policies. How is that part of USA Fencing?
Congresswoman, we try to have tournaments in sites that are safe for all of our members, period.
So you don't think red states are safe for fencing athletes?
Red states are absolutely safe, and we regularly host tournaments there, including Texas, Ohio,
No,
Missouri.
your site selection policies are based on abortion availability and LGBTQ availability, not on fencing, not on your sport. Now let's go a little bit further with this.
Madam Chairwoman, your time has expired.
You're not recognized, Ms. Crockett. Mr. Leifelt, you wrote a blog post where you said that one day your daughter
Madam Chair, on a point of order.
This is my time, and I'm the chair of the committee.
No, that was your time. Your time is over, and now we're asking, are we?
The chair has discretion to assign time.
I've lost
and you know
time.
it, sir.
I have lost time.
As long as we have that understanding, that's fine.
I've lost time.
I yield 2.5 minutes to the chair lady.
Mr. Leifelt, you wrote a blog post where you said that one day your daughter might compete against a transgender woman, a biological man. You said that if she did, you might win or she might lose. But whatever the result, you hope she doesn't care about the outcome, because the important thing is that both she and her opponent enjoy the match. That's what you wrote in your little trans manifesto. But you came here today to win. And you came here today to defeat women in their own sport. So as you stand here before this committee today, you are a man that would tell your daughter to lose and enjoy it to a biological man. My time has expired, and with that, I recognize Ms. Stansbury to defend all the trans.
Point of order. Out of curiosity, is the chairwoman allowed to editorialize before every speaker on the Democratic side speaks, or is that part of her time, which we know that she went over?
It's not a point of order. You're taking Ms. Stansbury's time. I know you're trying to be chair of oversight, but Ms. Stansbury is the ranking member.
Chair would be better on this side. I do agree with that.
It's Ms. Stansbury's time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see, this is a hearing full of performance artists, not legislators. To our witnesses and guests, I do appreciate you coming today, but this is not the venue for this conversation, and our colleagues know that across the aisle. That is part of why the distraction of the gaveling and the yelling and the performance art is happening here today, because this is not an oversight hearing. This is not what the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee is. And the chairman and the chairwoman both know that. And they both know that a little over 100 days ago, when Republicans were clamoring to show Donald Trump and Elon Musk that they were going to carry their water here in Congress, they created this subcommittee to do Elon Musk's bidding. But now that he is so unpopular, that 2/3 of Americans are opposed to Doge and Elon Musk, the honeymoon is over, my friends. And so what are they doing with the Doge subcommittee? They're bullying trans kids. They're talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with government oversight or efficiency or the economy or the reality that Donald Trump is tanking the economy and the reality that Americans are pissed as hell and are marching in the streets. And they're turning the Doge subcommittee into, apparently now, a fencing oversight committee. Welcome, we're not even gonna call it the Doge subcommittee anymore. This is called the Fencing Oversight Committee. Welcome to the Fencing Oversight Committee. But in reality, we know this is all about bullying trans kids, as they are literally over on the floor debating renaming the Gulf of Mexico this week, because they have no real agenda other than tanking the economy, taking away health care, taking away food out of the mouths of children, and basically distracting the American people while they prepare the largest tax break for billionaires ever in the history of this country. But it's not enough to just obsessively talk and think about trans people, which obviously are living rent-free in their minds. Donald Trump has put into place over a dozen executive orders and actions bullying trans people. Here, this committee is trying to take their own punch. They're trying to keep trans people from using bathrooms inside the Capitol. I mean, all of this is part of their regular playbook. Do really bad, evil things, and then distract the American people by doing ridiculous things in public spaces like this. So I am very grateful to Ms. Goss-Graves for being here to break through the noise, to talk about real issues that are affecting our communities, because among the things that affect women, girls, all people are the cuts to healthcare, the cuts to education, the cuts to vital programs that our people depend on. But what I think is so important is to highlight the ways in which using public spaces like this to bully trans people creates a lack of safety for the LGBTQ plus community. And so, Ms. Goss-Graves, can you talk about how exactly what's happening here today normalizes hate and how that translates into violence and hate against the LGBTQ plus community?
You know, this is exactly my deep worry. Over the last couple of years, we have seen in states around the country, and now in this body and from the president, using government to attack some of our most vulnerable people. And the hateful rhetoric translates to violence. It's trans young people who are experiencing violence in school. And it also means that we have seen an increase in incidents of suicide. So when I think about young people today who may be tuning in, I want to reaffirm that their existence is okay and that they are supported. But I also want to say very, very clearly, even though people have been spun up in this frenzy, that all the problems in the world are apparently now caused by trans folks existing, that is simply not true. Mm-hmm. And if we have a very serious and concerted effort to address rising costs, to address access to health care, to address the experiences that people are having in this country who are begging for help, this body actually could be doing that. In an oversight way, even, it would be especially important to hear this body do that so that we could have a conversation around what has the impact been for people in this country, for women and girls, because of Doge. Those are the things I hear about all the time.
Yes, thank you very much. And I also
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I also want to acknowledge your
The gentlelady's time has
acknowledgement of
expired. I now recognize
Chair, do we not have a-
Miss
You
McLean
spoke for over
from
a minute
Michigan.
more
Point of
than
order.
your allocated
You
time.
took a minute of my time, wasting my time on a non-point of order. The gentlelady's
Madam
time has
Chair, the
expired. I
clock
now
was not
recognize
running during the
Miss
point
McLean
of order.
from
Point of
Your
Michigan.
time was not wasted. And to the trans
I now
community,
recognize
we
Miss McLean
stand
from-
with you, with the LGBTQ plus community. We stand with you, and you can
Madam
break
Chair.
my eardrums all you want, Madam Chair, but we stand with the LGBTQ plus community, and you can gavel me till
Order. This
cows come
hearing
home
will
and it
come to
won't
order.
stop it.
This hearing will come to order.
Madam Chair, I have a
This
question.
hearing will come to order.
Madam Chair, I
This
just-
hearing will come to order. I now
a
recognize
point of order.
Ms. McLean
I
from
just have a
Michigan.
point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me tell you,
Madam Chair, I
yeah.
had a
What's your
point of order. Could we just have the timekeeper, log the time between both the Democrats and Republicans, and then we rebalance them so that we each have equal time? That's pretty basic.
We will consider that. Thank you.
No,
But
no, no,
stop.
no, 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 no. That's-
You took a minute of my time.
that's not
All
a
right,
suggestion.
okay.
Those are the
Enough,
rules.
Enough.
No, 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 no.
You're wasting your
Hey,
time.
look,
That's
either,
not.
either we go
We
by
are
the rules
keeping
or
equal
we're
time.
out of here.
We're keeping equal time.
The door's
okay.
open.
Miss
All right.
McLean from Michigan is now recognized.
thank you, Madam Chair. Let me tell you what I'm here for. I'm here to protect women and girls. And for all of you young women and girls watching today, I hear you. I hear your stories. I hear your bullying stories. I hear your uncomfortableness. Because you see, sometimes young women and girls get trampled over. But let me tell you what I'm here for. I'm here as a mother and as a coach and as an athlete to stand up for the rights of women and especially young girls. That's what I'm here for. And in 1972, Title IX of the Education Amendments prohibits gender discrimination in all educational programs receiving federal funds. And I'm here today because women have had to fight for every God-given right, and I'll be damned if we're going to go back on that. When biological men invade women's spaces, our rights are violated, and our spaces are violated. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle constantly talk about following the science, but this makes it clear that this is merely a disingenuous slogan. So let's follow the science for a moment. Not opinions, but science. So, Ms. Graves, what is the average difference in skeletal muscle between biological men and biological women?
So I'm definitely not a scientist, but I can tell you about the studies that have been done looking at transgender athletes, cisgender athletes.
It's a great answer to a question I didn't ask, so perhaps I can help you.
So the answer, I think where you're trying to go is there an inherent
Is there a biological
transgender
difference
women
between men and women?
in all contexts? And the answer is no.
Okay,
right now.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Okay, let
And
me
so
educate
And
you.
the reason
Okay,
that I can
reclaiming
tell you
my
that
time.
The answer is no is because UCLA has studied this. They did a study of
The gentlewoman's reclaimed her time. Miss McLean's recognized.
So I'll educate you. I'll tell you, men have 30 to 40% more skeletal muscle than biological women. That's not right. That's not wrong. That just is what it is. I was going to ask you what is the difference in upper body strength, but I don't think you know that either. So I'll answer that question for you as well. Biological men exhibit 20 to 50% greater upper body strength and 25 to 30% lower body strength than biological women. That's just the science. Ms. Graves, you stated your organization's mission is to ensure safety and opportunity for all girls. Was Peyton McNabb safe on September 1st of 2022?
It sounds like she definitely wasn't. And
Thank
what happened
you.
to her was tragic. I would argue, though,
Thank
that the answer is to ensure that people can't spike volleyballs into people's heads. That seems unsafe.
Thank
no
you
matter
for your
who's
answer,
spiking
Ms.
the ball.
Graves. So I will reclaim my time on that. So here's the inherent problem. If I would say I'm a 6'2" blonde supermodel, you agree with that statement? I know my husband does, but does that make it true?
I'm not sure how tall you are because you're sitting down, but I'm assuming you're not blonde.
Look like a 6'2" blonde supermodel?
No.
Okay. But I identify as one, okay? Just because I identify as one doesn't make it true, but let's go ahead and say for a moment it's true. The issue that I have for the young girls is you can live in your reality. You can live in your reality. But when your reality intrudes on my safety and puts another person at harm or in harm's way, that's when I have a problem with it. When you want to live in your distorted reality, you can do that. But that doesn't mean everybody else has to do that either. Because I will ask you one other question. Can a 43-year-old man identify as a 13-year-old boy? Ms. Graves?
Can a 40?
Can a 43-year-old man live in his reality of identifying as a 13-year-old boy?
So this question makes me understand that you...
No, this question is a question that you need to answer that you refuse. If we're going to be who we want to be, can a 43-year-old man identify as a 13-year-old boy?
The witness can answer, but the gentlelady's time's expired.
So here's the thing. It is
It's
absolutely...
a yes or no.
So I'm hoping that some people are watching, and so that's why I'm trying to provide some context.
There's the gentlelady's time's expired. This is a yes or no question.
Okay. I would have loved to give a fuller answer. Here is my answer to you. The answer is no, that an adult can't be a child.
Why they identify as one?
Okay. Thank you
And
very
there
much.
is- but
Thank
if
you
you'd
for
like me to
answering the
provide
question.
a
The gentlelady's
fuller
time's
answer,
expired.
I'm
I now
really happy to
recognize
do that.
the witness will suspend. I now recognize Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C. for 5 minutes.
This newly formed subcommittee has been nothing but a sham so far, this Congress. But this hearing takes this subcommittee to a new low, one of hate and bigotry. I have spent my life fighting for civil and human rights of all Americans. I did so in the civil rights and women's rights movements, as a lawyer, as chair of the New York City Commission on Human Rights, and as chair of the United States Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And I do so now as the only member of Congress representing the more than 700,000 residents of the District of Columbia who are denied voting representation in Congress and full self-government despite paying full federal taxes. I am disgusted this subcommittee would use its power to target transgender people. But since this subcommittee is intent on talking about safety, let us talk about it. Ms. Goss-Graves, last year, the Center for American Progress found that nearly half of transgender adults experience discrimination in public spaces. What kind of discrimination do transgender people face?
So transgender people face a wide amount of discrimination. They have trouble getting hired. They are more likely to experience harassment at work, in school, in other settings. They experience violence. Disproportionately, transgender women experience violence. So the types and forms of discrimination that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission used to track thoroughly is vast and could and should be the subject, again, of this this committee, the committee could look at the wide range of discrimination that transgender individuals are experiencing at work and what is happening now at the EEOC now that it is not treating that type of discrimination in the same way that it used to.
Please discuss the violence transgender people face.
Well, it is everything from sexual violence to assault in a lot of different types of spaces that, one might feel safe ordinarily for trans people, especially when the rhetoric has increased, especially when at the highest parts of our government, they are suggesting that it is okay to insult and to make it seem like transgender people are less than human. And it is, what I think both our laws and my moral compass requires that anytime there is an organized effort to demonize a small group of people, that our laws have something to say about that. We should scrutinize the why. We should make sure there isn't harm. But my own moral compass, I will say, has something to say about that, about any time a group of people experiences the level of hate and discrimination and violence. It's up to all of us to show up.
Discrimination and violence should never be acceptable. We cannot allow these against anyone. Today's attack on transgender people is a blatant attempt by the Republican majority to distract from the real harm they are causing Americans through their disastrous policies. They are proposing taking away health care and food assistance from tens of millions of Americans to give tax cuts to the wealthy and corporations. Ms. Goss Graves, if Republicans make these cuts to Medicaid and food assistance, how will this affect the health and well-being of women across this country?
It will be disastrous. Almost half of births in this country are paid for by Medicaid. Women around the country and their families' lives can be upended by having access to health care one day and then not the other. And it will also change access to health care in entire regions. There are large parts of this country, especially in rural areas, that do not have enough health care systems. And if Medicaid is gutted, that will only make for more health care deserts. And the last thing that I just want to say about this is that Medicaid is sort of the backbone of long-term care. So
the gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you holding this hearing. And I especially want to thank Ms. Turner, Ms. McNabb for being here and telling your stories, not only coming before Congress and talking to us, which is bold and heroic in its own right, but taking the stand that you've taken, and for Ms. McNabb for continuing to tell your story. I am sorry that you've been put in this type of situation where you're at a critical moment in our history where this is an issue that we're having to deal with. But I admire you for your courage and thank you for being there. As a committee, we're bringing this up in part because of the Ted Stevens Act that Mr. Leafield mentioned. The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee is a congressionally chartered entity under that act, and the USOPC, therefore, and its NGB derivatives, the National Governing Boards, have to abide by federal law. And so we have Title IX, which says that these organizations will not discriminate based on sex. And then we have lately executive orders where President Trump issued an executive order keeping men out of women's sports. He did this to rescind the funds from educational institutions that deprive women and girls of their fair athletics opportunities, and to oppose male competitive participation in women's sports more broadly for safety, fairness, dignity, and truth. It's interesting to note that he referenced in that a previous executive order, 14168, in which defined a female, which it seems that the left has a very difficult time doing, a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. And so we have a pretty clear definition of the guidelines that you should be operating by and other organizations that are embracing sports and chartered by. And so it does fall under our jurisdiction as Congress to consider whether or not you and these other organizations should be stripped of your certification under the Ted Stevens Act. And so we have to continue to look at this and just talk about this issue. A recent UN report that the chairwoman mentioned notes that as of March 2024, over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions had lost 890 medals, 29 different sports, to males, explicitly concluding that males have certain performance advantages in sports, which Ms. Graves seems to not agree with. This report also notes that injuries have included knocked out teeth, concussions resulting in neural impairment, broken legs, and skull fractures. And it boggles the mind, Ms. Graves, that time and time again, what we have is mediocre male athletes turning into champions in women's sports, and you continue to think that there's not an advantage. I'm puzzled by that.
Is that a question?
How do you?
Yeah, well, first I just have to say the idea that someone who identifies as a man would instead live their entire life as a woman.
That's not answering the question. Is how a mediocre competitor becomes a champion overnight? Did they have
the
a good
notion
day?
is? I'll
move on.
Sort of absurd.
If you were to compare world-class, world record times in track for women's sports compared to the male Texas high school meet that happened just recently, you would find that the male high schoolers beat world record times virtually in every single race as female world-class record holders throughout history. As someone who ran track in the past, I wonder if I can retroactively identify and be recertified as a world-class world champion as opposed to the mediocre track person that I was.
Because that's not how the rules work, and I think that's part of what I've been trying to explain here.
I wanted to ask you something, Ms. Leifeld, because the press release from U.S. Fencing talked about how you came up with your site selection criteria, which the chairwoman talked to, but I wanted to dig into it a little bit because it says your source for analysis was primarily the equality maps, the Movement Advance Project. Now, this is not, if you go to this site right now, what you would find on its homepage is a bunch of voting turnout information, how we could advance leftist, Marxist agenda, primarily Democrat agenda all throughout the country. There's maps to do it, ways to be engaged, all these kind of things. This is not at all any sort of nonpartisan sporting effort or anything along those lines. And one thing DOGE has uncovered has been the fact that all these NGOs have been funded, and thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
I apologize, I ran out of time. But the point is it's a political organization, not any sort of nonpartisan.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the witnesses for their willingness to testify before this committee and help us with our work. I do want to go back to the point that the ranking member raised, and she is correct in pointing out that about the lack of jurisdiction of this subcommittee for the matter before us. This subcommittee was created for the opportunity to confront the economic inefficiencies in our government. And that's exactly why most members chose to serve on this subcommittee, because of the issue involved. So this subcommittee could be focusing on the layoffs that President Trump has executed, over 200,000 firings of federal employees from the EPA, employees from the Social Security Administration, employees from the Nuclear Security Agency, employees from the FAA, including air traffic controllers. The President has fired NIH researchers working on Alzheimer's and cancer research. This subcommittee could be addressing the layoffs of 3,000 workers at the VA. I mean, that does affect the efficiency of our government programs. President Trump's laid off nurses, internists, physical therapists, and staff who care for our wounded veterans all across America. He's even laid off people from the Veteran Suicide Hotline in the middle of a veteran suicide crisis. This subcommittee could be holding hearings to find out why we have 250,000 people, veterans, on a waiting list for benefits and treatment at the VA, and why veterans should be waiting months for an appointment. Veterans' benefits are special, Madam Chair. They're special obligations of our country because those veterans' benefits are obligations that exist because of courageous service previously rendered by our veterans. Every eligible veteran laying in a VA hospital bed all across this country has honorably served. By definition, to be eligible for that care, they have honorably served in uniform on behalf of this country, on behalf of us all. And from Democrat to Republican administration, we have always maintained that veterans' benefits must be rendered. We must keep our promise until now, until this administration, until now. We've also been hearing from farmers who are dealing with Trump's tariffs all across America. We could be addressing the impacts of the Trump tariffs on all of our states. If those tariffs are impacting the export market for cranberries in Massachusetts, I can only imagine what's going on in Iowa and Georgia and Kansas and Illinois and Indiana. The great state of Georgia, with $83.6 billion in agricultural production last year and 325,000 agricultural-related jobs. That dwarfs what we have going on in Massachusetts, and I hear plenty from our farmers and our bog operators. Madam Chair, since President Trump launched tariffs against 140 countries at the same time, and then they retaliated against us on our farmers, we've seen the landscape change. Those 140 countries have shifted their major contracts to places like Brazil, Venezuela, Canada, Europe, and away from Iowa, Ohio, Georgia, Indiana, and Illinois. That's what we should be talking about in this committee. You know, one of my first cases as an attorney, I represented a women's swim team at one of our local high schools, Boston Latin Academy. So I believe firmly in women's rights in athletics. We've come too far to let that regress. But I hope someday we actually have a hearing here to talk about gender dysphoria or gender incongruence, so we can get doctors and families in there whose families and kids are suffering from that disorder, rather than simply punching down at some of the weakest people and most vulnerable people in our society. Madam Chair, I thank you for your courtesy, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and now...
Madam Chair, I had some items to submit for the record. If that's
Yes, go ahead.
Wanted to submit for the record a November 22, 2003. Here's the latest on USA Fencing Tournament site selection. It's a press release from the U.S. Fencing Tournament. The U.S. Track and Field Statement regarding transgender transsexual policy. The USA Gymnastics Transgender and Non-Binary Athletic Inclusion Statement. The U.S. Weightlifting Athlete Gender Inclusion Competitive Equity and Eligibility Policy. The U.S. Tennis Association Transgender Policy Inclusion Policy. And finally, ironically, the National Women's Soccer League, I'm not sure if they know what women is, but their policy on transgender athletes.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Madam Chair, thank you. For the next 5 minutes, we're going to live within the bounds of reality and actually use real science Human beings with an XY chromosome will be referred to as male or men. Human beings with an XX chromosome will be referred to as female or woman. Mr. Layfeld, what is your current position within USA Fencing?
I'm the chair of the board of the directors, sir.
Okay, and in that role, is it fair to say that you celebrate transparency and promote fairness?
I would certainly hope so, sir.
All right, great. Congress has oversight over USA Fencing. Are you here today to testify of your own volition?
I'm here to testify on behalf of USA
Of your
Fencing.
own volition. Did you come voluntarily?
No, sir, I was
You
subpoenaed.
did not. You had to be subpoenaed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have to give you an F on that count right here for transparency. Let's go. Did you recently change your social media profile from public to private?
I did, sir.
Okay. Was that before or after you got wind that you might end up being here today?
That was around the time that I was receiving death threats and anti-Semitic messages from a
Also
number of
happened to
people,
be
sir.
right after you found out that you might be here, correct?
I can't recall, sir,
You're under
specifically
oath?
when I went
yes,
private.
Yes, that is April 14th, and you did it after. So I'm going to give you another F, 2 counts for transparency. Let's talk about fairness, because you said you wanted to be fair. There are 2 competitive classes in USA Fencing, yes? 2 divisions, men and women?
That's correct, sir.
Why is that?
There's also a mixed event, I should add. Mixed event is a plurality of our events.
But you have, but to be specific, because we have limited time, you have a male division and a female division. Is that correct?
We also have a mixed
But do
division,
you have
sir.
a male division and a female division? Yes?
We have a male
You do.
division,
Okay,
we have a
thank you.
female division. We also
So,
have mixed events, which represent a
so
plurality
do you
of our
allow
events.
men to compete against women?
In mixed events, sir.
Okay, but not again. There is a distinct class for just women. Yes?
Yes, there is a
Thank you,
women's
thank
event,
you.
yes,
We're
sir.
getting somewhere. Now, that is because I think you would agree that in general, maybe not because Ms. Graves doesn't, that men inherently have some physical attributes that give them an advantage. Would you agree with that?
I would agree to an extent, sir.
Okay,
There's
so let's
some
go back.
studies
Let's
within,
talk about. No,
within
I got to
fencing
reclaim my
that-
time, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'm going to reclaim my time because, for instance, there is increased muscle mass, generally speaking, with men, which makes them faster and stronger. They're better adapted with cardiorespiratory capacity, lungs, helps with endurance. Men are generally taller, have stronger bones, and they have different skeletal structures. You got to know this. The pelvis in men are more narrow, and the small Q angle that attaches the hip to the knee joint. That's important because the more narrow that Q angle is, the more force than you can project. Now, that's only important in sports that require standing, squatting, kicking, or pedaling. And then you also have a sex difference in the angle of the humerus and the ulna at the elbow. And the more narrow and the smaller that angle is, that projects more force upon extension in only sports that involve throwing, thrusting like in fencing, hitting a bat, racket, or stick. So, like, for instance, what my colleague said, Will Thomas was 462nd best male swimmer for 3 years. And then he was winning events when he competed with women. Female gold medalists in the 100, 400, and 800 would not even qualify to compete for the gold in the men's division. Marathon, the best marathon female would be 90th against the men. Best triathlete female would be 50th against men. And Major League Baseball has had exactly 0 women play on an opening day roster. NFL, NHL, NBA, again, 0. So let me ask you this question. I'm very curious to hear your answer.
Yes, sir.
Would you do you think it's fair for a man that identifies as a man to directly compete against a woman?
In a mixed event, sir.
Okay. So you think that's fine? A man can compete against a woman in the women's division?
In the women's division, sir, they must go through 1 year.
Right. So
hormone
what I'm saying, so
replacement
a man that's identifying as a man cannot. You're not cool with them fencing against women.
Men compete against women in mixed events all the time, sir. They're a plurality of our events.
And who generally wins those?
The recent data that we pulled showed that cisgender men prevailed in 64%.
So cisgender men are men. Okay, let's just call it for what it is. Yeah, right. So the bottom line is this: even when you go through hormone treatments, you know this. It doesn't reduce your height. It doesn't shrink your bones. It doesn't decrease your lung capacity. It doesn't alter your skeletal structure. There's exactly 0 studies in the world that show that any amount of hormone therapy will ultimately result in parity between men and women. It doesn't exist. The IOC just did a study with 800 men, and even after a year, they retained 83% advantage. This is absolute lunacy. It's crazy, but you crazies, you keep being crazy, and we'll see you November of 26. I yield back.
Thank you.
Chair, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter a article from NPR titled, "What Has Doge Done in Trump's First 100 Days?" into the USA Fencing Subcommittee of the Oversight Committee.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I want to just start, of course, by thanking all of our witnesses for being here today. I appreciate your time. I've said from the beginning and from our first Doge subcommittee meeting that we've really not talked about government efficiency or any real serious legislative work. But even I am surprised that this subcommittee is now apparently in charge of policing women's sports. Now, this is nothing to do with our committee's jurisdiction, as said earlier, and nothing to do with helping the American people. Now, Republicans in Congress are trying to destroy our health care and social safety net, as we've seen them do over and over again. Elon Musk is destroying critical medical research programs. We have a measles outbreak. We have an anti-vax health secretary. But apparently this committee wants to spend its time bullying trans kids and athletes and arguing about fencing tournaments. This is not only outrageous, it's also dangerous. Now, this committee is supposed to be about saving taxpayer dollars. And let's be really clear. Mr. Layfeld, USA Fencing doesn't receive large taxpayer-funded grants and doesn't really receive federal funding. Is that correct?
Sir, we do not receive a penny in federal funding.
So you do not receive a penny of federal funding, and we're spending our time in the Government Efficiency Committee debating a fencing tournament and your association, that of you which receive no federal dollars. Let's be clear. All kids and people deserve to be able to participate in sports. And USA Fencing and other sports have the right to lay out rules to make sure their sport is fair and safe. And we know that transgender youth and athletes experience all kinds of mistreatment because of their gender identity. This includes bullying in schools, family rejection, threats of violence, even by some in Congress, and other discrimination. Now, sports participation can actually help overcome some of this vulnerability. Now, we have a wide range of views on this committee, but I want to make sure that people are aware there is some bipartisan consensus. Here's a quote from one of my Republican colleagues who's actually on this committee today, which I want to read. I find it encouraging. It says, "I strongly support LGBTQ rights and equality. No one should be discriminated against. I have friends and family that identify as LGBTQ. Understanding how they feel and how they've been treated is important. Having been around gay, lesbian, and transgender people has informed my opinion over my lifetime." Now, Ms. Goss-Graves, do you know who said this by any chance?
I don't know.
This was actually Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who's, I know, waved on to our committee today. Now, Madam Chair, I'd like to insert into the record this article on CNN that says, titled, "Nancy Mace, now targeting transgender lawmaker, calls herself pro-transgender rights in 2023. Madam Chairwoman?
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, Congresswoman Mace, of course, is here today. Now, in November of just last year, Congresswoman Mace posted 326 times on social media about trans people and their access to bathrooms in just one 72-hour period. That's a fact. So I'd like to introduce another article from Newsweek, and it's entitled, this is the title, "Nancy Mace has posted 326 times in the last 72 hours about bathrooms." Madam Chair, can I introduce this into the record?
Without objection.
Thank you. I point this out because it's actually important context. Republicans accuse Democrats of focusing too much on LGBTQ plus issues or trans issues. But we want to talk about protecting Social Security. We want to talk about protecting the cost of living. We want to talk about lowering prices. We want to make sure that all people have health care. But Republicans are so obsessed with demonizing trans people that we are wasting time in our Government Efficiency Committee talking about trans people that like fencing. Now let's remember, According to congressional testimony from the head of the NCAA, there are less than 10 trans college athletes in 2024. That's less than 10 out of 500,000 total NCAA athletes. Less than 10 out of 500,000. Now, Congresswoman Mace has posted about this issue hundreds and hundreds of times. That's equal to hundreds of individual posts per athlete. All the while, we're ignoring the real issues. I want to remind everyone that we've seen 935 confirmed cases of the measles as of May 1st, according to the CDC. Nearly 1,000 children are getting sick, while our country is hit by crisis after crisis. Let's focus on the 930 adults and kids with measles versus the 10 trans athletes that are participating in college sports. It is obvious to the American public that this issue is being exploited by extremists to divide the American public. It's shameful. It's been clear that DOGE is not about government efficiency. It's an attack on vulnerable people. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are here today to shine a light not only on the integrity of women's sports, but on how government-backed institutions chartered by Congress may be misusing that authority to push controversial policies that violate basic human rights and disregard their congressionally authorized mission. When an organization abuses authority delegated by the government, it is within the purview of this subcommittee, plain and simple. I realize my colleagues across the aisle don't understand that. USA Fencing is a national governing body for the sport of fencing in the United States, officially recognized under the Ted Stevens Olympic and Amateur Sports Act. That designation is not just ceremonial. It is a chartered monopoly backed by federal law and accompanied by special privileges and funding access. That status comes with an expectation that NGBs serve all athletes equitably, promote excellence, and adhere to national interests, not ideological crusades. Yet recent events raise serious questions about whether USA Fencing has abandoned its mandate, is wasting resources, undermining athletes, and jeopardizing the integrity of women's sports, all while flying under the flag of a federal endorsement. We've heard USA Fencing speak about inclusion, but what about transparency and fairness, especially toward female athletes like Stephanie? We are having this hearing for women's rights, and we know the difference between a man and a woman. That's why we are here. Stephanie Turner and Peyton McNabb's rights have been violated. What's worse is they have been violated by an entity operating under the color of federal law, an organization that bears the name of our great country as bestowed by Congress in 1978. And I can assure you that in 1978, the members that voted for this law would be horrified. They would be horrified that we have to have this hearing. Mr. Leifeld, you said earlier that the Ted Stevens Act prohibited you from discriminating against biological men that identify as women. What are you referencing?
Congressman, I may have misspoke. I don't recall saying that. Could you remind me specifically what my words were in that scenario,
specifically
sir?
said that the statute, that you were statutorily prohibited from telling transgender men that they are not allowed to participate in women's competitions.
Sir, I believe what I was referring to was a statute within the Ted Stevens Amateur Sports Act, which prevents any NGB from being more restrictive than their international federation. We have consulted with very competent legal counsel.
Are you familiar with the executive order signed by President Trump right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
So a couple things. One, this executive order prohibits all entities that receive federal funds, which I know you do not, of allowing transgender men to compete in women's sports. So that's basically your entire pipeline. Your main purpose is to be competitive, is to figure out who we're going to send to the Olympics, or one of your main purposes. Is that fair?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so you have women that are participating in high school and in college, and they're never going to compete against transgender men because that's federally prohibited. And by the way, this executive order also says that the Secretary of State shall use all appropriate and available measures to see that the International Olympic Committee amends the standard governing. We're going to fix this, and you're lagging behind us fixing it. And what's going to happen is we're going to amend the Ted Stevens Act to literally, you're going to lose your federal charter. And I appreciate that you did adopt a contingent policy, but why do we have to do this? You're really creating a problem where no problem should actually exist. And if all this isn't enough, I'm going to just highlight something you had on your website. I mean, this is just pretty insane. What statutory or moral authority is granted to USA Fencing in its charter to determine who in our society is oppressed?
Congressman, forgive me, I can't.
Hey, this is on your website. And
But if I could go back to something you were saying before, sir, about changing the law and what you were talking about with the executive order.
correct, sure.
All right, thank you, sir. We will be prepared to pivot as soon as the Ted Stevens Amateur Sports Act changes.
You might get
the FIE, the
penalized a little more,
IOC.
though. I mean, I have a feeling that we're going to write the statute in a way that if this is a problem when the statute becomes law, we're probably going to have some additional clauses in there that removes rights and abilities. But look, you do you.
And we will follow the law, sir.
The law is going to be punitive. I can assure you of that. We're not going to let this stand, and it's going to get fixed. And anyways, I want to go back to this. So you say on your website that so Vietnam veterans are an oppressed group versus veterans. Why does a veteran of a war in Afghanistan or Iraq how is a Vietnam veteran oppressed?
Sir, I've actually never seen this, but I want to be clear. We have an appreciation for all of our veterans. We have many who have one individual who served our country admirably, was disabled by an IED in Iraq, and we very, very much
You need to
appreciate
delete this off your website.
all of our veterans, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter something into the record.
Without objection.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to enter an article from USA Today entitled "Millions of People Would Lose Their Coverage Under Trump-Backed GOP Plan to Cut Medicaid." This is the CBO score that came out today. We want to talk about
Without
things that are
objection.
horrifying.
Without objection,
How about the
so ordered.
millions of Americans that'll lose.
We're
their
not reading the
healthcare?
article without objection, so ordered, just the title. I now recognize Mr. Kassar from Texas.
Madam Chairwoman, I want to start off by acknowledging that this morning, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office announced that more than 5 million Americans can lose their health care because of the Medicaid cuts being pushed by Republican members of Congress. So, of course, Republicans on the Government Efficiency Committee are holding an emergency hearing on semi-pro fencing. Not fences like the kind that goes around a building, but like the sport with the swords. And I've knocked on thousands of doors and talked to thousands of Republican, Independent, and Democratic voters in my career. And not a single time has someone flung open their door and said, "Thank God you're here, Congressman. I want to ask you about transgender people fencing." It's just never happened. I've never even met a fencer before. I've just seen it on The Parent Trap. I'm sure it's a great sport, but what the hell are we doing here? Seriously, we're here because Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks that if she picks on vulnerable people, like trans folks, she can avoid having a discussion about the allegations of insider trading against her. She thinks that she can distract from the fact that Trump and MAGA Republicans are raising your costs every single day, suppressing your wages every single day, stealing your taxpayer dollars every single day, and threatening your health care. That's the reason we're at this crazy hearing today. Here we are, in a subcommittee supposedly about government efficiency, spending hours upon hours trashing trans people and talking about trans folks in sports. There's more members on this committee than there are trans people in all of college sports. Of the 500,000 student athletes in America, about 10 of them are trans. Not 10,000, 10. In Olympics, there are even fewer. So in my opinion, sports leagues will do a much better job than politicians up here on this committee coming up with fair and thoughtful ways of handling who does and who does not qualify for which sports. But I think that instead of picking on LGBT people, politicians in this country should be singularly focused on improving the economy for every single working American. That's my crazy idea. Ms. Goss-Graves, Republicans have called an emergency hearing on trans athletes in the sport of fencing today. Can you tell me, how many college fencers are there total in the entire United States?
I think about 1,000.
Compare that to, do you know how many people rely on Medicaid in this country?
That's more like 80 million.
And Social Security?
That's more like 70 million.
So 80 million people rely on Medicaid, 70 million people on Social Security. We're talking about 1,000 college fencers, period. How many hearings do you think this committee has held on Elon Musk pushing Social Security to the brink of collapse?
Oh, my God.
I don't think any.
0 hearings. How many hearings have we had about the millions of Americans who could lose Medicaid because of the cuts Republicans are pushing today?
Well, 0.
That is correct. 0 hearings on these issues that impact us all. Republicans have called hearing after hearing obsessed with trans folks in sports, which of course only affects a tiny sliver of Americans. But no hearings on Medicaid, no hearings on Social Security, no hearings on raising wages and lowering costs. So if you're sitting at home watching, you need to know the goal of this hearing is for Republicans to distract you from their own lies, their own corruption, and their own failure. The goal of this hearing is to make sure that Fox News has something to talk about other than Elon Musk getting billions of dollars a year in government contracts while cutting services for you. The goal of this hearing is to make sure that Fox News has something else to talk about other than Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's alleged insider trading. It's a sick reality right now in American politics that right-wing Republican officials think that picking on trans people is how they'll earn more votes and raise more money. They pick on Americans that are already facing discrimination and violence, and they're making those challenges worse. They're trying to pull the oldest trick in the book. Next time you go vote, ask yourself if these second-rate schoolyard bullies are looking out for you or if they're scammers just like the man that holds their leash.
The gentleman's time has expired. It's important to point out that Democrat members today are not asking the 2 young ladies that are here representing their sports, and this is what the hearing is about today. I now recognize Chairman Comer from Kentucky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start with a quick round of yes or no questions for each of our 4 witnesses, so please keep your answers for my first 2 questions to yes or no for time's sake. First question, do you believe biological men should compete in women's sports? Ms. Turner?
No.
Ms. McNabb?
No.
Mr. Layfelt?
If they comply with the requirements, sir.
So is that a yes or no?
It's if they comply with the requirements that have been set by our policy, they deserve to compete.
By the President's policy?
By the policy of USA Fencing.
Ms. Graves, I'm going to take that as a yes. Ms. Graves?
I agree with Mr. Layfelt that trans women should be able to compete in the sport in accordance with their gender identity.
So 2 no's and 2 yeses. Second and last question for yes or no. Should biological men be able to get scholarships to college in women's sports? Ms. Turner?
No.
Ms. McNabb?
No.
Mr. Layfelt?
They can't get them anymore, sir.
They can't get them anymore. So do you believe, yes or no, they should? You have a personal opinion on that?
I don't really have an opinion on that, sir.
Ms. Graves?
I'm actually concerned about the tens of thousands of women in this country who play college sports who have fewer scholarship opportunities than men. This would actually be a really important.
So you are concerned that a man would get a college scholarship that should go to a woman?
It's my understanding that there's less than 10 transgender women playing sports, but I know that there
Mr.
are
Layfelt.
tens of thousands of women
Mr.
who
Layfelt.
have fewer scholarship
On the website, I know my colleague Mr. Timmons talked about it, there are some troubling statements. There's a page titled, and I think he referenced it, Power and Privilege. This page promotes woke content stating that people who are white, Christian, middle class, English speaking are all privileged, and we should be asking if they're, quote, the right person to take up space or speak on certain issues. Your blog and social media posts consistently express similar views, so I assume you support the ideas on that webpage?
Sir, I'm not sure about the specific area of the webpage that you're referring to. As a board member, I focus primarily on governance, and if there's something that's operational, I stay very far away from that.
So you disavow your website?
Is it? I'm just not sure of the specific area of the website? Is it my website? Is it the USA Fencing website, sir?
The USA Fencing website.
Okay. I just am not familiar with the area that you're referring to, sir.
Okay, the reason the reason that's odd is because your blog that we looked at expresses similar views. So, because you appear to be white, English-speaking male like me. So I didn't know, there was just an odd opinion. You don't have any comment on that? You don't know anything about it?
I'm just, sir, in all honesty, I'm not following the question.
You're not following a question about the USA Fencing website that has just a lot of, concerning content on there that some would consider racist, discriminatory, or you don't have any, that's not a concern or anything?
If you link me to the specific part of the website, I could get back to you with an opinion, but I'm just not following
well,
where that is.
We'll get you a copy of your website that Mr. Timmons just referenced. So, Mr. Layfeld, let me ask a simple question. Do you support transgender women, which are biological men, competing in women's events?
If they comply with the policy, sir.
Which policy? Whose policy are you going by? What is that? Should that be the policy? Should men be allowed? You're a leader in this. Show some leadership. Should men be able to compete in women's fencing?
Sir, our policy was passed in 2022 prior to my joining the board, but right now, anybody who goes through 1 year
silent? So you're okay with it? You're okay with it? You don't have a problem in the world with it? You knew this hearing was coming up. You knew this was the topic of the conversation. You don't have an opinion on the policy? Are you going to change the policy?
Sir, we've passed a
policy?
contingency policy at this time. Due to the Ted Stevens Amateur Sports Act, our council has advised us that we cannot have a policy that's more restrictive than our international federation. I want to be clear that if Congress or the IOC or the FIE, our international federation, changes the policy to ban transgender participation, we will, of course, follow suit.
Well, look, I think the majority of this Congress is committed to protecting women in women's sports. NBC News poll asked, when asked if they agree or disagree with transgender women competing in women's sports, 75% disagreed. This is one of those 80-20 issues that my colleagues on the other side the hill they want to die on. So we're going to try to protect women's sports. Thank you for having this hearing, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I'd like to enter into the record a New York Times article entitled, "The GOP Plans to Cut Medicaid Would Save Billions But Leave More Uninsured," Budget Office says. That's what we're actually outraged
Without objection,
about.
so ordered. I now recognize
Also, I
Mr.
want to point out that the
from
most powerful
Tennessee.
oversight Republican
You're not
Congress
recognized. Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
talking
I'm
about
sorry, we're going to
fencing
Crockett.
while they're trying
Okay.
to cut Medicaid.
Actually, Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized. I now recognize Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much. It is so interesting that I just learned today at 44 years old that the Republicans are going to be the ones to save women. The same Republicans that have been, say, for women's reproductive acts, or the same Republicans that have stood for the Equal Rights Act, which would hopefully get women to equal pay, or the same Republicans that just this Congress voted for the SAVE Act, which we know would disenfranchise women from even being able to vote. But let me tell you, they are our saviors, and so I am so happy to be here today, because otherwise I would not have an idea that I had a savior in the Republicans. So let's also talk about the fact that it's only been 100 days, 100 long, terrible days for anybody that absolutely believes in reality, because what we know is that they have terminated staff responsible for enforcing federal protections against sex-based discrimination. Sounds like that's pro-women. Or they've cut funding for domestic violence survivor services. Sounds pro-woman to me. Or they've prohibited funding for research affecting women's health. That definitely sounds pro-women to me. Essentially, they closed the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. Again, sounds like they are fighting for us. And instead of providing oversight over these actions, Congressional Republicans have been working to execute one of the most aggressive anti-women legislative agendas in history, and yet they're here today trying to convince the American people that discriminating against trans people is somehow the only way to protect women. This hearing has nothing to do with improving government efficiency. It's another attempt by Republicans to distract from their demonic and disastrous policies that are making it more difficult for Americans to make ends meet. So, Ms. Goss-Graves, I want to play a game. It's called Trump or Trans. You ready?
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me whether or not it is Trump or trans people that are responsible. You understand?
Got it.
Okay, very good. The first one, gutted medical research.
Trump.
Kidnapping Americans and sending them to foreign countries, AKA deporting them.
Trump.
Driving us into a recession.
Trump.
Increasing the cost of everything.
Trump.
Waging an idiotic tariff war.
Trump.
Harming farmers.
Trump.
Ignoring the Constitution.
Trump.
Proposing to take away Social Security.
Trump.
Cutting health care.
Trump.
Firing government workers who keep our country safe.
Trump.
Encouraging an environment of hate and divisiveness.
Trump.
Thank you so much. This committee could be engaged in actual oversight of fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. So let's talk about waste. Like Trump's plan to spend almost $100 million for his little birthday parade, or how he spent 25% of his first 100 days golfing, costing taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. In fact, it's a little bit over 30 million at our last estimation. In fact, President Trump is on pace to spend more than $1 billion of taxpayer dollars just on golfing. Yet the Republicans have been silent. So they must think spending taxpayer dollars on the president's golfing trips is more important than providing health care to their constituents. And when I talk about constituents, we're going to talk about the ones on this committee. So if we look at Texas 26, 39,000 children look to potentially lose their Medicaid with the cuts that they are about to vote on for reconciliation. 88,000 in Georgia 3, 68,000 in Missouri 7, 79,000 in Tennessee 2, 86,000 in South Carolina 4, 50,000 in Texas 04, 85,000 in Texas 27, and in Georgia 14, 111,000. And if you add that up just on this committee, we have 606,000 kids that are relying on us to do right by them. And instead, we playing these crazy games because we worried about 10 trans folk that are in sports right now in college. I wasn't elected to be engaged in these fights. I was elected to make sure that those kids, the kids that they are about to neglect with these terrible votes that they're about to take, I was elected to protect them and to make sure that they could grow up and have all the opportunities. But let's keep on track. Now, when we look at how much they are spending on, let's look at fraud. We could investigate whether the White House and the members of this subcommittee engaged in insider trading and market manipulation. Maybe it's a coincidence that the chairwoman brought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stock the day before Trump announced a 90-day pause on tariffs. But I guess we'll never know. So finally, let's talk about abuse. Like how the Republicans have let Elon steal data of Americans and his competitors to make himself even richer. Look, don't let these hearings distract you from their destruction. This is rage baiting instead of conducting oversight over the issues that Americans actually care about. And with that, I will yield.
The gentlelady's time is expired.
Madam Chair,
I now recognize.
Madam Chair, I move down to take down her words impugning you. It's saying you committed a crime.
I didn't do that.
Without objection, so ordered.
Say what? That's not.
Second.
See how. The committee
Chair.
will
Point of
suspend. The
parliamentary
committee will
inquiry.
suspend.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
We're going to go with hers first, right?
Madam Chair.
The committee will suspend. The member will state the words she wishes taken down.
Well, actually, Madam Chair, the words were actually not made in a
The
timely
committee
manner.
will suspend.
The words alleging a criminal act by the chairwoman.
What words?
We will suspend. We will have
The committee will suspend. The clerk will go over the recording with the stenographer, and the committee will suspend. The hearing will come to order. Miss Mace, I'd like to ask, we've looked at the words that were said, and it's borderline whether it's parliamentary and goes along with the rules, saying could and accusing the White House and members of this committee of crimes is borderline. So in interest of the hearing and our witnesses that are here today defending themselves against the mentally ill biological males that have invaded their sports, and in the interest of making sure that we stay on track instead of getting sidetracked into Democrats' nonstop fake accusations, I just ask, thank you for bringing up the motion, and ask if you'd
Yes,
like.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I now recognize. She already did, Ms. Stansberry. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, it has to be withdrawn on the record.
She asked the question and she said, yes, Madam Chair.
You weren't listening, Ms. Stansberry. We handled that, and it has been removed for the record. The fake accusations of
your
criminal behavior. Oh, are you accusing also and lying? And you're continually disrupting this hearing and won't stay on track about mentally ill men trying to beat down women in women's sports. We're going to stay on track now, Ms. Stansberry, so hopefully you can go along with this hearing and stay on subject. And I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Much has been said about the number of trans athletes that are in sports today, or the lack of numbers, I guess. But I can tell you, there's a couple of ladies sitting right here who have been greatly affected by those very small numbers. One is not being able to pursue her passion of fencing, and the other lady has had a life-altering event occur to her because of it. And I take a little bit of offense to that, being the father of a very cool young lady. I just think that this is something that needs to be noted. And also a lot of distractions been made about cutting SNAP and all these other things, and Medicaid, Medicare, what have you. All anybody on our side of the aisle is talking about is cutting waste, abuse, and fraud. The only people that are talking about making any cuts are my friends cackling to my right and a few commentators on CNN. And all we're talking about is waste, abuse, and fraud. And you have to ask, America's going to have to ask themselves eventually, why in the world are the folks on the left so afraid of waste, abuse, and fraud being cut? I suspect because it's going to come back to somebody's pockets. So with that, I appreciate the time you've allotted me. Mr. Lefelt, did I say that name right, sir?
Close enough, sir. It's Leifelt.
Leifelt? All right, I'm
Yes, sir.
Burchett. Nobody ever gets it right, so.
It's a German name, sir. A lot of people mess it up.
I'm not really sure what mine is. I just, East Tennessee. Let me ask you, while serving as chairman of the USA Fencing, you posted a very long pro-transgender manifesto on your blog. Let me ask you, why did you post this? And I would like to, for the record, put that on the record, Madam Chairman. Go ahead.
Without objection, so ordered.
Sir, I posted it in my personal capacity, just over the years having observed a lot of transgender women transition and the success that they had found in fencing and the purpose that it gave them in life.
Okay. And in the post, you mentioned you had no problem with your daughter facing a man in the sporting event. Is that true?
Sir, at this time she's 4 years old and hits me with a foam saber, but does not participate in fencing yet.
Okay. But when she is at the age where she would take this sport on, is that something you would think would be fair, that she would compete with a man?
Sir, we are one of the safest sports in the Olympic movements, and 34% of our events are mixed gendered.
I'm not talking about the safety issue. I'm just talking about the fairness issue, sir. I realize you cover up, and I realize nobody gets poked in the face anymore. I get that, but do you think that's fair? That's just a simple yes or no.
So long as the competitor has met all the hormonal requirements and complies with the policy, I would be okay with it, sir.
Okay. On Instagram, a commenter asked, are you okay with a cis female? And I don't like these terms. I had to look it up. A cis female is someone who's born a female, I believe is correct, meaning women. Are you okay with them being at a disadvantage? To which you replied, yeah. And to be clear, let's be clear, you'd be okay with a young lady or young woman being at a disadvantage or at a higher risk of being injured in any of these other sports?
Sir, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address that question. That was a question that required a far more nuanced answer than what I gave, and I appreciate having the opportunity on the committee to address that question. I want to be clear in saying that I expect anybody that is competing as a woman, as a transgender woman, that they meet the requirements as set forth in USA Fencing's policy.
Okay. Well, I hate to say I reclaim my time. That sounds like being a jerk, but I'm going to do that if that's all right with you, brother. Is it true that USA Fencing created an equality map? I know it was referred to either of states not to have events in because of what the democratically elected representative of those states voted for.
So there was a map policy that a few of your colleagues have referenced that was passed before I joined the board. It does exist, and it does not exclude any states from selection. To be crystal clear, we have had tournaments in numerous states that are listed in there, including Texas, Ohio, Florida, Missouri, et cetera. It does not exclude any states from selection, and we proudly host tournaments in those states.
Okay, well, I'm out of time. I apologize. Thank you, Chair Lady.
Thanks, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Simon from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, all of you all, for coming today. There's so much to say, but I have such a limited time, and I actually have a question. But we'll also want to refer back historically. We've been having these conversations for quite some time. Ms. Gross, do you recall in 2000, and I believe it was 2009, the Castor Simayenya case?
Correct, yes.
Could you tell folks a little bit about this case? I have some document on it too, but could you give me a little background?
This was an Olympic sprinter, and there were all sorts of assumptions that she was not a woman, and she was subject to all sorts of invasive tests, but also bullying and harassment because she was assumed to be not feminine enough for the sport, basically.
Yeah, so, this case, she was a black woman, and she was
South African, I think, yeah.
South African black. Mm-hmm. And she was assumed to be too fast, too big. And of course, she was asked to undergo testosterone testing and medical treatment to reverse her natural testosterone that was in her body, but she was born female.
That's correct.
So I just want to make it clear where we are. On March 25th, in this very room, my colleague, Ms. Presley, she introduced an amendment to this body. And the amendment was pretty clear, and it said, it requested that this body vote down anything, any mention of any policy that would ban racism, that would push forth any clarity around us insinuating as a full body that the Trump administration, when he moved executive orders, that they wouldn't mention or allude to any kind of segregation. My colleagues on the right voted that amendment down, every single one of them. So even if you're not transgender, folks who are watching, I want you to understand why this moment is so important. We have a party who has been very clear about what their intentions are for this country. Very clear about what their intentions are for this country. I think it's bringing us back to a 1950s America where segregation was legal. Who is to say that your African-American daughter, because of her BMI, will be subject to the same kind of conversation? Who is to say, if we move forth in this conversation, that your daughter, who was born a female, would be subjugated, and subject, I should say, to inspection of her genitals when she went up to the mount to play t-ball because she looked a little bit different from other folk? There's a slippery slope here. I definitely want to talk about race, fraud, and abuse in the 119th Congress. It's important. And it's also important for us to realize that the cruelty of not centering all Americans, how difficult that is, but it is ingrained in who we are to figure out how we love and support and not pathologize anyone. Let's be careful. Let's be careful. Ms. Gross, I wanted to give you an opportunity while my time is limited to share anything else about really what we're seeing here and how the slippery slope can maybe go a little bit farther and more horrific than it already is.
Well, I'd say it's already happening. We're already seeing girls being challenged for not being feminine enough, for being too tall, too fast, too good at what they do, by other parents, by school officials. Discrimination never begins and ends with the small group of people who are initially targeted. It will extend and harm all girls.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I yield my time, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our two witnesses for confronting the assault on women's sports. Men and women's sports is absolutely nonsense, no matter how you spin it. It's shameful to look at the women that have been hurt from these men and tell them that they need to be silent in the name of inclusion. This whole hearing, we've had motions to try to stop this hearing, to stop these young women from expressing their views. It's almost as if we have nothing to see here. We don't want to hear what you have to say. That's the message that's coming from this side. But I'm here because I want to hear what you have to say. And, look, whether it's fencing tournaments, track and field, my daughters are in soccer or volleyball games, you're endangering our daughters and belittling their narrative. The men like Mr. Liefeld who are wrecking women's sports with woke poison and a twisted mental view of things are destroying and the opportunities for these young women. Meanwhile, Americans, they all get this. They look at this and they think that this is absolutely crazy, that we're even here. And so we're here to obliterate this insanity and fight for our girls and their safety and their fairness in their athletic endeavors. And I've got to tell you, Ms. Graves, I was shocked to read your testimony where you belittled the experience of Ms. Turner. In your testimony, you said that that her experience is part of a larger scheme to attack young trans people. Do you really? You said it was deliberate spectacle that was carried out. Do you really believe she contrived this situation? She
testified that she planned the night before.
She cried the night before. Do you have any sympathy for a young woman who realizes she's going to have to sword fight a man the next day?
Protest is important. It is to make a point. There is mixed gender competition all the time in fencing. You heard that it was a plurality.
Ms. Graves, I'm taking my time. This young woman did not register for a mixed sport, for a mixed event. She registered to compete with other women. And that right was taken from her. And she bravely stood her ground. And I think the world applauded you for that. Ms. McNabb, the life-changing, altering, can you describe, and this is where I want to kind of give some time. This event has had a dramatic impact on your life, physically, the mental anguish that you've gone through. Unlike some, I want to hear your story. I want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, what happened to me was 100% avoidable, and it completely changed my life. I never played volleyball again that day. That was the last day. And it's so sad because I had the hopes of playing collegiate sports in softball, and that day never came because I was just never the same. I've had to navigate my new normal, which is incredibly sad, especially for my friends and family to see. And although I may look like I'm doing better on the outside, there's things that are not, and I don't know if they'll ever be the same.
I'm sorry for the experience that you went through. And, I'm really sorry that we have individuals in positions of power, like Mr. Lefelt, who have a twisted view on reality. And they're imposing that twisted view on you and your lives. It's really tragic and it's sad. And what's even worse is that now you're the one to blame because you two contrived these situations, according to Ms. Graves, that you created this.
Sorry.
You wanted this to happen, Ms. Turner. That's what Mrs.
I never said that.
It's in your testimony.
I did not say that Ms. McNabb contrived the situation. I actually think the lesson from her situation is around concussion protocol.
Let me ask, do you really believe the experiences that they've experienced? Ms. McNabb, do you really believe that she wanted to face all of these medical issues?
I think what happened to her is tragic. There are hundreds of thousands of injuries that are preventable.
So why aren't you standing up for her?
I actually have. I said that this was terrible, and I have solutions that don't involve bullying.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
People.
Look, I think that it's sick and twisted that individuals want to make women have to sword fight men. And it's sick and twisted that individuals want to make individuals have to take a spiked ball to the forehead if that's what it takes for a trans person to play. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Randall from Washington.
Thank you. This hearing, much like the long suspension that we had a few speakers ago, is a waste of taxpayer time. Yet another showing of the 24/7 circus that this majority has been conducting as puppets of this president's agenda. We have people at risk of losing healthcare coverage for concussions, for preventable diseases, for brain injuries, for cancer, people at risk of losing healthcare coverage, federal workers and veterans fired without reason. FAA woefully understaffed and presidential appointees taking advantage of their position for personal gain. And yet, the first subpoena that this majority feels compelled to execute, not any that we tried to offer for Elon Musk, but it's to bring the chairman of the board of USA Fencing in. No offense, Mr. Lefelt, but this is part of a crusade against trans people. There's nothing else to call it. No one can explain away how questioning the chairman of USA Fencing on trans people in sports brings down costs for American people. Much like no one can explain how banning trans people from our military ranks makes us more safe. In fact, Representative McGuire, who's not on this subcommittee, but is on the full oversight panel, said this morning something that we could all do well to remember. If somebody saved your life on the battlefield, you wouldn't care if they were pink or blue or male or female, if they called themselves a Democrat, Republican, or an independent. We are all Americans. But we care more, my Republican colleagues care more about policing the way that people live their lives instead of ensuring that they can. Last week, this committee advanced a bill gutting federal employee pay and benefits. This week, the Energy and Commerce Committee was supposed to mark up their piece of their reconciliation package that would cut $880 billion from Medicaid, healthcare for people. This is so unpopular that they had to push back their meeting a week in order to find the votes. But here's the thing. Despite their attempts to distract and deflect, by focusing on trans people who are just trying to play sports and live their lives, the American people are paying attention. They feel the cost of goods going up. Does this hearing address that? No. American people feel the fear of wondering if they'll have health insurance tomorrow. Does this hearing address that? No. I don't know if any of my colleagues are even talking to their constituents, because I've received over 60,000 messages and phone calls, held 8 town halls since being sworn in, and not one person asked me to use my time here to attack trans people. I cannot make it make sense. In fact, Madam Chair, as I think we heard earlier, 155,000 people in your district are at risk of losing their health care under the Republican Party's budget plan, including 111,143 children and 20,000 seniors. Do you want to tell those folks that you care less about them, or should I?
Ms. Randall, in my district, no one's going to lose any of their benefits. It was a promise by President Trump and myself, but they're concerned about men defeating women in sports.
Chair.
By the way, your patriarchy earrings are screaming of the hypocrisy.
I'm glad you like my earrings, but I'd like to reclaim my time. I'm here today on behalf of my sister, Olivia, who would have been unable to live with her complex disabilities for 19 years without Medicaid, and I'm here on behalf of the 72 million families and seniors who rely on Medicaid. I'm here to tell the American people that while this might be a scary time, a time where we are feeling attacks on our most vulnerable communities every day, where the instances of suicidal ideation amongst LGBTQ folks is rising, and this administration is cutting the very lifeline of the LGBTQ suicide hotline, there are people who see you and celebrate your humanity and who care about you. Ms. Graves, I wasted all my time, but I am grateful that you're here and we're able to share about the real ways that we could support women across the country.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for convening this hearing. Under your leadership, the DOJ Subcommittee has been one of the most active subcommittees across Congress, and my constituents are proud of our work to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars across the federal government. And today, it is no surprise that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent a majority of their time desperately avoiding the issue before us, because 80% of Americans, Republicans and Democrats alike, believe biological men should never compete in women's sports. Mr. Leifelt, as Mr. Fallon noted, you are testifying today under subpoena because you refused to appear before us voluntarily. Why did you refuse our initial invitation to testify?
Congressman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address that. Our CEO of the organization, Phil Andrews, was offered as a witness, and we felt, given his full-time capacity that he operates in this role, that he would be able to answer the questions more thoroughly than I can. However, since I'm here, I'm happy to be here and answer your questions.
Thank you. And as chairman of USA Fencing, how many members of USA Fencing are biological men who have participated in women's competitions? Rough estimate.
Rough estimate, sir. I believe that it's roughly 200 total, with I think 39 that are transgender women.
And of that group of biological men, how many have won championships in women's competitions? Rough estimate.
I couldn't tell you the specific number, sir.
5, more than 10?
I'm honestly not sure, sir. I mean, I have the data on how often cisgender women prevail against transgender women, but specifically the number of medals, et cetera, I'm not sure off the top of my head, sir.
And conversely, how many biological women are participating in men's competitions within USA Fencing?
34% of our events are mixed, sir, and so it's fairly regular for that kind of event to happen. There are a plurality of our events.
And again, I'm just referring to specifically male, non-mixed competitions, specifically male competitions. How many biological women are participating in those, to the best of your knowledge?
So just so I understand your question, sir, biological women competing in the men's division, sir?
Yes.
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Well, I think the disparity alone, as we've seen, confirms that this approach is inequitable. The data across other sports affirms it. In recent years, over 600 female athletes have lost more than 900 medals to biological men and women's sports. And again, over 80% of Americans, Republicans and Democrats alike, agree that biological men should never compete in women's sports. Mr. Leifelt, and I mean this with respect, in your capacity as a representative of USA Fencing, have you ever impersonated a woman?
No, I have not, sir, not to my knowledge.
I ask because I understand you have a history of creating fictitious female personas. In one instance, you impersonated a woman named Dorothy and wrote an email to yourself, which you then published on social media for all your followers to see along with your response. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address that. It was a poor attempt at humor. It was unbecoming of me as a leader of this organization to post that as I did. And quite frankly, moving forward, that's not something that's going to happen again. It's unacceptable. And it's not something that should happen with any human-to-human interaction, period.
Thank you. Ms. Turner and Ms. McNabb, I want to commend both of you. You are both very brave women. And Ms. Turner, your courage that you displayed on March 30th galvanized millions of Americans in support of the simple truth that biological men should never compete in women's sports. And with my remaining time, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the culture within USA Fencing. Specifically, Ms. Turner, reporting suggests that you previously raised your concerns of the policies with which you have to face to USA Fencing officials. What was the response when you did so?
I had done so privately, and the answer is that they did not respond. But I have known of other members of USA Fencing, a mother and a daughter, who did come to USA Fencing saying that they did not approve of the transgender policy, and they were told that they would be sanctioned.
And did you or have you feared retribution from USA Fencing with respect to your brave stance and likewise your concerns you've raised before you took that stand?
Yes, and I still do. I don't think I'll ever get a fair bout again from a referee, or that I'll be welcomed without harassment.
And why do you think that culture exists? Just, you've experienced it. I'm curious your own perspective as it relates to the culture that tolerates this type of behavior.
I don't think they communicate well with people who oppose this policy. No one ever asked me what I thought. And I think maybe if they had, they'd know what my stance was, So.
Well, your bravery led us to ask you your thoughts today in front of the American public. So grateful for both you, Ms. McNabb, and all of our witnesses for testifying. Madam Chairwoman, I yield the remaining 4 seconds to you. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Jacobs from California.
Thank you. I'm not normally a member of this committee, but I could not sit idly by while Republicans attack the transgender community for the millionth time. And look, there are real, well-intentioned questions and policy decisions that need to be made around trans issues. I understand that. For a lot of people, these issues are new. It can feel intimidating to talk about them, scary to ask questions. We need to be having dialogue. But that's not what we're doing today in this hearing. This hearing is a waste of time and neglects to provide actual oversight of the ways the Trump administration is dismantling our government and hurting women and girls. Madam Chairwoman, would it be accurate to say that you believe no one should receive gender-affirming care?
I believe that no minors should receive gender-affirming care, sex changes, mutilating their body.
Okay.
They can't vote. They can't get a tattoo. They can't drive a car.
Okay,
they can't join the military.
Thank you. I ask this because many people believe that Botox, filler, boob jobs are all gender-affirming care, and I know many of my colleagues, probably on both sides of the aisle, have partaken in this gender-affirming care. But okay, let's take this committee at its word that this hearing is about protecting women and girls. Ms. Goss-Graves, the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights is the primary entity that investigates discrimination against women and girls in sports, in school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That protects women and girls against sexual assault, whether in sports or elsewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, then would you say that getting rid of the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights would hurt women and girls?
For sure, as did the cuts to the Office for Civil Rights, the group that actually responds to Title IX compliance.
That's exactly right, which is why I find it so interesting that the Trump administration has already closed more than half of the offices of the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education, including an office in California that is in the middle of an active discrimination investigation. You would think if we were concerned about protecting women playing sports and protecting their Title IX rights, that we would want to be actually looking into why we're closing these offices, not what we're doing right now. For the record, for folks watching, this is also the office that investigates anti-Semitism, incidents of anti-Semitism on college campuses. So remember that when my colleagues try and tell you that they're standing up for Jewish students. But I have a theory. I think we're probably talking about this issue instead of what the Trump administration is actually doing, because my colleagues don't want to talk about, for instance, the 99,301 people who are at risk of losing their Medicaid in Nancy Mace's district, or the 54,466 people who are at risk of losing their Medicaid in Brandon Gill's district, or the 69,698 people who are at risk of losing their Medicaid in Pat Fallon's district, or the 263,276 people at risk of losing their Medicaid in Eli Crane's district, or the 235,530 people at risk of losing their Medicaid in Chairman Comer's office, or the 155,530 people at risk of losing their Medicaid in the Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's office, or the 1.7 million people statewide in Georgia who are at risk of losing their Medicaid, or the 320,818 students who rely on school lunch in Georgia in order to get their food who are at risk of losing that. Maybe it's because the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has already ranked the chairwoman as last in a poll of potential candidates for the United States Senate in the Georgia seat. And she thinks that attacking trans kids will help her poll numbers. But I'm here to tell you that attacking trans kids is not going to launch a Senate campaign. Attacking trans kid is not good politics, not for the right, not for the left. The American people did not say that they hate trans kids and they hate trans people in this last election. What they said is that they want us to take care of them. They are mad that someone else is getting surgery paid for when they are drowning in medical debt. They are mad that someone else is getting housing paid for when they can barely afford rent. So let's be clear that on both sides of the aisle, it is bad politics to attack trans kids, and it is a shame on this body that we work in that we all even have to be having this conversation today. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is an excellent hearing, and we really, really appreciate your leadership, incredible leadership on this topic and on this issue. And I'd also like to thank our witnesses, Ms. Turner and Ms. McNabb, for particularly moving testimonies. And thank you for your bravery for coming here. I know it takes a lot of guts to testify before a congressional committee. Mr. Layfeld, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Do you think that men should be allowed in women's locker rooms?
Sir, those regulations are set by tournament
I'm
organizers.
just asking you yes or no. Do you think men should be allowed in women's locker rooms?
I don't have a personal opinion on
You don't have you have a personal opinion on a lot of things, but not on that?
Sure. I mean, it's a locker room is not really an area where people interact.
So the answer is yes.
I don't
Do you
really
think
have
that men should be allowed to share showers with women in athletic facilities?
I think that showering is a private activity and that it should be private.
And it should be private. There's oftentimes communal showers. Are you okay with men showering with women?
I don't have an opinion on that in the context of USA.
You don't? So. Interesting. That's an astounding thing to not have an opinion on. I think most normal people have an opinion on that. Are you okay with women being at a disadvantage when competing against men in sports?
Sir, mixed events happen all the time, and
No,
women are
that's
often...
not my question. Are you okay with... Let me ask it this way. Are you okay with cis females being at a disadvantage?
If their competitor, assuming that you're talking about...
It's a yes or no question.
Female, that they've met the requirements set forth in the policy...
Why did you post on social media for the world to see? You were asked in an anonymous question, which you posted online, are you okay with cis females being at a disadvantage? You said, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was Congressman Cloud that had asked me about that, sir, and I'm happy to address it again. That was a one-word answer to a more nuanced topic, and I feel like if I could take it back and expound a little bit more than what I had there.
Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
Do you think that women, Do you think that parents who don't want their daughters competing against men in women's sports are whiny?
No, sir.
You don't? Why did you write that on social media? I've got a picture here where you posted that. You were allegedly responding to a parent who didn't want their daughter being beaten up by men in sports competitions. You said, I'm not going to pull her from the sport and write a whiny email announcing my departure.
Sir, Mr. Congressman Jack had asked me about that, and want to be crystal clear, that was an inappropriate message.
Do you think that they're cowardly?
Sir, no, I don't. I don't at all. And in fact...
Why did you write that on social media?
I regret it, sir. I deleted it shortly after posting, and I certainly don't feel that way anymore. And given a lot of the messages that we receive, and even conversations that I've had...
Do you think
with
that
Ms.
parents
Turner,
who don't want their daughters competing against men in sports should be compared to the Ku Klux Klan?
No, absolutely not. And
why
acknowledge
did you
that
do
I said
that?
that in the message, sir.
Why
And
did
that
you
was
do that?
inappropriate.
That was inappropriate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're right. That isn't inappropriate. I'd like to read what you wrote and what you posted on social media.
Sure.
Responding allegedly to a lady who had these concerns. The only wizard that's going to dig you out of the myopic hole you've put yourself and your family in is one of the, quote, grand wizard variety.
Inappropriate, sir, and I acknowledge that I said it, and I will commit to never making a message like that again.
That was in response to a parent, according to you on social media, who had a problem with this. Was this a real email that you were responding to?
It was a real email, sir. I did not respond to it and hit send.
This was a real email. Did an actual parent write this, or did you write this email?
It was written by an actual person claiming to be a parent. They were not a member of our...
Were you that actual person?
No, sir.
You were
I was
not that actual person, but you staged this whole interaction.
The response, sir, was not real, and I regret that.
Okay. You think inclusivity presumably is a big part of the fencing community, is that right?
I would say so, sir. We're a very welcoming community, and I'm proud of that.
Are you welcoming to Trump supporters?
Absolutely.
Then why did you, in your Facebook page, from the fencing coach, write, imagine being one of 71 million people dumb enough to vote re-election for a treasonous clown who's permanently banned from Twitter for inciting an insurrection, you mad MAGA bros?
I acknowledge that I stated that in my personal capacity, sir. However, as chair,
that was from the fencing coach.
I have to acknowledge that 77 million people voted for him in re-election.
That wasn't your personal capacity. That was from your capacity as, quote, the fencing coach online.
Yes,
Like,
that is my blog, sir. That's my publication, and I acknowledge writing that.
All right, my time is up. Thank you. I yield back.
Wow. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Gill. I now recognize Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. Thank you to the guests for showing up today. Many Americans ask me all the time, what is wrong with this country? Why does it appear that we've gone mad? And I think this subcommittee hearing is a testimony to what has actually happened. And I know I hold some beliefs that, they're my own beliefs. They're not everybody's beliefs, but I tell them all the time, this is exactly what happens when you allow God to be pushed out of everything. This is what we're seeing, because God has clearly spoken about this. In Genesis 5:2, he says, I created them male and female. And what's really going on up here in D.C. is just a microcosm of culture. We've lost our minds. We've pushed God out of everything. And it's one of the reasons why it appears that we've gone mad, and one of the reasons we have two beautiful young women here who are here to testify about how they've been abused in sports by biological men. And none of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have asked you guys a single question. Have you noticed that? They don't care. They don't hear you. They claim to be the party of women. We got two women sitting right here, and they could care less that you're here. All they want to do is sit here and try and deflect and talk about how we're trying to bully transgender kids, and none of us are trying to do that. As a matter of fact, I feel sorry for a lot of kids that grow up with gender dysphoria. It's hard enough to grow up as it is, let alone taking that on and having to deal with that. But that's not why we're here. They don't want to acknowledge why we're here. We're here to protect young women in women's sports from biological men. Most of the men, real men that I know, who came from good families, they were raised to protect women. It's something that we're all taught to do. We have clearly failed to do that as a culture and a society, and this hearing is a testimony to that. I want to ask you, Mr. Layfield, did you grow up in a family where your parents taught you to protect women?
Absolutely, sir. My parents are here with me today, and I'm proud of the lessons that they taught me. They absolutely taught me to protect
Great,
women.
thank you. Then why aren't you doing that, Mr. Layfield? Why aren't you protecting women? Because we got two sitting right next to you who will tell you that not only are you not protecting them, but you're depriving them from participating in sports and everything that goes along with that. Why aren't you protecting women?
Sir, from a fencing standpoint, it's one of the safest sports in the Olympic movement. I know that, you think swords present some kind of danger.
No, we're not talking about swords. We're talking about biological men, and you know it. Don't try those games with me. We're not talking about swords. We're talking about the fact that you and other men and officials in authority have failed to protect young girls. And it's pathetic. It is pathetic. I'm not going to sit here and try and convince my colleagues on the other side with biology or anything like that because they're long gone. There's no study that I could show them that would convince them that what they're doing is wrong. I'm asking you, why have you not protected young girls like these two sitting right next to you?
Sir, I believe we have protected young women in fencing. It's one of the
Okay,
safest
really, hold on a
sports,
second. Let's ask the expert witnesses. Ms. Turner, have men like Mr. Layfield protected you?
No.
Are they protecting other young girls from biological men participating in sports?
No, he glorifies it.
Ms. McNabb, are men like Mr. Layfield protecting you and other young women participating in women's sports?
Absolutely not.
Do you feel safe?
No.
You shouldn't, because guess what? God created men and women differently, and I know that this town and many in this culture have a real problem with that, but it is a fact. Okay? It's just a fact, and you guys know it. You have permanent injuries for the rest of your life. Is that correct, Ms. Knapp?
That's correct, Congressman.
Evil triumphs when good men and women do nothing. Not only have you done nothing to protect these young women, but you've actually sided with policies that are destructive to young women's sports. You said you have a daughter, Mr. Layfield?
I do, sir.
That's sad, man. That's sad that you wouldn't protect young girls from what's going on in this culture. And it's disgusting to listen to these posts that you yourself posted. I can't believe that you're still the chairman of this organization. I really can't after hearing some of those posts. Calling parents who are concerned about this type of leadership KKK members, are you serious? Shame on you, bro. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the invitation to participate in today's hearing. Ms. Goss-Graves, so-called, quote, expert in women's rights. Do you know how many years it took South Carolina to elect its first Republican woman to Congress?
Well, what year did?
100 years since women got the right to vote. Do you know how many years it took the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, to graduate its first woman?
Well,
157 years. So I have a series of yes or no questions I would like to ask you based on some of your previous statements. In your opening statement today, you said trans women are women. Ms. Goss-Graves, what is a woman?
So a woman is an adult female. A woman identifies as a woman, and I actually think it is.
What do you consider a female? What is a female?
So there are some women who were assigned a female.
You say you're here to defend women. You say you're here to defend women, but shouldn't you be able to define one? Shouldn't you be able to define one if you're for women's rights?
That's literally what I'm.
Ms. Goss-Graves, do women have penises?
So again, I believe that women.
Democrats have gone so crazy. Women can have penises. That's not a thing. That's not biology. It's not science. And you sound like a lunatic.
And the women.
Should young girls just get used to penises in their locker rooms and showers? My next question, yes or no? Should little girls get used to penises in their locker rooms and showers? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're talking about, but what I will say.
Oh, I absolutely do. We've heard testimony today about trans women. Those are women with penises. Those aren't real women. I'm going to reclaim my time. When President Trump issued an executive order to keep men out of women's sports, thank God he did. You said it was sexist.
Yes.
Bullying that harms all students.
Correct.
Is it sexist, yes or no, to protect women from men in sports? Yes or no?
If
Can't
you
answer the
want to
question.
protect
Is it sexist to
women-
acknowledge basic science? Men and women are built differently. Is it sexist to acknowledge science? Can't answer the question. Does forcing
No,
little
I
girls
would
to
like to
does
answer
forcing
questions,
little
but you
girls
aren't
to
allowing
strip
me
down
to
in front of
answer
men in locker
questions. I don't
rooms
even
harm girls?
understand that.
Does forcing little girls
would
to
like to
strip down in
answer
front of men in the locker room
reason you're
harm
not
little girls?
allowing
Yes or
me
no?
to answer
Can't answer the
questions.
question.
I
Does
have
forcing
5
little girls to
questions
shower?
given
I'm going to
you no
reclaim my time. You can quit
opportunity.
talking. These are yes or no questions. You can answer
You've
them or not.
asked 5
And you've chosen not to
questions, but you
answer the
haven't
questions
had-
today because you don't know how.
I
And
know I
it's
actually
shameful.
do know how to answer
Do you support
but usually
drugging
it
and chopping
requires
off kids'
something
genitals in the name of inclusion? Is that a
I-
thing for you?
I have to say,
You get off
I'm
on that?
so stunned
All right, when a biological
by how
man crushes a
insulting
girl
you're
in a
being towards
contact sport
invited
and
witness
sends her to
for
the ER,
testimony.
is that your idea of empowerment? Is that empowering women when a young man beats a girl and takes her, sends her to the ER in a contact sport? Is that empowering? Empowering women? Is that what that is?
Are you talking about Miss McNabb?
I'm talking about
thought
any
that was
woman who gets
horrific.
crushed in a sport
And
by a
I
man
actually
physically and
would
has
love
to go to
work
the
with
ER.
Miss McNabb and others.
I'm going to
about
reclaim my
things like
time.
concussion protocol.
Madam
and
Chair, we'll
ensuring
show that the witness, I'm going to
volleyball is safe.
reclaim my
I'm a
time. You can
former
stop
volleyball
talking now. I'm
player
reclaiming.
This
my
is
time,
Ms.
Madam
Mace's
Chair.
time, Ms. Gosgraves.
I would like some of that time back, Madam Chair. If a man can be a woman, just identify as a woman, as you say, just by saying so, what is the point of having women's sports? What is the point of women's spaces? What is the point of women's scholarships? If you're just going to allow men to take them away, why even bother? Why bother? The loudest voices, I'm not asking you a question, I'm speaking. The loudest voices on the left claiming to fight for women's rights are the very first people to take them away, steal them, and tear these women down. You're the first to erase them. Mr. Leifelt, Ms. Gosgraves, you all are shameful. I didn't come here to play with an ideology hell-bent on erasing women and grooming children. That's what you all are. You're groomers. And we're not going to. The chairwoman and I, Madam Chair, I'm going to reclaim my.
This is Ms. Mace's time. Ms. Gosgraves, Ms. Gosgraves.
This is a shocking thing to say about
Ms. Gosgraves, you are not recognized.
Okay, but I just want to say that is a shocking.
You are not
thing to say about
recognized, Ms.
anyone.
Gosgraves. The time belongs to Ms. Mace.
Okay, fine.
Like Chairwoman Graham, I've been holding the line for women, standing between perverts and the rights of women and girls, and we're not going to let anyone in this country forget what a woman is. Mr. Leifelt, will you face Ms. Stephanie Turner today? Will you look her in the eyes? Will you apologize to her for the way that she was treated by USA Fencing, standing up for women and girls, women's rights, standing her ground as a woman who only wanted to fence with other women? Will you apologize to her today?
Congresswoman Mace, Ms. Turner was given a black card under our rules.
Will
which
you
align with those of
apologize for the way
International
she was
Federation.
treated? So that's a no.
So,
won't do it.
Congresswoman, if I could respond to one thing.
You know what's unbecoming of a leader? You said this just in your testimony just like 5 minutes ago.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've said several things that are just disgusting and unbecoming of a leader, to use your words. It's unbecoming of a leader today to acknowledge what has happened to this young woman. You just look at her face and look what she has been through, the courage it took her to stand up for her rights as a woman and other women in other sports all across the country. And you can't even as a man look her in the eye and apologize for what happened to her. And as my colleague, Congressman Grain, said, real men protect women. You're not one. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to the ranking member Stansbury for closing remarks for 3 minutes.
All right, well, it's been an interesting journey today, as it often is in this committee. You know, I want to start out by saying, yes, thank you to our witnesses for sitting here in this toxic soup for the last 3 hours. It's ironic because the jurisdiction of this committee is government efficiency, and we just spent 3 hours talking about fencing, USA fencing, trans athletes, girls. We had my friends across the aisle mansplaining to us about how they're protecting women. I mean, yeah, this was a really good use of government time and money. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, as we've pointed out many times during this hearing, my Republican colleagues across the aisle are trying to cut a deal to cut Medicaid. Now, I don't want to diminish anybody's life-altering experiences, and I am genuinely sorry to hear that both of our young lady witnesses who are here today had horrible experiences. It is bad. I'm sorry to hear that you had a bad experience. And I want to acknowledge that, and I appreciate you coming and appearing before the committee today. But I don't need a bunch of GOP Republican colleagues mansplaining at me for 3 hours to tell me that they're trying to take away my rights. They're trying to take away your medical care. They're trying to take away environmental protections. They're trying to take away food assistance for the seniors and children of this country. Like, this hearing has nothing to do with substance for the United States. It has nothing to do with defending women's rights, has nothing to do with defending the rights of girls. It is all about using the issue of transgender lives to distract from the nefarious plots that are actually happening in this building while we're sitting here to actually take away your civil rights, your human rights, and your access to vital life-saving care and programs that are vital to millions of Americans. That is actually what is going on here. But it is actually dangerous to the lives of trans individuals because trans individuals are being targeted, they're facing violence, and the only thing that is waste, fraud, and abuse in the DOJ subcommittee today is the waste of the last 3 hours of our lives that we will never reclaim, the fraud that is this committee, and the abuse of Americans that has spewed out of the mouths on the other side of the aisle for the last 3 hours. And so I want to say to everyone out there who is listening, whether you're a transgender American, an LGBTQ plus individual, or any American out there, we are fighting for you, we love you, we support you, and we will stand against hate. And with that, I yield back.
I hope the Democrats keep fighting for the mentally ill biological men who keep trying to beat down women in sports because it's a losing position, it's a losing battle, and that was proven in the last election. Today we conducted oversight of our nation's national governing body for the sport of fencing. And with so many of our nation's institutions, USA Fencing has been captured by the left. They've banned the national anthem before competitions, selected tournament competition locations based on state abortion and DEI laws, and punished female athletes for refusing to compete against men. Earlier today, the ranking member called us weird for standing up for girls and women when she's the one who supports sex changes surgeries for little kids and forcing women to undress in front of creepy, perverted men. I'll let the American people decide who the weirdos are because I think we know. The American people are tired of cultural Marxism and perverted sexual ideas being shoved down their throats, especially when it is being done with our own tax dollars. The issue of men competing in women's sports shouldn't even have to be a discussion. It's unfair, unsafe, and straight up abusive. As board chair of USA Fencing, Mr. Lefelt has used his position to push his own personal trans agenda on the sport. As a matter of fact, Liz Kokab is the most decorated American veteran fencer in history. And that is a man, a biological man, who is a 9th career gold medalist. Let's be real. Mr. Lefelt is not pretending anymore. He's defending the trans. And here's the issue. When you're sending emails to yourself calling yourself Dorothy, and you get caught and have to apologize for lying like that right here in the Oversight Committee, that is pathetic. When you're calling parents whiny for defending their own little girls from the biological males that you're allowing to compete against them, that's pathetic. Mr. Lefelt, you should resign from the chair of USA Fencing. You do not deserve the position that you have, and that's the recommendation I have as the chair of the DOJ Subcommittee on Oversight. And furthermore, it is pathetic that you're a father of a little girl that you would be perfectly fine to teach and encourage to lose, because there is no female athlete that ever wants to lose or come in second place. You're sitting next to two champions next to you today that never wanted to lose, that never wanted to suffer a brain injury, that never wanted to have to face a male athlete in their sport. And you failed them, and you are failing women. You need to resign. With that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.